The Wind from the East. French Intellectuals, the Cultural Revolution, and the Legacy of the 1960s. Richard Wolin. There are now two winds blowing in the world, the wind from the east and the wind from the west. According to a Chinese saying, either the wind from the east will triumph over the wind from the west, or the wind from the west will triumph over the wind from the east. In my opinion, the nature of the present situation is that the wind from the east has triumphed over the wind from the west. Mao Zedong. Contents. Prologue. Introduction, the Maoist Temptation. Part I. The Hour of Rebellion. 1. Showdown at Bruay-en-Artois. 2. France during the 1960s. 3. May 1968, the triumph of libidinal politics. 4. Who were the Maoists? Excursus, on the sectarian Maoism of Alain Badiou. Part 2. The Hour of the Intellectuals. 5. Jean-Paul Sartre's perfect Maoist moment. 6. Telkel in cultural political hell. 7. Foucault and the Maoists, biopolitics and engagement. 8. The impossible heritage, from cultural revolution to associational democracy. Bibliography. Index. The Wind from the East. Wolin, Richard. The Wind from the East must be regarded as a monument of committed scholarship. It is also a fascinating chronicle of people who, however ludicrous they may seem at times, did on occasion think and act with profound seriousness. For that reason the book is a valuable addition to the literature of the era. David Gress, Wall Street Journal. Even as he is documenting the delusions of the 68ers, often with considerable wit, and with a seemingly encyclopedic familiarity, Wolin grants credence to their skewed perception of the status quo in France and in the West more generally. Disagreements and exasperations aside, I found this book compulsively readable. The history of 60s is a long way from being exhausted. John Wilson, Books and Culture. Wolin argues that fascination with the great proletarian cultural revolution reflected, not simply a taste for exoticism, but a delayed response to post-war capitalist modernization. Scott McLeamy, The National. Prologue. If you can remember anything about the 60s, you weren't really there. Paul Kantner, Jefferson Starship. According to an oft-cited maxim, all history is the history of the present. Try as they might, historians are incapable of abstracting from contemporary issues and concerns. In fact, were they to do so, their work would surely reek of antiquarian sterility. At best, historians can make their biases clear to ensure they do not exercise an overtly disfiguring influence on their presentations and findings. The presence of the past is especially true of the 1960s. Analysts and commentators have heatedly debated their meaning and import, but nearly all agree that the decade was a watershed. Whatever their ultimate meaning, the 1960s were a caesura that signified the impossibility of returning to the status quo ante. Thus, today the 1960s remain an inescapable rite of passage for those who seek to fathom the nature of the political present. First, their range and extent was genuinely international. In an age of instantaneous, mass communication, virtually no corner of the globe could remain immune from their influence and legacy. Second, the decade's effects, rather than being confined to one specific manifestation or mode, were, to invoke French anthropologist Marcel Mauss, a total social phenomenon. The 1960s and their after-effects influenced and left permanently transformed the realms of politics, society, fashion, art, and music. By the same token, it would be impossible to deny that the 1960s have also become historical. Thus the decade has provided fertile ground for interpreters who are seeking to distill and comprehend the origins and bases of contemporary politics and society. Yet, as history, the 1960s whose study threatens to metastasize into another academic growth industry possess a temporality with a peculiar and profound bearing on the historical present. As such, as a cultural and political phenomenon, the decade remains a pivotal way station on the road toward comprehending who we are and what we would like to become. Hence, To contribute to the historicization of the 1960s is at the same time a method of coming to grips with the history of the present. According to one celebrated maxim, the 1960s are an interpretation in search of an event. Indeed, a dizzying vortex of interpretations has emerged seeking to fathom and clarify what transpired and why. Having both studied these events and lived through them as a youth, although, admittedly, many memories remain enshrouded in a Hendrix-esque purple haze, at this point, when asked about their ultimate meaning, I am often tempted to fall back on Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai's immortal response when asked to comment on the historical import of the French Revolution, "It's too soon to tell." Yet, if pressed to define the rational kernel of the 1960s, I would say that it was quite simply the era that rediscovered the virtues of participatory politics. The 1950s had witnessed the triumph of political technocracy. At the time, it had become an intellectual commonplace that government by elites in most cases, white, male elites was preferable to the perils and risks of popular participation. Political mobilization from below was viewed as irrational and untrustworthy, a prelude to totalitarianism in either its right or left variant. The 1950s were a decade when the so-called welfare warfare state was ascendant, culminating in the debacle of Vietnam and kindred foreign policy disasters that often resulted in massive and abhorrent human rights violations. Sadly, in many cases, the promissory note on such violations remains past due. In the United States and elsewhere, the 1960s signified an attempt to wrest control of the political from elites, to counter the ills of technocratic liberalism via recourse to logics of grassroots political engagement and thereby to restore confidence in basic democratic norms. But the 1960s were also, significantly, the moment when the valence of the political itself underwent a significant transformation and expansion. Henceforth, politics no longer remained confined to the trappings and rituals of electioneering, registering to vote, canvassing, mass rallies, sound bites, televised debates, and the culminating, frequently anticlimactic, solitary act of the secret ballot. Instead, politics was redefined to incorporate cultural politics. Politics began to include acts of self-transformation and the search for personal authenticity. Citizens realized, and here, the American civil rights movement stands out as Exhibit A, that they were not cut from the same mold. Politics became part and parcel of a new quest for personal identity, a quest that is also reflected in much of the literature of the period, for in the modern world identities no longer arise preformed and ready-made. Instead, they must be created, fashioned, and nurtured. This development helps to account for the new proximity between culture and politics. Today, culture has become one of the primary vehicles of political self-affirmation and group self-expression. Thus, one of the 1960s crucial legacies is the idea of cultural politics. The lesson we have learned is that the cultural is the political. As such, I consider The Wind from the East foremost a political book. It is not, or I hope it is not, an exercise in what Nietzsche excoriated as antiquarian history. Instead, it takes its methodological bearings from Walter Benjamin's recommendation that the historian, rather than seeking to portray the past as it really was, an unattainable ideal in any event, actualize the epoch or event, with an eye toward its actuality or contemporary relevance. In Benjamin's view, this recommendation meant that the historian interprets the past in order to blast a specific era out of the homogeneous course of history, blasting a specific life out of the era or a specific work out of the life work. Benjamin utilized the notion of Jetztzeit, or now time, as his benchmark or criterion, which he associated with the theological idea of a messianic cessation of happening. As heirs to the spectacular failures of political mechanism, our political criteria must conversely be immanent, secular, consensus-oriented, and democratic. Point 1. The Wind from the East represents a modest attempt to capture the meaning of the 1960s via indirection, through attention to an exotic, alternately serious and playful political detour taken by French youth or a prominent segment thereof during the late 1960s and 1970s, the infatuation with cultural revolutionary China and, more generally, with what came to be known as Mao Zedong thought. The Maoist fascination began as a marginal phenomenon. But soon, and in ways unforeseeable to the actors themselves, it transformed into a general cultural political intoxication. At a certain point, it seemed that l'état Paris was in the grips of the Maoist contagion. By the time the dust had cleared, many of France's leading intellectuals, Michel Foucault, Jean-Paul Sartre, the Telquel group, had been swept up in this giddy, left-wing political vortex. But, importantly, as it ran its course, the Maoist phenomenon underwent significant alterations and modifications. Ultimately, what began as an exercise in revolutionary dogmatism was transformed into a Dionysian celebration of cultural pluralism and the right to difference. At issue was a political learning process via which French youth cured itself of its infantile revolutionary longings in order to focus on more circumscribed tasks pertaining to the transformation of everyday life and the regeneration of civil society. Although French Maoism cannot take sole credit for this salutary redirection of political energies, it remains an integral part of the story. It also had a strangely beneficial effect on French intellectuals, curing this Mandarin caste of its residual elitism and thereby helping to promote a new, more modest, and democratic cultural sensibility, for in the aftermath of the May Revolt, when Maoism had reached its zenith, French intellectuals learned to follow as well as to lead. Much of this development was captured by Foucault's felicitous coinage: the specific intellectual had supplanted the universal intellectual. In a further nuance or twist, the democratic intellectual would replace the vanguard intellectual of the Jacobin Bolshevik mold. One of the most gratifying aspects of writing contemporary history is that many of the protagonists remain alive and often motivated to speak at times, volubly about their experiences. I have benefited immensely from conversations with Daniel Cohn-Bendit, Jean-Pierre L. Goff, former situationist Mustafa Keïtai, Tony Levy, brother of the late gauche proletariat and leader Benny Levy, Alain Touraine, as well as numerous bystanders and foot soldiers of the May movement. Both Cohn-Bendit and Touraine composed on-the-spot analyses of the May events, obsolete communism, the left-wing alternative and the May movement, respectively, that, to this day, remain indispensable points of reference for anyone seeking to comprehend what happened and why. At one point, Cohn-Bendit vowed he had nothing more to say about May. I would like to thank him for generously ignoring this pledge. Touraine is one of the premier sociologists of our time. His theory of the return of the actor has drawn many of the right conclusions and insights from the May events. The course of history is not unalterable. Events happen and meaningful historical change occurs, something that the structuralist generation had denied. This change is initiated by people acting in concert who seek to reassert meaningful control over their lives and over the pace of historical change. Chapter 7, Foucault and the Maoists, Biopolitics and Engagement, was co-written with Ron Haas, a former student and friend whose intimate knowledge of the French May and the corresponding Gauchist, leftist, milieus and groupuscules has never ceased to amaze me. Ron and I first began discussing these events 10 years ago at Rice University. Since then, he has completed his own study of one of the relatively unsung heroes of the post-May era, the pioneer of homosexual liberation, Guy Hocquenghem. When published, Ron's study of Hocquenghem will undoubtedly add much to our overall grasp of the era and its significance. During the last few years I have had the privilege of teaching in France, where I had the opportunity to discuss the ideas contained in this book with numerous French students and colleagues. I would like to thank my hosts Professors Emmanuel Fay, University of Paris Aix-Nanterre, and Muriel Roueyer, University of Nantes, for their kind invitations and for patiently enduring my unbeautiful, American-accented French. Professor Philippe Reynaud of University of Paris II and the Institut Universitaire de France added some extremely valuable insights during the final stages of writing. I would also like to thank my friend Ed Berenson, Director of New York University's Institute of French Studies, for inviting me to present a preliminary version of my argument at that wonderful haven of Francophone urbanity. I would like to thank my colleagues at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York for their unfailing solidarity and sociability. In particular, I would like to thank History Program Executive Officer Josh Freeman and President Bill Kelly for their unstinting support and encouragement. At the Graduate Center, I have been blessed with the punctual aid of research assistants Rand Zwijenberg and Scott Johnson. The New York Area Seminar in Intellectual and Cultural History, which I co-convene with my friend and colleague Jerry Zeigel, has proved to be a constant and welcome source of intellectual stimulation. I would also like to acknowledge the assistance of my former student Martin Wosner for helpful comments on an earlier version of the manuscript. The revised version of the manuscript has benefited immeasurably from two very insightful anonymous readers' reports commissioned by Princeton University Press. Although at this point their identities have become somewhat less anonymous, I would like to publicly acknowledge how perspicacious their remarks have proved. At a crucial stage, Martin J., University of California, Berkeley, and Carolyn Dean, Brown University, read the chapter on Telkel with insight and discernment and helped me to reformulate my interpretation. My nonpareil editor at the press, Brigitta van Rynberg, provided a thoughtful and detailed, chapter-by-chapter, virtually line-by-line, commentary on an earlier manuscript draft. Without Brigitta's keen eye for intelligibility and coherence, the final version of this book would undoubtedly be infinitely poorer. At this point, she has selflessly and graciously edited 3 of my books. With any luck, she will be willing to edit 3 more. Last but not least, I would like to thank my wonderful children, Emma, Seth, and Ethan, for being who they are and for being so alive. New York City. January 2009. The Wind from the East. Introduction. The Maoist Temptation. It is true enough, millions of people have jobs which offer no reason for living, neither production nor consumption can provide existence with meaning. If the present phase of history can be defined in terms of ballistic missiles, thermonuclear weapons, the moon race and the arms race, should we be surprised that part of the student population wavers between the negation of the hippies, an aspiration towards redemptive violence, and escape towards a new utopia? Raymond Aron, La Révolution Introuvable. It is a remarkable fact that some 40 years later, the year 1968 remains an obligatory point of reference for contemporary politics. During the 2008 presidential election, one of Barack Obama's campaign pledges was that he would elevate American politics to a plateau of unity beyond the divisiveness of the 1960s. The John McCain campaign, for its part, tried repeatedly to tarnish Obama's luster by dramatizing his association during the early days of his political career with former 1960s radical William Ayres. Similarly, during the 2007 French presidential campaign, both main candidates felt compelled to take a stance on the heritage of May 1968. For the eventual winner, Nicolas Sarkozy, the May events served as a negative touchstone. Playing on the nation's insecurities following a series of riots in immigrant suburbs, Sarkozy labeled May 1968 as a turning point in French history when respect for authority declined and moral anarchy gained the upper hand. Conversely, the socialist candidate Ségolène Royal made a point of holding her final election rally in the Charléty Stadium, which had been the site for one of the May Revolt's largest political rallies. In Germany, too, the 1960s have served as an important point of reference for making sense of contemporary politics. In 2001, photos surfaced showing Foreign Minister and ex-68er Joschka Fischer angrily hurling a brick at a policeman during a 1973 demonstration. Among conservatives, the image depicting a confrontation that had occurred nearly 30 years earlier provoked a flood of accusations alleging that Fischer was unfit for office. More generally, the episode gave rise to a groundswell of national soul-searching about how to historicize the unsettling political tumult of 3 decades earlier. In many respects, the year 1968 was an annus mirabilis with global political repercussions. The specter of revolution materialized in Peking, Mexico City, New York, Chicago, Berlin, Warsaw, and Prague, where, tragically, hopes for socialism with a human face were brutally crushed under the tread of Soviet tanks. In France, however, events unfolded according to a somewhat different logic. As elsewhere, the revolt was begun by students. But one of the May uprising's unique aspects was that, within a fortnight, French workers decided to join forces with the student demonstrators. This potent student-worker alliance led to a massive general strike that paralyzed the central government and, at one point, compelled President Charles de Gaulle to flee. When the smoke had cleared, 8 to 9 million French men and women had joined in the strike. France had experienced its greatest social unrest since the 1930s. The wind from the east represents a modest contribution to making sense of these challenging and tumultuous events. By focusing on one of May 1968's neglected backstories, the wave of cinephilia that crested in France later that decade, it seeks to illuminate the whole. The story begins with a small group of gauchists, political activists who had positioned themselves to the left of the French Communist Party, who were students of Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser at the prestigious École Normale Supérieure. Fascinated and impassioned by political events that were transpiring nearly half a world away, they began to identify profoundly with Mao's China, which they came to perceive as a panacea for metropolitan France's own multifarious political ills. None spoke Chinese, and reliable information about contemporary China was nearly impossible to come by, since Mao had basically forbidden access to outsiders. Little matter. The less these normalians knew about contemporary China, the better it suited their purposes. Cultural revolutionary China became a projection screen, a Rorschach test, for their innermost radical political hopes and fantasies, which in de Gaulle's France had been deprived of a real-world outlet. China became the embodiment of a radiant utopian future. By becoming Chinese, by assuming new identities as French incarnations of China's Red Guards, these dissident Althusserians sought to reinvent themselves wholesale. Thereby, they would rid themselves of their guilt both as the progeny of colonialists and, more generally, as bourgeois. Increasingly, the real China ceased to matter. Instead, at issue were questions of political eschatology. The successes of Chinese communism or its imagined successes would magically compensate for the abysmal failures of the communist experience elsewhere. The young gauchists viewed themselves as true believers who refused to compromise with the sordid realities of contemporary France. In their eyes there could be no going back to the faded glories of French republicanism, a tradition that, in their view, had been fatally compromised by the legacies of colonialism and Gaullist authoritarianism. One senses that if the Cultural Revolution did not exist, the gauchists would have had to invent it. Mao's China offered the students a way to perpetuate the intoxications of the French revolutionary tradition, the glories of the Bastille, of Valmy, and of the Paris Commune in an era when the oppressive nature of really existing socialism had reached undeniably grotesque proportions. The French Communist Party took pleasure in belittling the Maoists, owing to their small numbers, as a groupuscule, a little group. Were it not for the political maladroitness of the Pompidou government, which in the spring of 1970 abruptly arrested the Maoist leaders and banned their newspaper, their story, when set against the overall tapestry of the May events, would probably rate a minor footnote. But owing to the authorities' heavy-handedness, overnight the unheralded Maoists became a cause célèbre. None other than Jean-Paul Sartre took over the Maoist newspaper, in bold defiance of the government's arbitrary and brutal political sweep. At one point the Rolling Stones frontman, Mick Jagger, interrupted a concert at the Paletta Sports Stadium to plead for the imprisoned Maoists' release. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Maoism had acquired immense cachet as political chic. It began attracting prominent intellectuals Michel Foucault as well as telco luminaries Philippe Sollers and Julia Kristeva, who perceived in Maoism a creative solution to France's excruciating political immobilism. After all, the Socialist Party was in total disarray. The Communists had become a party of order. The Gaullists, with Pompidou now at the helm, pointedly refused to relinquish the reins of power. Yet, here was a left-wing groupuscule active in the Latin Quarter that in many respects had become the heir of May 1968's emancipatory quest. As a result of the May events and their contact with the Maoists, French intellectuals bade adieu to the Jacobin-Leninist authoritarian political model of which they had formerly been so enamored. They ceased behaving like mandarins and internalized the virtues of democratic humility. In May's aftermath, they attuned themselves to new forms and modes of social struggle. Their post-May awareness concerning the injustices of top-down politics alerted them to the virtues of society and political struggle from below. In consequence, French intellectual life was wholly transformed. The Sartre model of the engaged intellectual was upheld, but its content was totally reconfigured. Insight into the debilities of political vanguardism impelled French writers and thinkers to re-evaluate the Dreyfusard legacy of the universal intellectual, the intellectual who shames the holders of power by flaunting timeless moral truths. The Maoist story is worth telling insofar as it represents a paradigmatic instance of a constructive political learning process. The Maoists started out as political dogmatists and true believers. But they soon found it impossible to reconcile their pro-Chinese ideological blinders with the emancipatory spirit of May. Once they ceased deluding themselves with revolutionary slogans, they began to understand politics in an entirely new light. The idea of cultural revolution was thereby wholly transformed. It ceased to be an exclusively Chinese point of reference. Instead, it came to stand for an entirely new approach to thinking about politics, an approach that abandoned the goal of seizing political power and instead sought to initiate a democratic revolution in mores, habitudes, sexuality, gender roles, and human sociability in general. Ultimately, the Gauchists came to realize that human rights and the values of libertarian socialism, rather than operating at cross purposes, were complementary. It was the French, after all, who back in 1789 had invented the rights of man and citizen. Under the more contemporary guise of human rights, it was to this legacy they would now return. An interpretation in search of an event. It has often been said, perhaps only half in jest, that May 1968 in France is an interpretation in search of an event, so concertedly have historians, pundits, and politicians struggled to impose intellectual sense on a sequence of events that at every turn seemed to defy tidy conceptual coherence. In both France and the United States, the idea that the 1960s were an unmitigated catastrophe has become a staple of conservative ideology. On this side of the Atlantic, one of the commonplaces of neoconservative history writing is that the social disequilibrium of the post-war period, urban riots, drug use, accelerated divorce rates, and declining respect for authority can uniformly be traced to the 1960s, purportedly one of the most disastrous decades in American history. Norman Podhoretz, one of neoconservatism's founding fathers, believes that the 1960s witnessed a process of irreversible cultural demise. Auden's low dishonest decade, of course, was the 1930s, its clever hopes centered on the construction of a workers' paradise in the Soviet Union. Our counterpart was the 1960s, and its less clever hopes centered not on construction, but on destruction, the destruction of the institutions that made up the American way of life. In the eyes of Newt Gingrich, American history possessed a 350-year narrative coherence until the 1960s, when, owing to the excesses of liberal elites and counterculture hedonism, everything unraveled. 2 Straussian political philosopher Alan Bloom takes this argument a step further, suggesting that the New Left was, in essence, Hitler Youth Redivivus. History always repeats itself, observes Bloom. The American university of the 1960s was experiencing the same dismantling of the structure of rational inquiry as had the German university in the 1930s. Bloom's account offers us disturbing images of universities besieged by violence-prone African American student groups. Typically, the liberal university administration spinelessly kowtows to their demands. The mass of students, like sheep or lemmings, spurred by irrational partisanship, simply go along for the ride. Meanwhile, the knowledgeable elite Bloom and his compadres possessing right reason, are marginalized and shunned. Like the protagonist of Plato's cave allegory, they have seen the sunlight, they alone know where truth really lies, but the hoi polloi, blinded by passion, refuse to heed their counsel. However, when it comes to assessing the violence and depredations of the forces of order, Bloom's book is curiously silent. Bloom's account conveniently abstracts from the excesses of the times, pervasive racism, the unresponsiveness of political elites, urban decay predominantly affecting minorities and the underclass, and, last but not least, an unjust war, fought by palpably immoral means, napalm, indiscriminate aerial bombardments, and ruthless search and destroy missions. In the course of the American drive to halt the spread of communism in Southeast Asia, some 2 million Vietnamese, most of whom were civilians, lost their lives. In neoconservative lore, the Vietnam conflict was ultimately a good war. Yet the American will to fight was treacherously undermined by liberals, protesters, and draft dodgers. Ultimately, the generational war at home tragically and ineluctably sabotaged the war effort abroad, depriving America of victory against a godless and noxious geopolitical enemy. If one seized the neoconservative conventional wisdom about the 1960s generation and stood it on its head, one would probably be much closer to the truth. Instead of being the fount of a proliferating immorality, the 1960s generation was in fact singularly moral. For many activists, the imperatives of social justice became an obsession, and living in truth a veritable credo. The neocon brotherhood overlooked the fact that it required profound wellsprings of civil courage to become a freedom rider in the Jim Crow South, to risk arrest for the sake of free speech or freedom of assembly, to demonstrate against an immoral war, to burn one's draft card as an act of conscience, and to voluntarily emigrate rather than kill innocent civilians, as the armed forces often required. A breakdown of civilization? In France rancor vis-a-vis the 1968 generation and its legacy has been equally widespread. As the May events reached their zenith, President Charles de Gaulle set the tone, lamenting, reform, yes, sheer disorder, no. In the general's view, the student activists had set forth no discernible political goals. They had provoked an eruption of pure anarchy. The forces of order had completely lost control of the situation, resulting in a breakdown of civilization that only a draconian restoration of political authority could remedy. Among Gaullists, the idea of a global crisis of civilization gained popularity. In this view, it was not de Gaulle's trademark autocratic leadership that was to blame. Instead, France was the unfortunate victim of a more general planetary disorder. The rate of technological advance, the pace of modernization had accelerated beyond citizens' capacities to adjust morally and psychologically. These adaptational difficulties resulted in various forms of anomic behavior, riots, protests, rebellion, and generalized social unrest. De Gaulle rued the unwillingness of French youth to embrace the blandishments of modern consumer society. But he also harbored fears that a more general mechanization of life had taken hold, in which the individual could not escape being crushed. Point 4. The most influential conservative interpretation of the May Revolt was set forth by the doyen of the French right, Raymond Aron. In a series of articles written for Le Figaro as the events unfolded, Aron, with characteristic insight, depicted the student uprising as a psychodrama, a quasi-revolution. Aron's detractors have assumed that he sought to trivialize the May uprising as a rebellion among disaffected and maladjusted youth. Instead of taking the students' political demands seriously, he purportedly sought to shift the discussion to the clinical plane of adolescent social psychology. Aron's critique captured something essential about the May movement that few other observers had noted. Although the insurgents repeatedly paid lip service to the ideals of the French revolutionary tradition, these allusions were largely rhetorical. They remained on the plane of citation or pastiche. The 68ers were aping their 18th and 19th century progenitors. The May events were a grandiose instance of revolutionary pantomime. Hence, the chasm between the revolt's rhetorical dimension and the actors' real intentions, which were reformist rather than revolutionary. Aron recognized that the May insurrection represented not the culmination of the French revolutionary tradition but its last dying gasp. Equally hostile to May's legacy were the revolt's Republican detractors. Among Republicans, the May movement signified the moment when French youth relinquished respect for authority in favor of a self-indulgent hedonism. Heretofore, French society had been structured by venerable social institutions, the university system, the Catholic Church, the army, trade unions, political parties, and so forth. With the triumph of May's anti-authoritarian credo, these institutions suddenly lost their legitimacy. The May Revolt accelerated France's transformation into a centrifugally fragmented, atomistic society, a polity of self-absorbed, narcissistic individuals. Worse still, it was the moment of France's permanent and irreversible Americanization. In this view, in May's aftermath, it became impossible to form meaningful and lasting attachments. Social solidarity had been permanently eroded, sacrificed on the altar of American-style possessive individualism. 5. The Republican execration of May enjoyed a resurgence during the 1990s, in part owing to the popularity of novelists such as Michel Houellebecq and Michel L. E. Dantec. Houellebecq's novels are inhabited by a rogues gallery of dysfunctional personality types. They wander desultorily from mind-numbing jobs often in the high-tech sector or sex tourism industry to dispassionate, unfeeling relationships suffused with anonymous, mechanical sex. Unable to emote or to connect, Houellebecq's protagonists lead lives of quiet desperation, which the novelist depicts with eloquent candor. Your tax papers are up to date. Your bills are paid on time. You never go out without your identity card. Yet you haven't any friends. The fact is that nothing can halt the ever-increasing recurrence of those moments where your total isolation, the sensation of an all-consuming emptiness, the foreboding that your existence is nearing a painful and definitive end, all combine to plunge you into a state of real suffering. You have had a life. There have been moments when you were having a life. Of course you don't remember too much about it, but there are photographs to prove it. 6. Although Houellebecq's characters are too young to have been 68ers, their psychological and emotional failings are meant to reflect the era's disastrous political and cultural legacy. Undoubtedly, one of the May Revolt's immediate repercussions was to significantly raise the bar of utopian political expectations. Leftists were convinced that a radiant utopian future was only months away and that the lifespan of de Gaulle's imperious Fifth Republic was distinctly limited. Soon, the imagination would accede to power, as the well-known May slogan, "L'imagination au pouvoir," had prophesied. French society did change radically in the May uprising's aftermath, although undoubtedly the transformation was not as far-reaching or thoroughgoing as many former 68ers had hoped. The changes were more subtle and long-term, more evolutionary than revolutionary. For the most part they transpired in the more indeterminate realm of cultural politics, which helps to account for the significance that the Chinese Cultural Revolution assumed in the eyes of various leftist student groups. The transformation in question pertained to modes of sociability and the perception of social roles, to questions of sexuality, claims to authority, and the status of heretofore underrepresented or marginalized social groups: women, immigrants, gays, and the unemployed. At base, the May Revolt effectuated a sweeping and dramatic transformation of everyday life. The politics of everyday life functioned as an exit strategy, allowing French youth to escape from the dogmas of orthodox Marxism as well as the ideological straitjacket the French Communist Party imposed. It enabled the activists to address a variety of pre-political, existential concerns, issues pertaining to psychology, sexuality, family life, urbanism, and basic human intimacy. Via the discourse of everyday life, the student militants were able to renew the lexicon of contemporary social criticism, making it relevant for the peculiar challenges of the modern world. 7 One of the activists' central problems was that under conditions of late capitalism, domination was no longer confined to the wage labor, capital dyad that had been central for Marx. Instead, in advanced industrial society, the logic of commodification, the process whereby relations among persons become quantifiable, opaque, and thing-like, had surpassed the workplace, penetrating and suffusing social life in its totality. The other half of the sky. During the 1960s, Maoism's popularity went hand in hand with the intoxications of third-worldism. After all, China, the other half of the sky, was the world's most populous nation. In 1949, following 2 decades of protracted struggle, Mao successfully expulsed Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists from the mainland. Thereby, he succeeded in providing the world with a new model of revolution based on the central role of the peasantry, a model that seemed well suited to an era of global anti-colonial struggle. Soon, the attractions of Chinese peasant communism were amplified through Castro's seizure of power in Cuba and Vietnam's heroic efforts to throw off the yoke of American imperialism. The 1960s were a time of acute disenchantment with Western modernity. Denizens of advanced industrial society discovered that not only did affluence fail to coincide with happiness, but that the two often seemed to operate at cross purposes. A dizzying array of consumer choices led to a heightened anxiety about status. By defining themselves through their purchasing capacity, Westerners had lost sight of human essentials, family, friendship, and an ability to enjoy oneself apart from the prefabricated amusements of the so-called culture industry. 8 In a 1968 speech, presidential candidate Robert Kennedy eloquently encapsulated the widespread and deep-seated generational discontent. We will find neither national purpose nor personal satisfaction in a mere continuation of economic progress, in an endless amassing of worldly goods. We cannot measure national spirit by the Dow Jones average, nor national achievement by the gross national product. For the gross national product includes air pollution, and ambulances to clear our highways from carnage. The gross national product includes the destruction of the redwoods and the death of Lake Superior. It grows with the production of napalm and missiles and nuclear warheads. It includes the broadcasting of television programs which glorify violence to sell goods to our children. It does not allow for the health of our families, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It is indifferent to the decency of our factories and the safety of our streets alike. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. 9. Journalists, scholars, and intellectuals wondered aloud whether the Chinese approach to industrialization might be a viable path to modernization, one that might circumvent the upsets and dislocations of the predominant Western models. Chinese socialism thus doubled as a projection screen for disillusioned Westerners of all political persuasions and inclinations. Beginning with the Sino-Soviet rift in the early 1960s, Mao tried to wrest the banner of revolutionism from Russia. The Soviets were derided as social imperialists and revisionists, a regime more interested in furthering its own geopolitical aims than in advancing the ends of world revolution. Mao's doctrine of new democratic revolution sought to transpose China's model of revolutionary struggle to other developing nations suffering from the injustices of Western imperialism. His theory proposed a two-stage process that harmonized well with the anti-colonialist zeitgeist. The first stage was defined by struggles of national liberation against colonial oppression. The second stage would undertake the political and economic transition to socialist rule. Among left-wing sympathizers, China's star rose as the Soviet Union's fell. Revelations concerning forced labor camps, the cruel suppression of the 1956 Hungarian uprising, as well as Khrushchev's flirtations with the heresies of peaceful coexistence combined to discredit the Soviet experiment in really existing socialism. It became increasingly clear that Soviet Marxism had forfeited all progressive claims. It had degenerated into a repellent, authoritarian science of legitimation, Rudolf Barrow. Conversely, the repute of Communist China benefited from misleading images of a simple but joyous people working shoulder to construct a genuinely humane version of socialism. Maoism's global prestige was further enhanced when, in 1966, the great helmsman launched the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. To outsiders, the Cultural Revolution seemed like a laudable effort to reactivate Chinese communism's original revolutionary elan, thereby avoiding the bureaucratic ossification afflicting Soviet communism. The fact that reliable information concerning the Cultural Revolution's manifold sanguinary excesses was hard to come by worked distinctly to China's advantage. Western journalists' celebratory accounts depicting the glories of the Chinese road to socialism helped to reinforce existing pro-Chinese predispositions and convictions. Unlike the Soviets, China never sought to orchestrate an international communist movement. With the experience of the Comintern, dissolved in 1943, the Russians had too much of a head start. Moreover, The volatility of China's domestic politics, as illustrated by the abrupt alternation of policy declarations from the Let 100 Flowers Bloom campaign, 1956-57, to the Great Leap Forward, 1959, to the Cultural Revolution, 1966, with the accompanying social turmoil, made China seem like a less than desirable political model. Maoism was nevertheless able to gain favor among many advocates of Third World Revolution, especially in South America and Asia. Convinced that Mao's notion of peasant communism could be fruitfully transposed to Latin America, the Peruvian Sendero Luminoso, or Shining Path, invoked a Maoist pedigree. In Nepal, Maoist guerrillas are still active in anti-royalist struggles. 10 During the 1960s, Maoism also made tangible inroads among Western leftist circles. In Germany, a dogmatic, Stalinized version of Maoism took root among the numerous so-called K groups, K equals communist, that mushroomed during the 1960s and 1970s. 11 In Italy, too, certain Italian Communist Party dissidents evinced an attraction to Mao's populism. In the United States, Maoism enjoyed cachet among the Black Panthers, who, during the 1960s, financed firearm purchases by selling the Little Red Book at Berkeley's Sproul Plaza. The militant's daily, the Black Panther, was suffused with Maoist slogans. The Panthers believed that Mao's strategic elevation of the downtrodden masses to a position of revolutionary centrality had important parallels with the lot of oppressed African Americans. Yet, a good part of Maoism's attraction had less to do with strictly doctrinal matters than with the aesthetics of political militancy. Charismatic Panther leaders like Huey Newton and Eldridge Cleaver were enamored of Maoist slogans such as "Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun" and "A revolution is not a dinner party." In France, disillusionment with the Soviet Union and with the French Communist Party, PCF, caused Maoism's stock to rise. The PCF had a heroic political past as resistance fighters during the Nazi occupation. In France's first nationwide elections following the liberation, the Communists were the leading vote-getters. The PCF enjoyed a comfortable niche in the French political system, habitually accruing some 20% of the vote. Yet, in the eyes of many on the left, the Communists had become excessively complacent. Conventional electoral success seemed to trump its commitment to radical political change. Moreover, the PCF enjoyed the dubious distinction of being the most resolutely Stalinist among the European Communist parties. Its servility to Moscow was notorious. The 1950s and 1960s were a time of legendary cultural ferment, the era of the new novel and the new wave cinema. In left-bank circles, existentialists and structuralists waged a storied battle for intellectual predominance. The PCF, for its part, seemed mired in anachronistic debates dating from the 1930s. The party's intellectual stagnation was palpable and undeniable. More worrisome still was the fact that its leadership was encountering great difficulties in recruiting new members, especially among French youth. Hence, when the Sino-Soviet dispute erupted in the early 1960s, in the eyes of many, the Chinese Communists' efforts to equate Soviet Marxism with a lackluster revisionism seemed persuasive. In 1964, a number of ex-communists formed their own breakaway pro-Chinese cell, the Fédération des Cercles Marxists-Leninists. In 1966, as Mao inaugurated the Cultural Revolution, the same group, with Beijing's official blessing, rebaptized itself the Mouvement Communiste Français Marxiste-Leniniste, MCFML, and transformed itself into a veritable party. However, it would not get far in its rearguard effort to revivify Marxist orthodoxy in the eyes of the MCFML stalwarts. The French Communist Party's major sin was that it had remained insufficiently Stalinist. The MCFML never succeeded in attracting much of a following. It was feted in Beijing and by China's lone European ally, Enver Hoxha's Albania, but it was destined to remain an insignificant blip on the French political landscape. It is estimated that in 1968, France had approximately 1,500 Maoists. About 35 of them were concentrated on the Rue d'Ulm, the seat of France's most prestigious university, l'École Normale Supérieure. Among French students, the Normalians were la crème de la crème, yet, by and large, they were alienated from the Fifth Republic's lethargic political institutions and radicalized by the neo-colonial horrors of the Vietnam War. In their eyes, the United States had merely picked up in Indochina where France had left off in 1954. The Normalens' pro-Chinese delusions were immortalized in an idiosyncratic agitational film directed by the wunderkind of New Wave cinema Jean-Luc Godard, La Chinoise. Today, many ex-Maoists, having undergone the long march through the institutions, have become luminaries of French cultural and political life, philosophers, architects, scholars, and advisors to the Socialist Party. Curiously, in the spring of 1968, as the May events unfolded, the Maoists were nowhere to be found. Prisoners of their own ideological dogmatism, they had difficulty fathoming the idea that what had begun as a student revolt might become a catalyst for a general political uprising. Their misjudgment of May's political import would haunt many of them for years to come. Were the narrative of French student Maoism to break off in 1968, the story would constitute little more than a curious political footnote to a more general social upheaval. The Maoists would not hit their political stride until the post-May period. Their support of a desultory coalition of marginal groups, immigrants, the unemployed, prisoners, gays gained them considerable publicity and admiration. The French government, with de Gaulle's successor, Georges Pompidou, now at the helm, felt that they could be effectively neutralized were their leaders arrested and their publications impounded. Yet, by proceeding thus, the French authorities succeeded only in turning them into martyrs. The hour of the intellectuals. During the early 1970s, major intellectuals such as Sartre, Foucault, and the Telkal group gravitated toward Maoism as the most effective way of realizing the values of engagement. Following the spring 1970 arrest of leading Maoist militants, Sartre would become the titular head of several Maoist newspapers. He would accompany the Maoists during a number of their protests and actions. Publicly flaunting his Maoist political allegiances, Sartre hawked copies of one banned Maoist newspaper on the boulevards of Paris, all but daring the French authorities to arrest him. Sartre wrote the preface to an anthology of Maoist autobiographical writings and published an extended volume of political conversations, on a raison d'être revolter, its right to rebel, with Maoist student leader Pierre Victor. He would also open the pages of his prestigious intellectual political monthly Les Temps Modernes to his Maoist confrères. Along with Maoist Serge July, he co-founded a left-wing press agency, Liberation. Within a few years, this modest journalistic undertaking blossomed into one of France's largest mass circulation dailies. 12 For the aging philosopher, the marriage of convenience with the pro-Chinese leftists represented a political rebirth following an epoch in which the structuralists had openly proclaimed him to be a dead dog. During May 1968, Foucault was teaching in Tunisia. His partner, Daniel Deford, kept him apprised of the developing situation in Paris by phone. Upon returning to Paris, he became chair of the philosophy faculty of the new experimental University of Vincennes, where Foucault eagerly staffed the department with Maoist militants, Alain Badiou, Jacques Rancière, André Glucksmann, and Jacques-Alain Miller. For a time Foucault was shadowed by police agents, who assumed he must be the leader of a Vincennes-based Maoist Section 13. Foucault would extract a seminal political lesson from the May events. He understood that the boundaries of the political had permanently expanded. Politics could be reduced neither to class struggle nor to bourgeois ideals of negative freedom and civil liberty. Instead, the new political stakes pertained to the way in which regimes of knowledge translated into specific institutional practices, techniques of incarceration, population control, and purportedly neutral scientific methods of classification, normal versus abnormal, deviance versus conformity, and so forth. Foucault's tenure at Vincennes was short-lived. In 1970 he was accorded France's highest academic accolade, a professorship at the Collège de France, where the only requirement was that he lecture every 2 weeks on his current research. Ironically, at the precise moment of his intellectual canonization, Foucault committed himself wholeheartedly to political activism with the Maoist group d'Information sur les Prisons, GIP. GIP began as a support group for imprisoned Maoist militants, many of whom were actively engaged in hunger strikes across France. But soon this loose confederation of intellectuals and Maoist activists burgeoned into a nationwide prisoners' advocacy group. Although GIP was founded by intellectuals, its inspiration largely derived from the libertarian Maoist group Vive la Révolution. GIP's infrastructure and organizational praxis were thoroughly Maoist. It was Maoists who provided the mimeograph machines, the equipment, and meeting halls. Its method of gathering information on French prison conditions was based on the favored Maoist tactic of the enquête, investigation, immersing oneself among the masses, going to the people in order to allow the oppressed to describe their predicament in their own language, a practice that was in keeping with the Maoist maxim, one must descend from the horse in order to smell the flowers. Foucault's period of Maoist-inspired political militancy has been little scrutinized. However, if one seeks to gain insight into the gestation of Foucaultian concepts such as genealogy, biopower, and the disciplinary society, an understanding of this period is crucial, for it was as a result of his work with the Maoists that Foucault arrived at the notion of microphysics of power, which would become the hallmark of his later work. Thereafter, Foucault no longer conceived power according to the juridical model, as the capacity to repress, deny, or refuse. Instead, he viewed power as productive, a mechanism of social control that leaves a discernible, positive imprint on bodies, mores, and patterns of thought. Under the stewardship of Philippe Sollers, Telquel began as a literary challenge to Sartre's notion of engagement. In Telquel's view, by seeking to subordinate art to politics, Sartre risked bypassing or distorting art's genuine specificity, which had less to do with changing the world than with advancing certain intrinsic formal features and traits. Telquel began by celebrating the Nouveau Roman as exemplified by the work of Alain Robbe-Grillet and Nathalie Sarraute. Thereafter, it caught the structuralist wave, opening its pages to the likes of Foucault, Derrida, and others. However, as the left bank began to erupt with anti-Vietnam War protests, Marxism came back into fashion. From this new political vantage point, Sartre's ideal of commitment seemed to merit a fresh look. At first, Telquel sought to join forces with the French Communist Party, an alliance that, in light of the PCF's disparagement of the May events, proved to be a tactical blunder. In the post-May period, Sollers and others sought to atone for their misdeeds by aligning the journal with Maoism. Telquel's pro-Chinese phase was sui generis. The group scorned the Maoist student organizations with which Sartre and Foucault had cast their lot. Instead, it wanted its Maoist commitment to remain as pure and uncompromising as its earlier alliance with Soviet communism had been. Telquel began publishing special issues on the Cultural Revolution. Sollers and Julia Kristeva learned enough Chinese to translate Chairman Mao's poetry into French. In 1974, accompanied by Roland Barthes, the group made a pilgrimage to Communist China, although by then it had become clear that China's experiment in political utopianism had soured. The intellectuals repent. Since the 18th century, French writers and intellectuals have enjoyed the status of a lay aristocracy. In Republican France they functioned as arbiters of the true, the right, and the good. The high water mark of this trend occurred during the Dreyfus affair, when, under Émile Zola's tutelage, intellectuals helped to reverse the miscarriage of justice that had victimized the unjustly imprisoned colonel. The May insurrection provided French intellectuals with a lesson in humility. None had anticipated it. The structuralists had famously proclaimed that historical change was illusory. Events, they declared, were a thing of the past. The mainstream left looked to the French working class to play its assigned historical role as capitalism's gravedigger. But in truth, French workers were quite content to enjoy the fruits of post-war affluence, les 30 glorieuses, or the 30 glorious years. Hence, when the May Revolt erupted, intellectuals were relegated to playing a series of bit parts and supporting roles, menial tasks to which this proud guild was largely unaccustomed. The Marxist bias of post-war French political culture was still predominantly focused on the workplace. Yet, the revolt had broken out elsewhere, Nanterre, the Sorbonne, and the oblique byways of the Latin Quarter. The only intellectuals who had accurately foreseen the transformed parameters of revolt were those located to the left of the left, the Gauchists who were associated with innovative avant-garde organs such as the Situationist International, Arguments, and Socialism or Barbarism. One of the hallmarks of the May Revolt was that ideals of direct democracy and worker control migrated from the periphery to the center. Looking back, it is easy to mock French intellectuals' overly credulous Maoist political indulgences. Today the excesses and brutalities of the Cultural Revolution have been well documented. China itself has long departed from the revolutionary course charted by the great helmsman. Mao may have been a gifted military strategist, but once in power, his policies were capricious, self-serving, and propelled by an ideological fervor that precipitated widespread chaos and ruined millions of lives. Were the story of French intellectuals and Maoism purely a tale of political folly, it would hardly be worth recounting. In retrospect, the Maoist intoxication that gripped France during the early 1970s stands out as a generational rite of passage. Among students and intellectuals, the identification with cultural revolutionary China became an exit strategy to escape from the straitjacket of orthodox Marxism. Early on, revolutionary China ceased being an empirical point of reference. Instead, it became a trope, a projection of the Gauchist political imaginary. As the Maoists themselves later explained, the issue became the China in our heads. The figure of cultural revolution was detached from its Asian geopolitical moorings. In a textbook case of unintended consequences, it fused unexpectedly with the critique of everyday life as elaborated by the 1960s French cultural avant-garde. The May movement signaled the twilight of the prophetic intellectual, the celebrity writer or thinker who claimed to possess privileged insight into the course of history and who prescribes the line of march for the benighted masses. The student activists helped to reinvent the lexicon of political radicalism. By virulently opposing the idea of a revolutionary vanguard, they took an important step in consigning the Leninist model to the dustbin of history. The new spirit of humility would find expression in Foucault's conception of the specific intellectual who undertakes acts of contestation in concrete, local struggles. Foucault and his allies thereby jettisoned the traditional revolutionary expectation of a radiant utopian future in favor of resistance that was always situated and site-specific. Yet, Foucault's endorsement of the specific intellectual would not be the last word. The 68ers realized that they could not entirely dispense with the Dreyfusard ideal of the universal intellectual who morally shames the powers that be by confronting them with higher ideals of justice and truth. Solzhenitsyn's devastating exposé of the Soviet Gulag, which was first published in France in 1974, along with macabre revelations about the killing fields in Cambodia, another experiment in cultural revolution that drastically miscarried, helped convince French intellectuals that the idea of human rights merited renewed attention. Few believed that human rights represented a political panacea. Yet most conceded that the rule of law acted as a magic wall, a juridical political stopgap that kept despotism in check and thereby helped to avoid the worst. In this way, the May movement's anti-authoritarian spirit nourished the development of a thoughtful and sustained anti-totalitarian political credo. Part I. The Hour of Rebellion. Chapter 1. Showdown at Bruay-en-Artois. We made war and revolution in our imaginations. We pretended to believe. It was like birth pangs without giving birth, without passing over to the act. The suffering was internal. It was all theatrical. And that permitted us to remain outside the gates of hell, that is, murder. Roland Castro, Maoist student leader. April 6, 1972. The scene was a mining town in provincial Normandy, Bruay-en-Artois. A young working-class girl, Brigitte Duver, had been sadistically murdered, her mutilated, unclothed corpse left in a vacant field. The crime scene bespoke a level of brutality to which France was entirely unaccustomed. Adding to the event's macabre nature was the fact that Brigitte's body was discovered the next day by her younger brother in the course of a pickup soccer match. Within a fortnight of the murder, the police had arrested a local notable, Pierre Leroy. Leroy was a notary public who specialized in real estate transactions and was a prominent member of the local Rotary Club. There was considerable circumstantial evidence linking the suspect to the crime. Earlier in the day, Leroy's white Peugeot had been observed near the crime scene. Bridget's body had been found in a field adjacent to the villa of Leroy's fiancée, Monique Mayer. Shortly before her disappearance, Bridget had been seen talking to a man in a turtleneck sweater. Leroy had been sporting a turtleneck that day. That night, Leroy's mother had washed his clothes by hand with ammonia instead of taking them to the dry cleaners as usual. There was also a telltale 15-minute gap in the suspect's alibi. Moreover, there were rumors that Leroy had been a prodigious consumer of pornography. Recently, he had been involved in a number of shady real estate transactions. Nevertheless, in lieu of more concrete findings explicitly linking Leroy to the victim or the murder scene, the examining magistrate realized he had a relatively weak case. Thus, shortly after he was arrested, Leroy was released. Once again he walked the streets of Bruay-en-Artois a free man. The Maoists wished to spare Bridget a second death, this time, at the hands of a class-based judiciary system, by ensuring that her murderer was brought to justice. To the brain trust of the pro-Chinese gauche proletariat, Leroy's guilt was never in doubt. His release was a typical instance of the fecklessness of bourgeois justice. The plotline was simple, one that the Maoists had observed time and again: a bourgeois kills a member of the working class, and no charges are pressed. The culprit is released with impunity. For the Maoists, although there were some dissenting voices, Leroy's guilt was a foregone conclusion. As a bourgeois, he was objectively guilty. His crime was merely a logical extension of the everyday injustice members of the working classes endured at the hands of their bourgeois tormentors. First they kill us at the bottom of the mines, now they kill and mutilate our children, lamented the miners upon learning of Bridget's death. One adding to the Maoists' outrage was the fact that in recent years several women in the same region, all of humble origin, had been murdered in similar fashion. In each case, although the women had not been raped, their torsos had been mutilated. The police felt seemingly little pressure to apprehend the culprit. In each instance, insinuations surfaced implying that the victims were loose women, a widespread assumption in the region about miners' daughters, hence, intrinsically blameworthy. Ironically, the Maoists themselves were nearly all Normalian students of the elite Parisian École Normale Supérieure. As such, their backgrounds were preponderantly upper middle class. Were they, then, seeking to expiate their own guilt as sons and daughters of the bourgeoisie? Who could doubt it? The Maoist daily La Cause du Peuple, with Jean-Paul Sartre as its titular editor, sprang into action to defend Bridget's honor as well as that of her class. The inflammatory headline of the May 1st issue screamed, "Bruay, and now they are massacring our children." The Maoists sought to transpose the discussion from the plane of criminality to that of class struggle. They lambasted Leroy's and Mayer's alleged prurient sexual exploits, as well as, somewhat laughably, their purported culinary extravagances, who in Bruay-en-Artois buys lobster, under the proviso that both antennae remain attached. Price is no object, one must have quality, even if it costs 300 to 400 francs a week. Who ate 800 grams of meat the night of the crime? Leroy. A daughter of the working class who has just peaceably visited her grandmother is beaten to shreds. It's an act of cannibalism. A sidebar proclaimed, only a bourgeois could have done this. The youthful gauchists, or leftists, remained wedded to a Manichaean opposition between bourgeois and proletarian that bore only a vague resemblance to the realities of contemporary French society. In post-war France, the working class, whose revolutionary potential Marx had glorified, had ceased to be a dominant political and economic force. It had been largely replaced by salaried employees, salaries, composed of white-collar workers and middle managers, cadres. The Maoists' conception of the proletariat was a highly idealized image inspired in part by Louis Althusser's books and seminars. At one point, the court inexplicably issued a search warrant for the Duver family home. A group of irate miners promptly invaded Leroy's garden, demanding justice and fulminating verbal threats. They intemperately suggested that only a death equal in brutality to the one Bridget had endured would be suitable. Rocks were hurled at the Mayer estate adjacent to the crime scene. A few days later, a group of miners' wives directly petitioned the examining magistrate, Henry Pascal, "We speak from the bottom of our hearts as mothers. Bridget was our child. The bourgeoisie treat our children like chattel. If they want to have a good time, they do with our children what they want." Ultimately, the French Supreme Court of Appeal, Cour de Cassation, found Judge Pascal biased against Leroy and, to the outrage of local residents, removed him from the case. A commemorative plaque was placed near the empty lot where Bridget's body had been found. Beside it lay an appeal to the townspeople to form an independent committee for truth and justice. A brainchild of the Maoists, the committee was intended to keep pressure on the examining magistrate and to ensure that Bridget's murderer was brought to justice. The GP activists acted as catalysts. In keeping with the Maoist doctrine of the mass line, according to which truth resides with the people, they shunned an active leadership role. Town elders, siding with Leroy, with whom many had business dealings, actively sought to disrupt the committee's activities. One miner's daughter told of being taken into custody while distributing leaflets and detained for 2 hours at a local police station. "They threatened to send us to the district court in Bethune, a neighboring town," she explained. "The police commissioner told us that we did not have the right to distribute such literature." 3. The Maoists had already planted several militants in the area, who jockeyed with the pro-communist trade union, the CGT, Confédération Générale du Travail, to win over working-class loyalties. In the Maoists' view, manifestations of working-class rage were an unequivocally positive development. It meant that the miners had surmounted their normal state of inert passivity, or, to employ the terminology of Sartre's critique of dialectical reason, their serialization, and had found the courage to openly denounce class injustice. The issue of people's tribunals had first surfaced in the aftermath of a February 1970 mining disaster near Lens, in which, following a methane gas explosion, 16 miners had perished. Predictably, the local judiciary dragged its heels when it came to prosecuting mining officials for numerous safety violations, although it did see fit to indict 6 working-class militants who had thrown a Molotov cocktail at the mining company's offices. In December, Sartre arrived to convene a popular tribunal in order to apply public pressure with an eye toward bringing those responsible for the explosion to justice. Medical experts testified concerning the condition of advanced silicosis, or black lung disease, affecting the deceased. The Lens tribunal found the state-owned mining company, Houlières, guilty of murder for having placed profits ahead of worker safety. Sartre, employing the idiom of Hegelian Marxism, argued that the Houlières directorship intentionally chose output over safety, which is to say, the production of things over people's lives, for the French judiciary remained unmoved, and no one was ever indicted for the catastrophe. At Lens, Sartre's one modest achievement was to secure the acquittal of the 6 activists who had been charged with arson. 2 months earlier, Michel Foucault and gauche proletarian leader Pierre Victor, nom de guerre of the Egyptian-born Jew Benny Levy, smitten with the ethos of revolutionary third-worldism, debated the merits of popular justice in Sartre's Les Temps modernes. For the student generation, Che, Mao, and Ho Chi Minh had become the new political idols. Che's slogan, "One, Two, Many Vietnams," was a litany recited by left-wing youth worldwide. Who could doubt that the Vietnamese struggle against American imperialism was intrinsically just? Student radicals hoped that Third World radicalism would inject meaning and substance into an otherwise moribund global revolutionary project. A casual glance at the Kremlin's ossified, septuagenarian leadership helped explain this desperate political wager. In the debate with Foucault, Victor argued that because of the existing court system's manifest class biases, the left needed to establish its own revolutionary people's tribunals. He had fully imbibed the populist spirit of China's Cultural Revolution. Its mistrust of experts and bureaucrats, "better read than expert," had been a popular slogan, its Rousseauian veneration of the popular will. Victor excelled at pushing radicalism to its absolute limits. It was this capacity that had won him acclaim among his fellow Gauchists. Yet, in this particular instance, it was Foucault who outdid Victor in revolutionary zeal. Foucault placed little trust in the existing legal system, or in any future proletarian legal system, for that matter. After all, Stalin's purge trials during the 1930s, in which an estimated 1 million people lost their lives, had become a permanent blot on the record of Soviet communism. Thus, on the one hand, like Victor, Foucault favored the summary elimination of bourgeois legality. On the other hand, he argued vigorously against the creation of the people's tribunals favored by Victor, Sartre, and other GP activists. Such organs, he believed, represented too much of a formal constraint on the spontaneity of popular will. To employ the jargon of the times, such tribunals risked congealing into an ideological state apparatus, one of Althusser's pet terms. Thereby they threatened to create a needless divide between the masses and the official repositories of power. The model of justice Foucault proposed harked back to the halcyon days of the French Revolution, the September massacres of 1792, when hundreds of helpless prisoners were put to death for fear that, with counter-revolutionary armies amassing on France's eastern frontier, the criminals might threaten the revolution's integrity. Foucault's logic was antiseptic and chilling. Now my hypothesis is not so much that the court is the natural expression of popular justice, but rather that its historical function is to ensnare it, to control it and to strangle it, by reinscribing it within institutions which are typical of a state apparatus. For example, in 1792, when war with neighboring countries broke out and the Parisian workers were called on to go and get themselves killed, they replied, "We're not going to go before we brought our enemies within our own country to court. While we will be out there exposed to danger, they'll be protected by the prisons they're locked up in. They're only waiting for us to leave in order to come out and set up the old order of things all over again." The September executions were at one and the same time an act of war against internal enemies, a political act against the manipulations of those in power, and an act of vengeance against the oppressive classes. Was this not during a period of violent revolutionary struggle at least an approximation to an act of popular justice, a response to oppression which was strategically useful and politically necessary? 5. In Foucault's eyes, spontaneous mass action possessed the added advantage of transcending the bourgeois division of labor between judge and executioner. Henceforth, the masses would assume both functions. In terms of the logic of revolutionary one-upmanship, Foucault won the debate hands down. Victor was unused to being ideologically outflanked. He could hardly believe his ears and retreated in shock. Back in Bruay, journalists throughout France descended upon the depressed little mining town, which could have served as the setting for Zola's Germinal. A miner's life expectancy was short. Black lung disease was widespread, and the living conditions squalid. In 1906 a mine collapse at a nearby pit had cost 1,101 lives. Miners told gruesome stories of co-workers who had been trapped in cave-ins. One was decapitated. The bosses demanded that the miners keep working rather than pay their respects to the deceased. Many of the accidents in question were avoidable, the result of placing profits above worker safety. As one miner explained, in the mines, only one thing counts: your ability to work and the state of your health. You're in a situation where the older you become, the less you earn. When your health deteriorates and you lose the ability to work, you're placed at the bottom of the scale. You can make 70 francs a day for 10 years and then 30 to 40 for the next 20. 6. In the eyes of the press it was Leroy's arrest rather than Brigitte's murder that was the real scandal. The Journal de Dimanche claimed it was inconceivable that someone of Leroy's educational background and social standing could have committed so heinous a crime. Even Le Monde glossed over the Bruay residents' outrage over Brigitte Touver's tragic demise. For France's newspaper of record, the injustices of class were inconsequential. Instead, Brigitte's murder was trivialized as a fate diverse, a human interest story. Outraged by Leroy's abrupt release, the Maoists decided to convene an independent Truth and Justice Commission. The GP leadership, along with fellow travelers such as Sartre and Foucault, known as Democrats, since despite their pro-Chinese sympathies, they stopped short of becoming full-fledged Maoists, traveled to Bruay in full force. If the French justice system, in collusion with the local bourgeoisie, failed to mete out just retribution for Brigitte's brutal slaying, GP activists would ensure that the people's will was carried out. The GP inclination toward militancy had been stoked by the February slaying of a young Maoist, Pierre Auvergne, at a Renault factory on the outskirts of Paris. Weeks earlier, factory officials had uncovered several Maoist militants who had infiltrated the plant for organizing purposes. Once they were discovered, the undercover Maoists were promptly dismissed. A wave of violent confrontations and protests ensued. The Maoists outfitted themselves in riot gear. Victor himself could often be seen leading the charge. Auverney's death, at the tender age of 23, precipitated a major crisis among the Maoists. For years, in keeping with their self-understanding as militants, they had glorified the virtues of revolutionary violence. This ethos of uncompromising revolutionism in part distinguished the Maoists from the reformist orientation of the French communists, not to mention the openly reformist socialists, who, since the liberation, had enjoyed a comfortable niche in the French electoral system. But with Auverney's senseless murder, the Maoists were forced to face up to the political implications of their own rhetorical excess. They realized that their own doctrine of violent class confrontation was indirectly responsible for the young workers' senseless death. Many gauche proletarian activists were justly horrified when they were forced to confront directly the sanguinary repercussions of their own political radicalism. According to some reports, the intrepid Victor was observed leaving the Renault factory scene convulsed with tears. Several days later, Auverney's corpse was interred at the Père Lachaise cemetery. Remarkably, a cortege of 200,000 mourners followed the casket to its final resting place. At the head of the procession marched a number of high-profile Maoist sympathizers: Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, future Socialist Prime Minister Michel Rocard, as well as the actresses Simone Signoret and Jane Fonda. Fonda was in Paris during the filming of Jean-Luc Godard's ode to the recent spate of French factory occupations Tout va bien. There could be no mistaking the fact that Maoism, which began as the brainchild of a few wayward Normalians, had in the meantime acquired considerable cultural cachet as radical chic. Yet, as the godfather of French Maoism, Louis Althusser, aptly observed on the occasion of Auverney's funeral, today they are not burying Pierre Auvergne, they are burying Gauchism 7. In retaliation for Auverney's killing, the gauche proletarian's military wing, the so-called Nouvelle Resistance Populaire, NRP, kidnapped the Renault plant foreman, Robert Nogaret, only to release him 2 days later, unharmed. 8 Until then, the Maoists were perceived as victims of government repression and had enjoyed broad popular support. However, the decision to abduct Nogaret backfired egregiously. The Maoist action was roundly condemned by the bourgeois press but also by other gauchists. The political mood in France had perceptibly changed. The public's tolerance for demonstrative acts of violence was negligible. It had observed the consequences of left-wing terrorism in the neighboring lands of Italy and Germany and found them wholly distasteful. 9. Later on, the Maoists claimed that the weapons they had used during the Nogaret abduction had not been loaded. A similar attraction and revulsion vis-à-vis the lure of revolutionary violence would characterize Maoist militancy throughout all its phases. That the term resistance figured in the group's name was hardly an accident. It bespoke the Gauchist conviction that under de Gaulle's rule, and, as of 1971, under Pompidou's, the French were living under a right-wing dictatorship. According to the far-left political optic, France was an occupied country that needed to be liberated. Coming on the heels of Pierre Auverney's death, for French Gauchism the showdown at Bruay-en-Artois represented a point of no return. Memories of the unprecedented revolutionary upsurge that was May 1968 were rapidly receding. A period of political normalcy had set in. Many gauche proletarian activists had begun to doubt whether they were still living in a revolutionary age. Moreover, several prominent Maoists, among them, the philosopher André Glucksmann, had serious doubts concerning Leroy's guilt. They felt that, by prejudging him, their comrades had proceeded rashly and irresponsibly. How would the Maoists act in the event they adjudged Leroy guilty? Would they cross the line to political murder, or terror, as their opposite numbers in Germany and Italy had already done? Victor, channeling Saint Just, observed that under the circumstances revolutionary violence was entirely justified. As he commented in the pages of La Cause du Peuple, it is necessary to pose the question, if Leroy is set free, would the population be justified in seizing him? We respond, yes. In order to reverse the authority of the bourgeoisie, the humiliated population would be right to institute a brief period of terror and to strike at a handful of contemptible, hateful individuals. A principle of popular justice that would suppress that natural course of justice on the part of the population would be a principle of oppression that would reproduce the principle of all the judiciary apparatuses based on exploitation. For us, class hatred is creative. It is the necessary point of departure. Point 10. Surprisingly, one of the Democrats who argued vigorously for restraint was Sartre. On the one hand, Sartre wholeheartedly endorsed the Bruay miners' involvement in the struggle to determine Leroy's guilt or innocence. Their activism proved that they refused to be duped by the system, that class consciousness was alive and well. On the other hand, Sartre strenuously objected to the inculpatory tone of the Cause du Peuple articles. In Lynching or Popular Justice, he expressed his concern that the miners' visceral class hatred would trump the presumption of innocence. Point 11. After all, the evidence for Leroy's guilt remains sketchy. Moreover, as Sartre pointed out, lynching was a reactionary form of justice, a species of mob violence that had been popularized in the American South. As such, it was hardly a model for committed leftists to emulate. Sartre also claimed that it would be a tragic error to allow the dictates of class belonging to determine an individual's fate. Thereby, he remained true to his later philosophical mission, reconciling existentialism's focus on individual freedom with Marxism's emphasis on the dynamics of history and class struggle. In lieu of convincing proof of Leroy's guilt, the Maoist position remained little more than an incitement to vigilantism. Nevertheless, led by Victor, the Maoists remained immovable. Replying to Sartre in the same issue of La Cause du Peuple, they accused him of driving a wedge between the bourgeoisie as a class and Leroy the individual. Thereby, the editors insinuated that by defending Leroy and the norms of due process, Sartre's analysis, like his philosophy in general, remained beholden to an ethos of petty bourgeois individualism. They contended that Sartre had lost sight of the class character of the Leroy affair. The editors claimed that in the mind of the average Bruay resident, the Leroy gang and the bourgeoisie had become synonymous. But was class justice in the name of the downtrodden genuinely preferable to bourgeois class justice? The lessons of history associated with the names of Stalin, Mao, and Pol Pot who, during the 1950s, learned the Marxist catechism at the finest Parisian universities suggested otherwise. One observer correctly noted, "What type of political power will this revolution produce if it succeeds in imposing a communist catechism that proves conducive to an oppressive authoritarianism in its will to extirpate laziness, perversity, and marginality? The perfect society would be that of honest families, good workers, devoted comrades, heroic resistance, courageous women, and noble laborers." 12. The intemperate leftists risk substituting the communist definition of normalcy for bourgeois normalcy. The resultant right-thinking individuals would seem little more than pale imitations of their bourgeois counterparts. In the post-May period, French leftists realized that it was impossible to reconcile the austere tenets of dialectical materialism with the joyful wisdom, Nietzsche, sought by the counterculture. Such dilemmas would impel a number of prominent GP stalwarts to become staunch human rights advocates. They had experienced the excesses of leftism firsthand and recoiled in horror at what they had seen. One could say that the ethos of droit el humanisme that flourished during the 1970s and 1980s was one of the primary, if unintended, consequences of the Gauchist experience. After Judge Pascal was removed from the case, the new judge failed to convene a grand jury to review the evidence, and Leroy never stood trial for Bridget's slaying. Sadly, to this day, her death remains an unsolved crime, and her murderer has never been found. Bruay-en-Artois had turned into a mini-laboratory of left-wing political correctness. Soon, the fault lines of leftism stood fully exposed, and the delusions of Gauchism began to unravel. Remaining faithful to the Maoist doctrine of the mass line, the GP leadership held that truth lay with the masses. In opposition to Sartre, they insisted that were popular justice exposed to the formal hindrances of rules and procedures, the natural movement of justice on the part of the population would be fatally impeded. As a result, a formal judicial apparatus external to the masses would gain the upper hand. 13. Since Foucault, like Sartre, was a prominent Maoist sympathizer, he was numbered among the so-called Democrats, or well-disposed fellow travelers. Foucault's attitude toward the Bruay-en-Artois affair was rife with ambivalence. On the one hand, he was convinced that Leroy was guilty. On the other hand, the situation's political explosiveness made him distinctly uncomfortable. He therefore resigned himself to the role of an onlooker or observer. 14. Although in the debate with Victor, Foucault had posed as an advocate of popular justice, in Bruay, having observed the phenomenon from up close, he was revolted by what he saw. In his view, the Bruay protests risked degenerating at any moment into the crudest form of unthinking mob violence. Thus, despite his theoretical attraction to the September massacres, ultimately Foucault realized that this was not a political model to be emulated or encouraged. Instead, he came to view the potential for unmediated popular violence he had witnessed as distinctly fascistic. He began to wonder, was not the Gauchist intoxication with revolutionary violence merely a left-wing analog of fascism's fascination with political sadism? After all, had not critics of totalitarianism long suggested that left and right-wing dictatorships were merely mirror images of one another? In his preface to Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, written later that year, Foucault formulated his thoughts on these challenging political themes. As he inquired, how does one keep from being fascist, even, especially, when one believes oneself to be a revolutionary militant? How do we rid our speech and our acts, our hearts and our pleasures, of fascism? How do we ferret out the fascism that is ingrained in our behavior? 15. Here was an authoritarian temptation from which left-wing militants were by no means immune. At Bruay, a growing contingent of Maoists suddenly refused to follow Victor's lead. In essence, Victor was confronted with a palace revolution. Among the prominent defectors were André Glucksmann, Christian Jamet, and Cause du Peuple editor Jean-Pierre Le Dantec. They rejected the claim that the Leroy affair was the turning point in working-class history that Victor and his allies had made it out to be. Victor felt that, at Bruay, his puritanical ideological line had been undermined by Maoism's libertarian current. Shortly after the May 1968 uprising, French Maoism had split into two groups, a more dogmatic, neo-Leninist, orthodox wing, represented by Victor and the Gauche Proletariat, and a Dionysian current that focused on the politics of everyday life, women's liberation, homosexual identity, and experimentation with alternative lifestyles. In retrospect, Victor viewed the crisis at Bruay as the revenge of French Maoism's so-called libidinal wing. For years the Maoists strove to construct an alternative political reality to compensate for the paucity of creditable domestic political choices. In this way, the GP leadership had fabricated a delusory, eschatological image of the proletariat as the solution to the riddle of history, Marx. Amid the hysteria and confusion of Bruay-en-Artois, such delusions proved unsustainable. Chapter 2. France during the 1960s. Who would honestly believe that, at age 67, I would start a new career as a dictator? Charles de Gaulle, 1958. One cannot reign innocently. Louis Antoine Saint-Just, 1792. The Man of June 18. From 1958 to 1969, General Charles de Gaulle wholly dominated the landscape of French politics. One cannot understand France during the 1960s, as well as the nature of the political system against which the 68ers rebelled, without examining the general's central role. By the same token, the political closure the general had mandated engendered a trenchant body of oppositional cultural criticism that ultimately succeeded in undermining Gaullism's credibility as a political model. As the decade evolved, path-breaking works of fiction, film, and theory emerged, forming a cultural template through which the 68ers viewed the shortcomings of post-war French society. As of the spring of 1958, the Algerian War had raged for 4 years. On both sides, atrocities had become commonplace. The National Liberation Front, FLN, regularly perpetrated terrorist acts against European settlers, who numbered approximately 1 million, as part of their effort to gain independence. In view of the French government's intransigent refusal to negotiate, the FLN felt it had no choice. That year, the rebels crossed a threshold by targeting military sites on French soil. The French army, for its part, routinely engaged in acts of torture in defiance of international law. According to a September 1957 report, as many as 3,000 Algerians taken for questioning were never seen again, some dying under torture, some finished off to prevent their lodging unofficial complaints, and others summarily executed or shot attempting to escape when it was anything but a clean war. Instead, savage acts of reprisal had become everyday occurrences. In May 1958, events suddenly took a sinister turn. Just as French politicians had seriously begun entertaining the idea of negotiations, throngs of settlers stormed the Algerian capital, overthrowing the colonial administration. This was the signal that the French military, still licking its wounds from its humiliating defeat at Dien Bien Phu 4 years earlier, had seemed to be waiting for. At this point the generals entered the picture. Perhaps in Algeria they could regain the honor that had been tarnished in Indochina. Following the civilian insurrection, on May 13 they stepped in to declare the previous regime null and void. Led by Generals Jacques Massou and Raoul Salin, and following the script of a questionable republican tradition, they proclaimed the rule of a Committee of Public Safety, to be headed by General Salin. The generals' political aims were twofold. First, they hoped they could block the impending ministry of Pierre Pflimlin, a political moderate who in a recent interview had raised the prospect of resolving the crisis via a negotiated settlement. Their other goal was to pave the way for de Gaulle's seizure of power. Two of de Gaulle's supporters, Léon Delbecq and Jacques Soutelly, had already entered into secret negotiations with Massou and Salin. The generals sought to force the hand of a severely weakened government, precipitating a crisis that only a military strongman like de Gaulle could resolve. Since the colonial generals had ceased to obey their civilian leaders and had opted for rebellion, authorities in Paris were now confronted with sedition. But just when it seemed that the situation had reached a nadir, metropolitan France appeared to be at risk. Rebellious paratroopers invaded Corsica, where they formed a Committee of Public Safety, in essence, a junta. Could the French mainland be next? In fact, the generals were already planning Operation Resurrection, a military coup targeting Paris that was scheduled for May 27. Political analysts saw eerie parallels with Franco's seizure of power some 20 years earlier. In that case, too, a general had used an African base to foment civil war in the metropole. The end result had been 37 years of dictatorial rule. Throughout its life, the Fourth Republic had been plagued by interminable parliamentary jockeying. The Communists, who, by virtue of their prestige as resistance, were one of the Fourth Republic's leading parties, delighted in playing the role of spoiler, seizing every available opportunity to undermine prospects for political consensus. But it was the Algerian War and the May 1958 military putsch that proved to be the straw that broke the camel's back. No one believed that the Republic's familiar cast of well-meaning political mediocrities could resolve the crisis. Their credibility had been permanently tainted by the Fourth Republic's rickety performance at home and abroad. The situation seemed to demand a political savior, and only one figure could plausibly play that role, Charles de Gaulle, the man of June 18, 1940. As a Le Monde journalist put it, the Republic had only one defense between it and fascism, and that lay in the physical person of Charles de Gaulle too. 18 years earlier, as France lay prostrate before the goose-stepping conquerors from across the Rhine, de Gaulle, in a landmark radio broadcast from London, summoned the nation to permanent resistance. De Gaulle was, to be sure, an autocrat. But unlike Pétain, he was a republican autocrat. In 1946 he abruptly abandoned the Fourth Republic, whose parliamentary constitution and party system he scorned. 12 years later, as France tottered on the brink of civil war, de Gaulle seemed to be a figure whom both sides felt they could trust. After he was summoned to lead in May 1958, the general engineered a brilliant political coup d'état. During a visit to Algeria he announced to the insurrectionary colonials, "I have understood you. Je vous ai compris." The French Algerians interpreted this declaration as an endorsement of their cause and affirmation of Algeria's undying Frenchness. Yet the statement was sufficiently ambiguous to permit de Gaulle to placate both sides. De Gaulle's return had temporarily solved the Fourth Republic's political crisis, but the dispute over Algerian independence would require another 4 years to resolve. Although de Gaulle had managed to bring the so-called ultras, or putschists, back into line, by trying to play both sides of the Algerian question, he was merely postponing the inevitable. The Algerian independence movement had occurred at the peak of the decolonization fervor. In recent years France had ceded independence to Indochina, Morocco, and Tunisia. A fully sovereign Algeria, where natives outnumbered Europeans by 10 to 1, seemed to be merely a question of time. In 1961 a group of disaffected generals once again attempted to seize power in Algiers. That same year, the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, OAS, rocked metropolitan France with a series of vicious terrorist attacks. In September de Gaulle himself narrowly escaped assassination. A year later, a pro-Algerian demonstration by French Muslims was brutally suppressed by the Paris police. The death toll was well over 100. To resolve the May 1958 crisis, de Gaulle was granted emergency powers. He was also licensed to formulate a new constitution whose precepts drew upon his 1946 Bayeux program. Its hallmark was a strong executive branch. Whereas France's two previous republics had been resolutely parliamentary, the Fifth Republic would be a presidential republic. De Gaulle's prestige was enhanced by the fact that he had re-emerged from self-imposed exile to find the traditional party system in tatters. Both the socialists and the radicals had disappointed their followers over their irresolute handling of the Algerian crisis. Their leaderships further split over whether to accept the mixed blessing of de Gaulle as the republic's savior. In September the new constitution was presented to the nation for approval in a referendum. Few voters wished to return to the earlier, unstable parliamentary model, and the new constitution gained 80% of the vote. Of course, the recourse to plebiscites was one of the hallmarks of 20th-century authoritarian rule. It was one of de Gaulle's favorite tactics, since it allowed him to circumvent parliament and appeal directly to the nation or people. In December de Gaulle was elected by a wide margin as the Fifth Republic's first president. In due course, the presidential republic would metamorphose into an imperial presidency. During his tenure the presidential residence, the Élysée Palace, was justly known as Élysée Château. Although the zeitgeist was profoundly youth-oriented, for the ensuing 10 years France would be ruled by a haughty septuagenarian. Yet, no other contemporary political figure could rival the general's charisma. De Gaulle's dramatic return from the wilderness years at Colombier-les-Deux Églises confirmed a time-honored cycle of French political culture, the oscillation between revolutionary upsurge and autocracy. The bloody and divisive Algerian conflict had a profound impact on the current generation of lycéens, or high school students. Rather than viewing de Gaulle as a savior, they perceived him as someone who had irresponsibly allowed the tragedy to persist for an additional 4 years. During les années noires of 1940–44, France had been the victim of a brutal occupation. In the eyes of French youth, the Algerian War, with its attendant cruelty and sadism, had transformed France from a nation of victims to a nation of perpetrators. In Algeria, the French themselves had become the occupiers. The conflict reinforced French youth's sense of political alienation, its anti-authoritarianism, and bred a pervasive cynicism concerning the Fifth Republic's political institutions. Its disaffection from mainstream politics set the stage for the emergence of Gauchism, the proliferation of micro-political groups that would stake out terrain to the left of the communists and their allies. By no means did the Algerian conflict bring out the best among France's vaunted caste of intellectual mandarins. Sartre wrote an inflammatory preface to Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, in which he celebrated the redemptive qualities of political violence. He contended that for the colonized to kill Europeans was an essential act of political self-affirmation. Yet, by virtue of his refusal to distinguish between civilians and combatants, Sartre's preface tacitly underwrote FLN terrorism. He failed to appreciate the fact that FLN violence had become the raison d'être for the systematic excesses perpetrated by the French army. Camus, who had been born and educated in Algeria, seemed trapped in an ethical and political no man's land. Initially, he cautioned restraint on both sides, a message that few were prepared to accept. His compassion for the lot of the oppressed native Algerians was genuine. By the same token, Camus never came out with the unambiguous declaration of support for Algerian independence that so many on the left had hoped for. His admirers were disappointed by the fact that his 1957 Nobel Prize acceptance speech made no mention of the Algerian conflagration. In retrospect, Camus failed to live up to the two precepts of intellectual integrity he had specified in his Nobel address: 1. The refusal to lie about what we know, and 2. Resistance against oppression. Upon accepting the prize, Camus made a telltale verbal slip. When asked for his opinion about the conflict, he declared that although he believed in justice in the case at hand, he felt it was more important to defend his Algerian-born mother, thereby implying uncritical solidarity with the colonists. When confronted with the war in Algeria and the agonizing decision it meant for him as a pied noir, Camus could not simply live up to his own definition of intellectual responsibility. 3 years later, Camus died the consummate existential death, the victim of a senseless traffic fatality. Among French students, the Algerian War was an important run-up to the May events. At the time, the Union Nationale d'étudiants français, UNEF, or National Student Union, acted heroically in protesting against the war, supporting Algerian self-determination, and denouncing the French army's widespread use of torture. The UNEF also sponsored numerous teach-ins to heighten student awareness about the conflict, a practice it would revive at the height of the Vietnam War protests. In retrospect, the UNEF's political acumen far surpassed that of the established left communists, socialists, and radicals whose representatives pursued a more measured and cautious approach. The UNEF was also a prominent participant in the February 1962 anti-OAS protest, when a police charge at the Quran metro station resulted in 9 deaths and more than 150 injuries. 4. During the 1960s, French society continued to modernize at an unprecedented pace. Conversely, the French political class, with de Gaulle at the helm, remained drastically out of sync. In many respects, the political system was an atavism. It had been conceived at the time of the Third Republic, whereas by the 1960s France was well into its fifth. This marked disjunction between society and politics was one of the May Uprising's root causes. One might say that, in May, French civil society avenged itself against the political system's reprehensible aloofness. 5. Les Trente Glorieuses. In France, the years 1945 to 75 have frequently been described as Les Trente Glorieuses, the 30 glorious years, a reference to the unprecedented explosion of economic growth and consumer affluence. Commentators have characterized this period as nothing less than a second French Revolution, so vast and sweeping was the metamorphosis French society experienced. Observers have claimed, hyperbolically, that only following World War II did France finally emerge from the Middle Ages, for it was only after 1945 that France ceased to be a predominantly rural agrarian society and fitfully became modern. In his book Les Trente Glorieuses, sociologist Jean Forestier begins with a parable. 6 He contrasts the social condition of two rural French villages, Madeira and Cessac. Madeira is a paragon of underdevelopment, to the point where it could conceivably be located in the Balkans or southern Europe. The inhabitants of Madeira are practicing Catholics and attend church regularly. Most of them were born within a 5-mile radius of the village and will spend their entire lives there. Of Madeira's 574 inhabitants, 274 are actively employed. Among the latter, 208, or approximately 75%, work in agriculture. Their methods of cultivation have remained traditional. The entire village possesses only 2 tractors. Agricultural production is Madeira's sole source of income. Its inhabitants are, by any stretch of the imagination, poor. They can afford to eat meat only once a week. They rarely consume butter. The only cheese they eat must be produced locally, since the villagers cannot afford to purchase it from the outside. As Forestier makes clear, Madeira has changed very little over the course of the previous 100 years. The dominant patterns of private and vocational life resemble models that were established in the mid-19th century. Cessac, conversely, is a paragon of bustle and middle-class upward social mobility. The standard of living is 4 to 5 times that of Madeira. Of 215 actively employed citizens, only 50 work in agriculture. The majority 102 work in the service or tertiary sector. They are office workers or administrators in finance or commerce. The adoption of modern agricultural production techniques has greatly enhanced the villagers' productivity. It takes Cessac farmers only 1 hour to produce what their counterparts in Madeira produce in 12. 50 years ago, on Sunday mornings the local church would fill up twice. Nowadays, this occurs only on religious holidays. But not all the changes in Cessac have been for the better. As with other big cities, the town streets are often choked with traffic and afflicted with noise pollution. Parking is scarce. At the end of this edifying study in contrasts, Forestier confesses that he has been having some fun at his readers' expense. The 2 towns he has been comparing are fictional. The differences he describes are, in fact, longitudinal rather than latitudinal. The sociologist portrays the modernization of one particular village, Duel en Corsi, from 1945 to 1975. If one were to assess Duel's dramatic socio-economic ascent during this period, the reduction in mortality rates and needless physical suffering, the increased availability of education, information, and culture, easy access to state-of-the-art material and creature comforts, one may be tempted to conclude that one of Charles Fourier's social utopias has been realized. Duel's case was paradigmatic. Over a span of 30 years, France had become a hypermodern, post-industrial polity. The population swelled from 42 million to 56 million. Whereas in 1945 1/3 of French workers toiled in the agricultural sector, by 1975 a mere 10% did so. The demise of the peasantry, which traditionally had been one of the mainstays of French social and political life, as well as the backbone of La France Profonde, signaled a permanent and dramatic sociological shift. The urban working class was another casualty of France's rapid modernization. As in other Western societies, during Les Trente Glorieuses France's core industrial sectors, such as mining and metallurgy, experienced a rash decline. Automation favored unskilled over skilled labor, rendering apprenticeships superfluous and undermining class cohesion. The descaling of industry also meant that many posts could now be filled by the rising influx of North African immigrants, which further altered traditional working class composition. By the 1980s many workers who had traditionally voted for the Communists transferred their allegiance to Jean-Marie Le Pen's anti-immigrant National Front. During the 1960s, women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers. The structural transformation of work and the attractions of the affluent society combined to render the traditional Marxist notion of class struggle antiquated. Farewell to the Working Class, the title of a 1982 study by André Gortz, aptly summarized the French left's resignation. If the proletariat was no longer a viable agent of revolutionary transformation, Marxism had become bereft of meaning. By the 1970s, 85% of the French workforce earned its daily bread as salaried employees. Salaries, a broad rubric that included professionals, service industry workers, civil servants, teachers, and middle managers. This group would become the leading constituency of François Mitterrand's Socialist Party. Their support would account for the socialists' stunning electoral victory of May 1981, which has often been viewed as a post hoc confirmation of May 1968. As the number of salaried employees rose, smallholders, shopkeepers, the self-employed, and independent farmers, a traditional French occupational strength, became increasingly scarce. At the same time, a major new professional grouping emerged, cadres, or the managerial class. When all is said and done, during Les Trente Glorieuses, France underwent a more radical social and cultural transformation than it had experienced during the entire previous century. During this period, a vast metamorphosis of everyday life occurred. As a nation, the French were both enthralled by the seemingly boundless expansion of possibilities and unsettled by the breathtaking pace of social and cultural change, which disrupted so many well-ingrained, traditional assumptions about custom, family, place, and belief. Banalization. The 30 glorious years witnessed the proliferation of mass-market paperbacks, youth culture, and the rise of consumer society, la société de consommation. The advertising industry's influence seemed omnipresent. Billboards, magazines, and cinema houses sung the praises of consumer affluence. The semiotics of publicity implored citizens to partake of the new ethos of socially administered hedonism. One prescient critic writing in the early 1950s observed, "A mental disease has swept the planet, banalization. Everyone is hypnotized by production and convenience's sewage system, elevator, bathroom, washing machine." This state of affairs, arising out of a struggle against poverty, has overshot its ultimate goal, the liberation of man from cares, and become an obsessive image hanging over the present. Presented with the alternative of love or a garbage disposal unit, young people of all countries prefer the garbage disposal unit. It has become essential to bring about a complete spiritual transformation by bringing to light forgotten desires and by creating entirely new ones. And by creating an intensive propaganda in favor of these desires. Point 7. The hardships of the laboring society had ceded to the blandishments of the affluent society. Faced with the enticements of modern consumerism, orthodox Marxism seemed flatly outdated. The epicenter of alienation no longer resided in the workplace, as Marx had contended. It lay with the sphere of circulation. Little wonder that during this period semiotics, the study of signs, became intellectually fashionable. As a paradigm, semiotics alone seemed capable of doing justice to the omnipresence of consumer choice as an expression of false consciousness. In Mythologies, Roland Barthes brilliantly analyzed the appearance world of late modern commodity fetishism, the wrestling matches, detergent boxes, cinematic delusions, travel guides, and bestsellers that had become icons of totemistic veneration. And in The System of Objects, Jean Baudrillard insightfully described the erotic core of modern consumerism. Advertising serves as a permanent display of the buying power, be it real or virtual, of society overall. Whether we partake of it personally or not, we all live and breathe this buying power. The mechanics of buying, which is already libidinally charged, gives way to a complete eroticization of choosing and spending. Our modern environment assails us relentlessly, especially in the cities, with its lights and its images, its incessant inducements to status consciousness and narcissism, emotional involvement, and obligatory relationships. We live in a cold-blooded carnival atmosphere, a formal yet electrifying ambience of empty sensual gratification wherein the actual process of buying and consuming is demonstrated, illuminated, mimicked. much as the sexual act is anticipated by dance. 8. Increasingly, it seemed that the world of things flourished while their owners languished. The austere, impersonal world conjured up by Alan Rob Grillett's anti-psychological novels appeared to be a perfect illustration of this trend. In works such as The Erasers and The Voyeurs, the object world seemed to gain the upper hand. Persons had become supernumerary superfluous appendages. The Nouveau Roman portrayed a society in which the individuals have lost all their truly primordial importance and have fallen to the level of mere anecdote. Corresponding to this diminution of the importance of character was the strengthening of the autonomy of objects. 9. The structuralist vogue reflected similar tendencies. As an intellectual paradigm, structuralism's ascent corresponded to humanism's demise. Structuralism sought to offset the delusions of human autonomy, the narcissistic pretense that thought and action had a meaningful impact on the world. Instead, structuralism suggested that subjectivity was conditioned by a sequence of immutable cultural constants, language, myth, and the unconscious. But what structured structuralism? As many commentators have observed, structuralism's rise correlated with the Fifth Republic's acute socio-political impasse, the feeling that de Gaulle's presidency had hardened into an immovable autocracy. By declaring subjectivity null and void, were the structuralists not generalizing their generation's deep-seated political frustrations? Little wonder, then, that the 68ers, colloquially known as the children of Marx and Coca-Cola, placed cultural concerns at the center of their revolt. It was also unsurprising that they found the heritage of surrealism a movement that had embraced Rimbaud's slogan "Change life. Change es la vie." So congenial. One of the keys to understanding May 1968 politically is that it was less concerned with seizing political power than with rescuing everyday life from the sinister clutches of the hidden persuaders who had colonized it. Marx prophesied that working-class immiseration would be the revolution's driving force. But the May Revolt erupted paradoxically amid a climate of unprecedented affluence. The striking disjunction between cultural modernization and France's endemic political traditionalism, as embodied by de Gaulle's imperial presidency, was undoubtedly one of the major precipitating factors subtending the May Revolt. With the ravages of the Algerian War still fresh in mind, the post-war generation had simply lost confidence in the Fifth Republic's capacity to reform itself. France remained a highly traditional society in other respects as well. A smug coterie of elites monopolized the corridors of power as well as the venues of cultural prestige. Prospects for upward social mobility remained correspondingly circumscribed. 10. The system of higher education was a dinosaur. The curriculum was woefully traditional, and its stifling Napoleonic centralization meant that it remained badly out of touch with the cultural concerns of contemporary youth. Educational methods reflected an arid Cartesian formalism that discouraged creativity and individual initiative. Whereas broader cultural trends encouraged immoderation and the joys of immediate gratification, French pedagogy remained didactic and austere. Professors assumed that students had nothing to contribute to the educational process. Hence, dialogue between the two groups was rare. Students mocked universities as knowledge vending machines and diploma factories. Between 1955 and 1967 the student population had increased by 300% from 150,000 to 510,000. Heretofore, higher education had been reserved for the social elite. However, given recent demographic changes, these expectations were no longer realistic. An open admissions policy, a democratic legacy of French republicanism, formally guaranteed a place for every student who had successfully completed the baccalaureate. Plans for expansion were belated and half-hearted. Enrollment in the humanities had soared, yet very few practical provisions had been made to accommodate the increase. It was anyone's guess whether graduates would find employment matching their sophisticated educational training. Thus, especially in the humanities, student anxieties ran high. In 1967 the government responded maladroitly by proposing the Fouchet reforms, named after Minister of Education Christian Fouchet, recommending selective admissions as a way of paring down France's burgeoning student population, a gambit that catapulted student anxiety into overdrive. In many respects, the university system was a time bomb waiting to explode. In a prescient 1964 article, the philosopher Paul Ricoeur glimpsed the writing on the wall: if the country does not monitor the growth of the university in reasonable fashion, it will experience a student explosion as a national cataclysm. 11. The persistence of the old regime. Atavistic traces of court society suffused French social and political life. France's paternalistic administrative culture was a perfect case in point. In the old regime and the Revolution, Alexis de Tocqueville bemoaned the French administrative system, which attempted to foresee everything, to take care of everything, always better aware of the citizen's interests than the citizen himself, ever active and sterile. 12. The situation had changed very little since Tocqueville's day. The dominant mentality of French organizational life remained hierarchical, combined with a marked aversion to participatory decision-making. The result was a seemingly unbridgeable gulf between administrative elites and their minions. Input that challenged the elite's decision-making monopoly was rejected a priori. Lower-level employees, to accommodate their superiors, would voluntarily adopt a policy of self-censorship. Why bother to provide higher UPS with unwelcome information? They reasoned. Those in positions of power thereby ended up foolishly depriving themselves of the information they needed to make informed and intelligent decisions. As one analyst lamented, centralization and stratification are such insuperable barriers to communication that the adverse consequences of bureaucratic decisions take a long time to become apparent. The system cannot learn from its mistakes, and it has a constant tendency to close in upon itself. 13. It was this ossified organizational mold that the 68ers sought to overturn. The post-war stress on managerial expertise meant that French society was increasingly subjected to the machinations and designs of aloof state planning bureaus. From a democratic perspective, it seemed that technocracy had supplanted politics, and experts had replaced citizens. Higher education was fully implicated in these developments. The École Nationale d'Administration, ENA, for example, was a Mandarin institution charged with training political and administrative elites. Graduates were colloquially known as énarques. In the eyes of critics, its ideal of a perfectly ordered society seemed like an Enlightenment experiment gone haywire. As one skeptical commentator remarked, the history of the énarques is the history of Paris's decline. 14. According to the ENA's detractors, its graduates were soulless technocrats, direct descendants of T.S. Eliot's hollow men. These new organization men were now running France. In an age of specialization, one of the university's main functions was to provide government and industry with managers and experts. Knowledge had forfeited its prior innocence. As Foucault suggested in several path-breaking works, knowledge was hardly neutral or value-free. It was involved in the maintenance of social power, a sine qua non for the reproduction of the disciplinary society. Among French students, the field of sociology was a chief offender. Its reliance on quantitative methods and empirical research meant that it had become little more than a data provider, a handmaiden to the forces of governmentality. It was hardly a coincidence that a number of prominent 68ers had been sociology majors. A few months prior to the May Rebellion, Daniel Cohn-Bendit published an essay entitled Why Sociologists? Pourquoi des Sociologues, which addressed the relationship between the social sciences and the evils of political technocracy. Rule by professional politicians and experts, who viewed the populace as fodder for managerial control, negated the ideal of self-determination that is democracy's normative crux. Another one of Cohn-Bendit's targets was the burgeoning field of industrial sociology. Increasingly, social scientists were being hired as corporate consultants to boost industrial efficiency. The information society craved technical expertise, and in university-trained social scientists, it found a bountiful supply of willing accomplices. Cohn-Bendit was especially critical of the 1927-32 Mayo experiments at Chicago's Western Electric Hawthorne Works, which demonstrated how industrial output could be enhanced by isolating workers in small groups. In Cohn-Bendit's view, Mayo's narrow-minded focus on data collection remained oblivious to the values of social philosophy, that is, sociology's ability to articulate substantive questions and concerns, and inaugurated the age of empirical sociology. By banishing normative considerations while seeking objectively to register facts, empiricism nurtured a mentality of political passivity. As Cohn-Bendit observed, the transformation of academic sociology into a branch of independent study with scientific pretensions corresponds to the transformation of competitive capitalism into a state-controlled economy. From that point, the new social psychology has been used by the bourgeoisie to help rationalize society without jeopardizing either profits or stability. The evidence is all around us. Industrial sociology is chiefly concerned with fitting the man with the job. The converse need to fit the job to the man is neglected. Sociologists are paid by the employers and must therefore work for the aims of our economic system, maximum production for maximum profit. Point 15. Since the university played a central role in adapting knowledge to meet the new requirements of managerial efficiency, among students with a developed social conscience, it became a natural target of criticism. Paradoxically, although during the post-war years the French had achieved an unprecedented level of material well-being, as a people they seemed remarkably discontent. In fact, the denizens of Madeira, that fictive archetype of socio-cultural backwardness, were undoubtedly more content with their lot than their sophisticated metropolitan counterparts. Despite its limitations, traditional French society possessed the virtues of stability and familiarity. Conversely, the affluent society of the 1960s presented citizens with a dizzying array of pseudo-choices: cultural choice, vocational choice, lifestyle choice, and consumer choice. By the same token, as de Gaulle's tenure in office persisted, French citizens felt they had been all but deprived of meaningful political choice. In a few short decades, France was transformed from a regimented class society into a stratified agglomeration of atomized individuals. Expectations of material well-being had increased dramatically. Yet, as a people, the French seemed increasingly dissatisfied, for in and of itself affluence has no natural stopping point. No matter how economically well off the middle class became, there always seemed room for further improvement. French society appeared glued to a treadmill of acquisitiveness. Enhanced material satisfaction translated into a diffuse yet undeniable existential queasiness. The French soon realized that happiness could not be quantified. In March 1968 an article appeared in Le Monde declaring the French are bored, les Français s'ennuyent. 16 It seemed that France was at risk of becoming a society of nondescript, impersonal functionaries focused on an endless series of meaningless bureaucratic tasks. Social life had congealed into a congeries of stultifying and familiar routines, a condition aptly summarized by the phrase métro boulot dodo, metro job sleep. On the eve of the May Revolt, a Situationist International tract proclaimed, "We don't want to live in a world that guarantees not dying of hunger at the cost of dying of boredom." 17 In the same spirit a celebrated May 1968 graffito declared, "Boredom is counter-revolutionary." Ironically, the same month that the article in Le Monde appeared, the Nanterre campus erupted with a student strike, the celebrated March 22 movement which, in a few weeks, spread to the heart of the Latin Quarter. As faculty member Didier Ancieux, writing under the pseudonym Epistemon, put it, "I'm not bored anymore." 18. The revolution of everyday life. One of the central motifs of 1960s cultural criticism was the critique of everyday life, la critique de la vie quotidienne. Under conditions of classical capitalism, domination was largely confined to the workplace. One's private life, or what remained thereof following a 16-hour workday, was one's own. But the demands of consumer capitalism had altered the picture entirely. There was no longer anything private about private life. Under the guise of leisure time, it had been colonized by the forces of industry, pervaded by enticements to consumer affluence, as it were. Everyday life had been stripped of its naturalness, its informality, and thus its integrity. Whether one rode the metro, went to the cinema, strolled the grand boulevards, or watched television, the iconography of consumption had become total and inescapable. In the post-war years, French material culture had been transformed to the point of unrecognizability. As Henry Lefebvre observed in his influential study Everyday Life in the Modern World, we are undergoing a painful and premature revision of our old values. Leisure is no longer a festival, the reward of labor, and it is not yet a freely chosen activity pursued for itself. It is a generalized display, television, cinema, tourism. 19. Leftism, Gauchism, developed an interpretive framework that allowed the student radicals to articulate their aspirations for political change in light of 1. Communism's epic historical failures and 2. The new ways that power had begun to infiltrate the interstices of everyday life. Through its insights into the debilities of Soviet Marxism, leftism developed a theory of radical democracy. Inspired by the tradition of worker self-management, it advocated a horizontal, egalitarian model of democratization, the self-organization of society. Leftism's political bête noire was Leninism and its doubles, Stalinism, Trotskyism, and Maoism. They were viewed as forms of left-wing authoritarianism that had repeatedly quashed rival leftist movements that strove for worker autonomy. At the same time, in one of the ironies of the cross-cultural transposition of ideas, the critique of everyday life would ultimately merge with the Maoist notion of cultural revolution. Importantly, this conceptual fusion helped to promote the idea that, in opposition to the pieties of orthodox Marxism, cultural themes were a legitimate object of emancipatory struggle. The Socialism or Barbarism, S or B, group began as a Trotskyist organ, adhering to the Fourth Internationalist view that the Soviet Union was a degenerate workers' state, which implied it could be transformed from within. Soon, however, the group understood that the limitations of Soviet communism, far from being Stalin's work alone, were traceable to Lenin's conception of the party as an authoritarian vanguard responsible for inculcating proletarians with class consciousness. The group concluded that the Soviet Union, far from being objectively socialist, was instead a perversion of Marxism's original emancipatory promise. In the eyes of socialism or barbarism founders Claude Lefort and Cornelius Castoriadis, it represented a new form of political domination, bureaucratic state socialism. Eventually, in S or B's critical framework, the standard Marxist opposition between bourgeois and proletarians gave way to the more general antithesis between leaders and led, rulers and ruled. Influenced by Max Weber's analysis of bureaucratic authority, the S or B group perceived bureaucracy as an independent form of domination that was neither dependent on nor reducible to the market. These insights translated into a systematic mistrust of the French Communist Party and its allies, for example, the communist-dominated trade union Confédération Générale du Travail. At a later point, Castoriadis would arrive at the more radical conclusion that the failures of Marxist regimes needed to be traced back to the shortcomings of Marxist doctrine itself. As a philosophy of history, Marxism betrayed an emphasis on totality and unity that was incompatible with the diversity of the human condition as well as the plurality of forms of historical struggle. Castoriadis and his associates realized that contemporary reality could neither be understood nor progressively transformed via concepts of orthodox Marxism. 20 Insight into the shortcomings of Marxist thought led the group to conclude that the critique of bureaucracy and domination should be transposed to the family and sexuality, education, and culture in sum, the critique of everyday life. 21 However, Castoriadis and his colleagues refrained from drawing the logical conclusion from this train of argumentation. If Stalinism, Leninism, and Marxism were ideologically contaminated forms, was not the idea of revolution itself contaminated, hence, invalid? Having broken with Marxism, Castoriadis's later thought centered on the notion of the self-instituting society. Here, his thinking was profoundly influenced by the idea of autogestion, or worker self-management, which had gained favor amid the proliferating factory occupations at the time of the May Revolt. The bureaucratically regulated society must become self-regulating, the administered society self-administered, argued Castoriadis. He observed in 1961. The majority of individuals, whatever their level of skill or remuneration, have been transformed into salaried executors of piecemeal labor, who openly sense the alienation of their work and the absurdity of the system and incline toward revolt against it. Salaried employees and office workers, members of the so-called tertiary sector, are increasingly less distinct from manual laborers and are beginning to struggle against the system in analogous ways. Similarly, the crisis of culture and the decomposition of values push important segments of capitalist society, above all, students and intellectuals, toward a radical critique of the system. Point 22. Little wonder that in his book Obsolete Communism, Cohn-Bendit, enumerating the virtues of leftism, openly declared himself a disciple of Castoriadis and Lefferts's innovative political doctrines. Point 23. In the case of the like-minded arguments group, 1956-62, the break with orthodox Marxism was much more abrupt. In 1951, founding editor Edgar Morin was purged from the French Communist Party for disseminating heretical views. His sin? Publishing an article mildly critical of the party in the news and opinion weekly France Observateur. The suppression of the Hungarian uprising, an experiment in worker self-management that was brutally quashed by Warsaw Pact tanks 5 years later, left few doubts in the eyes of the arguments group concerning the merits of really existing socialism. The arguments editors affirmed that they were interested in arguments rather than dogma. Thereafter, the floodgates opened to all manner of heterodox intellectual experimentation. The group, whose number included Henry Lefebvre, Costas Axelos, and Pierre Faugerolas, openly proclaimed themselves to be revisionists vis-a-vis the political correctness of Soviet orthodoxy. Point 24. Their antipathy to organized communism made them averse to political sectarianism and groupthink. They found philosophical inspiration in the renaissance of Marxist humanism, arguments published pioneering translations of leading Western Marxists such as George Lukács and Karl Korsch, which they viewed as a constructive alternative to orthodox Marxism, self-understanding as a form of scientific determinism. The arguments group were averse to the political implications of Sartre's declaration in What is Literature? That intellectuals must be committed, engage. Instead, its members were content to act as uncommitted, free-floating intellectuals. By the same token, by accepting the individual as a valid starting point for social philosophy, their enterprise bore distinct affinities with Sartre's existential Marxism. The arguments group realized that given the decline of the manufacturing sector, in post-industrial society the proletariat was ill-suited to playing the eschatological role it had been assigned by orthodox Marxism. They realized that instead of waiting for a radiant utopian future that was destined never to arrive, progressive social change must be spurred by the actions of small avant-garde groups. In this respect, they came to view Lefebvre's association with the Surrealists during the 1920s as a model. The Surrealists firmly believed that the spirit of poetry should infuse the practice of everyday life. Inspired by the Surrealists, Lefebvre developed a theory of moments, situations in which the sublime could temporarily break through the reified continuum of daily life, where lived time could provisionally penetrate the dead time of alienated labor, or the commodity-producing society. Another one of the arguments group's innovations was to incorporate the methods of the social sciences for the ends of a critique of the historical present. They realized that since under late capitalism the forms of domination had expanded, a new pluralistic interpretive framework was required. In this respect their approach bore distinct similarities to that of the Frankfurt School, a fraternal society of unorthodox Marxists. The innovative political doctrines of the socialism or barbarism and arguments groups were the point of departure for Guy Debord's Society of the Spectacle, one of the most influential exemplars of pre-May social criticism. In Capital, Marx defined commodity fetishism as a definite relation between persons that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. 25 The result was an inverted social world in which things, qua commodities, took precedence over persons. Whereas during the 19th century commodity fetishism remained confined to the workplace, under late capitalism its influence had spread to the superstructure, or cultural sphere. In Society of the Spectacle, the board analyzed the extension of reification from the factory to the so-called image sphere. Commodification had assumed an all-encompassing, totalizing quality. It produced a world in which the quest for authenticity was subverted at every turn by superficies or appearances. Modern life entailed a series of nefarious inversions or substitutions, the sign for the thing, image for reality, appearance for essence. The 68ers felt that only an ethos of total contestation could recapture a fully alienated life world. As the most recent manifestation of the reification of consciousness, Lukács, under late capitalism, the spectacle had become the defining modality of false consciousness. Under its influence, the denizens of modern society seemed reduced to a state of somnambulant compliance, or, as Debord observed, the spectacle was the sun that never sets on the empire of modern passivity. The spectator's alienation from and submission to the contemplated object works like this: the more he contemplates, the less he lives, the more readily he recognizes his own needs in the images of need proposed by the dominant system, the less he understands his own existence and his own desires. The spectacle's externality with respect to the acting subject is demonstrated by the fact that the individual's own gestures are no longer his own, but rather those of someone else who represents them to him. The spectator feels at home nowhere, for the spectacle is everywhere. 26. For intellectuals devoted to the values of social contestation, such developments raised a troubling specter: the working class, instead of actively opposing capitalism's injustices, had been bought off by tantalizing material incentives. Class consciousness had been diffused by the baubles and trinkets of consumer society. As Lefebvre remarked, alienation is spreading or becoming so powerful that it obliterates all consciousness of alienation. 27. Despite its penurious material circumstances, the traditional working class had at least been allowed to think its own thoughts. It seemed that the denizens of late capitalism no longer possessed this luxury. Authenticity had been redefined by the lures of consumer hedonism. In the guise of l'art pour l'art, culture had served as the repository of humanity's utopian aspirations and longings. Conversely, in the post-war period, culture had become a handmaiden of advanced industrial society. The assassination of Paris. In the post-war years, Paris was dramatically transformed. France's remarkable population increase, a net rise of 33%, provoked a corresponding building frenzy. On Paris's western outskirts, the monolithic glass and steel towers of La Défense arose. Their only virtue was to have temporarily spared central Paris similar ravages. Soon the blight of modern urban planning reached Paris as well. Although some of the more egregious architectural calamities did not occur until the 1970s, the conceptualization and planning took place during the 1960s. Les Halles, a lively and colorful market located in the heart of the right bank, was bulldozed to make room for an ultra-modern shopping complex. As one Francophile wrote, with Les Halles gone, Paris is gone. 28. Insofar as Les Halles' destruction was symbolic of a growing trend, the lamentation was entirely apposite. A similar fate befell Le Marais, one of Paris's oldest districts, when the Centre Pompidou desecrated the neighborhood. Ostentatiously sporting its plumbing on the outside, Beaubourg, as it was colloquially known, was, by critical consensus, a garish, hypermodern monstrosity. Eventually, the plague of architectural disfiguration spread to the left bank as well. In the heart of the Montparnasse district, a traditional haven for writers and artists, rose the 58-story Tour Montparnasse, dwarfing surrounding street life like an insatiable Moloch. Thus, by the early 1970s, the Paris landscape was besmirched by a series of unsightly towers that threatened to consume their surroundings like monsters from a Japanese horror film. Le Corbusier's conception of the modern city as an industrialized machine for living in had taken a distinctly dystopian turn. Unfortunately, such neo-brutalist eyesores were merely the tip of the iceberg. The post-war years also witnessed the proliferation of retail chain stores, branch banking, self-service restaurants, and the first soulless, ultra-sleek supermarkets. None of Paris's traditional quartiers remained unaffected. The title of cultural historian Louis Chevalier's 1977 book, The Assassination of Paris, felicitously captured these trends. For artists and literati, from Baudelaire to the Impressionists, Paris had been an inspirational landscape, a literary personage in its own right. For the Surrealists, its streets and byways had been repositories of the marvelous, a locus of unexpected encounters and objective chance. Suddenly, all of this changed. Paris had become a site of lost innocence. As Chevalier observes, nothing brings the consumer society home more forcibly to Parisians than the newness of things, the absence of the familiar. And nothing can be clearer than its responsibility for the disfigurement and eventually the destruction of their city. These new buildings are the great beasts, man-eating ogres, and they have already taken their first big bite. All things considered, even if they continue, here and there, to ravage and sometimes devour neighborhoods, the evil they are capable of has largely been accomplished. All that can be done now is to curse them, to refuse them forgiveness, and also to try to contain them. 29. In the literature and film of the period, this sense of acute social and cultural dislocation became a central leitmotif. In 1966 Simone de Beauvoir published Les Belles Images, which she described as a novel about the technocratic society and amorphous social reality that was seemingly everywhere and nowhere. As de Beauvoir explains, it is a society that I keep as much as possible at arm's length, but nevertheless it is one in which I live through newspapers, magazines, advertisements, and radio. It hems me in on every hand. 30. De Beauvoir's protagonist, Laurence, works for an advertising agency, the Orwellian Pub Info. Her job is to contrive enticing slogans and images in order to induce consumers to purchase wares they might otherwise scorn. One day she arrives at the office and opens the file for one of her current projects. She experiences an existential revelation, a prise de conscience, about the unbearable professional tedium she must endure on a daily basis. As Laurence recounts, it was all wearisome and depressing. Smoothness, brilliance, shine, the dream of gliding, of icy perfection, erotic values and infantile values, innocence, speed, domination, warmth, security. Was it possible that all tastes could be explained by such primitive phantasms? 31. Laurence realizes that she has been living life on the surface of things. It was a hollow existence, befitting the depthlessness and impersonality of a Rob Grillet novel. Nevertheless, de Beauvoir proceeds to mock Rob Grillet as a writer who avoids plot. Such authors, she continues, write to write, as you might pile up stones one on top of the other, for the pleasure of it. Did it even deserve to be called living? The phantasms had taken over. The beautiful images are in fact anything but beautiful. Laurence suffers from an acute case of dissociation. As the narrator remarks, she has known some bitter rifts, a certain irritation, grief, bewilderment, emptiness, boredom. Above all, boredom. There are no songs about boredom. 32 Laurence's ennui. Laurence's 10-year-old daughter poses a simple question about the meaning of life: why do people live? Which takes Laurence aback. She has no satisfactory answer. Her husband attempts to fill the conversational void with some meaningless clichés about progress. In 20 years' time, he suggests optimistically, science will have eliminated the material causes of human unhappiness. But he neglects to say how should we occupy ourselves in the meantime. The phantasms have also taken over the sphere of leisure time, as the following conversation between Laurence, her husband, Jean Charles, and two friends, Gilbert and Dufresne, suggests. You must come on Friday. I want you to hear my new hi-fi. It really is astonishing, said Gilbert. Once you've heard it, you can't listen to music on an ordinary system anymore. Laurence, then I don't want to hear it. I love listening to music. Jean Charles seemed deeply interested. How much must you reckon, at the lowest figure, for a good hi-fi installation? At the minimum, the strict minimum, you can get a mono setup for 300,000 old francs. But it's not the real thing, not the real thing at all. To have something really good, I suppose you have to pay about 1 million, said Dufresne. Listen, a good system in mono costs between 600,000 and 1 million. In stereo, say 2 million. I advise mono rather than not very good stereo. A worthwhile combination amplifier costs something in the neighborhood of 500,000. That's what I said, a minimum of 1 million, said Dufresne, sighing. There are sillier ways of spending 1 million, said Gilbert. 33. In certain respects Lawrence is a female version of Roquentin, Sartre's protagonist in Nausea. Yet, whereas Roquentin is overwhelmed by facticity, the refractoriness of being or things, Lawrence's alienation is social, the imagery generated by the society of the spectacle obviates wholeness, the attainment of authentic selfhood. Only youth as personified by Lawrence's daughter, Catherine, remains immune from the baneful effects of total socialization. In this respect, too, de Beauvoir's novel prefigures the logic of the May Revolt, when, for a brief shining moment, French youth seized the political stage. In 1965 Georges Peric's novel Les Choses, Un histoire des années 60, Things, a history of the 1960s, appeared. Like de Beauvoir's Lawrence, Peric's characters inhabit a universe where everyday life is dominated by an ethos of consumer hedonism, a universe in which being has ceded to the materialist imperatives of having. The protagonists of Les Choses, Sylvie and Jerome, are 20-something Parisians. Both are recent college graduates and hail from the middle class. By profession, Sylvie and Jerome are psychosociologists, aspiring mind managers. In Peric's words, they are budding technocrats halfway along the road to success. 34 They spend their days formulating and analyzing motivational questionnaires that explain why people develop particular consumption habits. Sylvie and Jerome are eager to climb on the bandwagon of the acquisitive society, where a dazzling world of consumer choice awaits them. They passionately love those objects that only the taste of the moment considered handsome: fake epinal prints, English-style engravings, agates, spun glass tumblers, neo-barbarian knickknacks, pre-scientific bric-a-brac. It seemed to them that they were more and more masters of their desires, they knew what they wanted, they had clear ideas. They knew what their happiness, their freedom, would be like. 35 Their leisure time is devoted to contemplating the limitless prospect of acquiring things, for convenience, for prestige, or for the sheer joy of acquisition. One might describe them as aspiring connoisseurs of the thing world. The accumulation of objects is their raison d'être. Peric characterizes the world of profligate material excess they inhabit as follows. In the world that was theirs, it was practically a rule always to desire more than one could acquire. It was not they who had so decreed, it was a law of civilization, a given fact of which advertisements in general, magazines, the art of display, the spectacle of the streets, and even, in a certain way, the whole of those productions commonly called cultural, were the truest expression. 36. The choices available to them were all false choices. The only option at their disposal was to freely submit to the glamour and allure of things. Socially critical elements also suffused the language of cinema. During the course of the 1960s, Nouvelle Vague Humanism, as represented by François Truffaut's The 400 Blows and Jules and Jim, ceded to topical films with a sharp political edge, with Jean-Luc Godard leading the way. As Godard's career progressed, the filmmaker concluded that traditional narrative cinema had been thoroughly co-opted by Hollywood, to the point where it had become wholly unserviceable as a medium of critique. If the image sphere of late capitalism was predominantly a vehicle of social conformity, then cinema, too, was entirely compromised. In Godard's view, it had become a cinema of illusion. It furthered social passivity by reinforcing the reigning mentality of unbending compliance. Godard concluded, paradoxically, that the only way to save cinema was to destroy it, at least in its present incarnation. Hence, One of his main concerns as a cineast was to dismantle film as a purveyor of harmonious and pleasing images. 37 He had become a convinced foe of the bourgeois ideal of the self-contained, well-wrought work of art. There seemed something intrinsically suspect about the fact that bourgeois civilization promoted the idea of aesthetic perfection while society itself was allowed to languish in squalor. To combat this ideal, Goddard increasingly relied on a variety of techniques drawn from the repertoire of the 20th century avant-garde. One of his favorites methods was Bertolt Brecht's alienation effect, Verfremdungseffekt, which ensured a measure of critical distance from the art object. Goddard viewed Soviet filmmakers such as Sergei Eisenstein and Gigi Vertov as his cinematic role models, as opposed to the Hollywood directors he had lionized during his years at Cahiers du Cinéma. Goddard's Weekend, 1967, was a transitional film, the director's last fling with the conventions of narrative cinema, which, by the same token, he was at pains to disrupt throughout the film. Weekend's satirical thrust takes aim at the clichés and conventions of Hollywood film. By demolishing cinema as a self-contained realm of pleasing illusion, labels images, as an extension of art for art's sake, as it were, Goddard hoped to facilitate its rebirth as a vehicle of political education. As the film's final title aptly proclaims, "End of story, end of cinema." Weekend concludes with a spectacular 8-minute tracking shot of a titanic traffic jam stretching on a country road as far as the eye can see. Of course, nothing was more symbolic of post-war French society's cult of technological perfection than the automobile. Yet, increasingly the automobile culture's attendant ills came to light: choked thoroughfares, toxic emissions, noise pollution, as well as horrific collisions resulting in the indiscriminate commingling of metal and human flesh. As a symbolic object, the automobile stood for the materialism and aggression of a society being crushed by its own fetishized commodities. 38 Goddard's legendary tracking shot culminates in a violent accident scene. Mangled corpses litter the road, but the camera refuses to linger, thereby suggesting that modern society has perversely embraced such carnage as a natural and acceptable part of everyday life. Cinema, an ingrained French passion, had an even more direct role in the events leading up to the May explosion. In February 1968, the French authorities abruptly dismissed Henri Langlois, the beloved director of Cinémathèque Française, Paris's storied repertory screening room located at Palais de Chaillot. Langlois was an incomparable film connoisseur and archivist. During the 1950s, it was at the Cinémathèque that the leading Nouvelle Vague directors such as Truffaut, Godard, Claude Chabrol, and Alain Resnais received their education in the history of cinema. In response to the closing, a major protest movement arose, a mobilization that, in retrospect, stands out as an important precursor of the May events. In hindsight, the years of quiet desperation between 1962, when the Algerian conflict was resolved, and the May uprising were merely the calm before the storm. French society had attained an unprecedented level of material well-being. Yet beneath the veneer of beautiful appearances, a pervasive existential discontent seethed. The affluent society's triumph occurred at the expense of other, substantive political and cultural values the French held dear. The Fifth Republic's presidential system suited crisis situations. But under conditions of political normalcy, it seemed patently undemocratic. During the 1960s, French youth longed to express its political aspirations and will, but under Gaullism they were effectively deprived of a meaningful voice. To compensate, they would need to invent utopian political forms corresponding to their hopes and dreams. Chapter 3. May 1968, the triumph of libidinal politics. The replacement of the pleasure principle by the reality principle is the great dramatic event in the development of man. But the unconscious retains the objectives of the defeated pleasure principle. Turned back by external reality. The pleasure principle not only survives in the unconscious but also affects in manifold ways the very reality which has superseded the pleasure principle. The return of the repressed makes up the tabooed and subterranean history of civilization. This recherche du temps perdu becomes the vehicle of future liberation. Herbert Marcuse, Eros and Civilization. We have experienced an impossible revolution, a revolutionary moment without revolution. We must not confuse revolutionary self-expression in an extraterritorialized Sorbonne with political preparation for a real social revolution. Revolutionary consciousness cannot take the place of revolution. Alain Touraine, The May Movement. The year of the heroic guerrilla. Prescient political prognostications were never Fidel Castro's forte. But in his 1968 New Year's Day speech, the Cuban revolutionary leader seems to have more or less gotten it right. Reeling from Che Guevara's summary execution the previous year at the hands of Bolivian military authorities, Castro foresaw that 1968 would be the year of the heroic guerrilla. His prophecy would not be far off. By any stretch of the imagination, 1968 was an annus mirabilis, a year of evenements, or events. Historians have repeatedly sought to fathom how it was possible that within a span of 12 months spectacular youth revolts managed to break out across 4 continents. And although the students' aims and demands varied greatly from country to country, these worldwide political uprisings indubitably possessed something in common. But what, exactly? For students the world over, a major focal point was the war in Vietnam, a sine qua non for almost all that followed. The war featured the world's major industrial power employing the most lethal technological methods to force a hapless developing nation into submission. As a result of the United States' effort to save Vietnam from the menace of communism, some 1 to 2 million Vietnamese civilians perished. Time and again, the plucky Vietnamese, playing David to America's Goliath, resisted heroically, despite their inferior weaponry and materiel. From the standpoint of world public opinion, America's anti-communist crusade in Southeast Asia had backfired egregiously. It managed to breathe new life into the Marxist theory of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism. Images of American atrocities, carpet bombing by dreaded B-52s, napalm attacks, gruesome civilian massacres appeared on the nightly news worldwide. In January 1968 the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive, timed to coincide with the Vietnamese Lunar New Year. The attacks included a brazen nighttime assault on the United States Embassy in Saigon. From a military standpoint, the results were counterproductive. By the time the smoke had cleared, the North Vietnamese were forced to relinquish nearly every position they held. Yet, as a symbolic act and propaganda coup, Tet represented an unequivocal turning point. American military commanders had repeatedly described the war as being well in hand. The offensive proved that such claims were fallacious. The generals looked like fools, and the plucky Vietnamese appeared indomitable. The greatest military machine in history was on the run. Condemnation of the Vietnam War became a central rallying point for the international left. In France, Vietnam Committees, CVB, or Comites Vietnam de Bases, attracted thousands of activists who would play a pivotal role during May 1968 and its aftermath. The pace of the year's political events seemed dizzying. In the United States, 1968 was a year of history-altering political assassinations, Martin Luther King in April, Robert Kennedy in June. Both incidents represented irremediable setbacks for the cause of American liberalism, whose luster had already been severely tarnished by the war in Vietnam. In August, the Czech experiment in socialism with a human face, the so-called Prague Spring, led by Alexander Dubček, was brutally suppressed by Warsaw Pact troops. Across Eastern Europe, the disheartening realization set in that henceforth it would be impossible to ameliorate communism's ills from within. In Mexico City, throngs of students assembled to protest encroachments upon university autonomy and to call attention to the mistreatment of political prisoners. Soon, world attention would be focused on the Mexican capital, where the Summer Olympic Games were scheduled to take place. On October 2, tens of thousands of students assembled in Tlatelolco Plaza to press their concerns. The police panicked and a massacre ensued. Hundreds of unarmed student demonstrators were slain. The official accounting would begin only 3 decades later. 1. What might these disparate political events have in common? Part of the explanation lies with demographics. The post, World War II period witnessed a dramatic population surge, the baby boom. This generation reached maturity during the mid to late 1960s, at a moment when, throughout Europe and North America, a commitment to political radicalism took hold. Youth, as a distinct transitional phase between childhood and adulthood, became an autonomous cultural and political variable. The post-war economic boom had obviated the need for youth to enter the workforce immediately. Instead, middle-class youth had at its disposal the leisure time necessary for self-reflection and self-cultivation. Via music, dress, and morals, post-war youth carved out a distinct cultural niche. The rapid expansion of higher education meant that contemporary youth was, intellectually and culturally, growing more sophisticated. The 1960s generation refused to acquiesce passively vis-a-vis questionable decisions that were imposed from on high by political elites. Instead, as informed citizens, it began actively to seek out avenues and possibilities for political participation. Advanced industrial societies claimed to be democracies. Should they not be forced to live up to their own egalitarian political claims? The revolution in mores initiated during the 1960s has been described as a turn toward post-materialist values. One observer explains, advanced industrial societies are undergoing a shift from economic and physical security toward greater emphasis on belonging, self-expression, and quality of life. This was a generation once again, perhaps the first in history for which the imperatives of material necessity ceased to dominate everyday life. Thus, unlike previous generations, post-war youth was increasingly able to turn its attention toward qualitative and spiritual pursuits. The unprecedented affluence of les trente glorieuses afforded it the leisure and material comfort to do so. The end of art and the beginning of contestation. For 2 years student activists protested against American military involvement in Vietnam. The war in Indochina radicalized French students in much the same way the Algerian conflict had 10 years earlier. During the 1960s, French students also sought to address their own specific, existential, generational concerns bearing on the politics of everyday life. In 1966, a dress rehearsal for the May Revolt occurred at the University of Strasbourg. The Strasbourg events centered on the publication and distribution of a pamphlet, on the poverty of student life, by an obscure avant-garde group known as the Situationist International, SI. Although at the time the Strasbourg episode seemed to be a relatively minor affair, in retrospect it stands out as an uncanny anticipation of May's unique blend of libidinal political fervor. The Situationist International was founded in 1958 by Guy Debord. It emerged from 2 earlier cultural groupings, Potlatch and the International Movement for an Imagist Bauhaus. The problem that preoccupied both 1950s SI prototypes was, what is the role of culture after the end of art? To proclaim the end of art seemed portentous. How might it be claimed that art has died? Debord and the Situationists had something very specific in mind. They were reflecting on the fact that modern art, especially surrealism, had patently lost its capacity to shock. Instead it had become something familiar and non-threatening. The once provocative avant-garde had found a respectable niche within the canon of 20th century culture. Art had become presentable. The Situationists held that art and social respectability operated at cross purposes. Since the 19th century, art had functioned as modern society's bad conscience. It unmasked hypocrisy, bad faith, and the evils of social conformity. Now that the avant-garde had become canonical, where might one find a substitute that could fill its socially critical role? Having lost his faith in culture, Debord experimented with various forms of anti-art reminiscent of Dada, thereby hoping to resuscitate culture's critical social function. In 1952 his film Howlings in Favor of Sada premiered. As the screen oscillated between imageless white and black backgrounds, selected quotations and theoretical tidbits punctuated interminable stretches of silence. Cinema is dead. Films are no longer possible, declared a voice during the opening sequence. If you want, let's have a discussion. 3 After 20 minutes, the audience left. In another notorious incident, the Situationists provoked a scandal at Notre Dame Cathedral when one of their number dressed up as a priest and, mounting the pulpit as the faithful looked on in horror, proclaimed, "Allah Nietzsche, the death of God." Yet, somehow these neo-Dadaist provocations fell short of the mark jejune illustrations of the end of art thesis. A different strategy was needed. What if art's demise was not amenable to an aesthetic solution? What if instead the problem could be resolved only via recourse to radical political change? During the 1960s the Situationists' focus altered accordingly. Instead of bemoaning the deficiencies of contemporary culture, they began exploring the historical and philosophical basis of radical politics. Along with Cohn-Bendit's anarchism, the Situationist critique of everyday life would become one of the most important theoretical influences on the May activists. In the fall of 1966, the Strasbourg branch of the National Students' Union, incited by a handful of leftists, decided to fund the publication of On the Poverty of Student Life, a radical pamphlet by the Situationist Mustafa Kayati. Kayati presented a no-holds-barred exposé of student illusions. Students liked to think of themselves as autonomous. But in reality they were dependent on the university as their ersatz family. They saw themselves as critics of the university's role as a professional school for middle managers and technocrats. Yet most of their proposals for reform would simply reinforce that role rather than genuinely challenge it. One would merely end up with a more efficient university structure rather than a qualitatively different one. After all, one of the chief objectives of the current round of reforms was to streamline university admissions procedures to facilitate a better interface between higher education and private industry. Students thought of themselves as adepts of avant-garde cultural goods Nouvelle Vague cinema, Camus, and Althusser without realizing the conformist nature of their allegiances and choices. The Situationists took special aim at Goddard, whom they viewed as toying with revolutionary ideas and themes rather than demonstrating genuine commitment, for as consumed within a university setting, moreover, these avant-garde cultural constructs remain dépouillant and sterile. Kayati observes, "The student is a stoical slave, the more chains authority heaps upon him, the freer he is in fantasy. He shares with his new family, the university, a belief in a curious kind of autonomy. Real independence lies in a direct subservience to the two most powerful systems of social control, the family and the state. He is their well-behaved and grateful child, and like a submissive child he is overeager to please. He celebrates all the values and mystifications of the system, devouring them with all the anxiety of the infant at the breast. 5. 16,000 students were enrolled at the University of Strasbourg. Leftist students used student body funds to publish 10,000 copies of Kayati's intemperate Situationist diatribe and then proceeded to distribute them during a convocation. All the town notables, from the mayor to the bishop, were present. The Strasbourg gauchists also disrupted classes on occasion, particularly those of a psychology professor known for his contributions to the science of urban population control. 6. The students also reproduced a Situationist political comic strip, The Return of the Du Ruddy Column, a reference to an anarchist brigade during the Spanish Civil War, and proceeded to distribute it campus-wide. The strip mocked rival leftists and advocated theft as a means of countering the logics of commodification. The Return of the Du Ruddy Column exemplified one of the Situationists' favored techniques, détournement, seizing on an otherwise conventional cultural object and reconfiguring it for radical political ends. Strasbourg is a fairly conservative and traditional milieu. When the local press got wind of these protests and disruptions, it pounced. The leading Parisian dailies L'Aurore, François, and Le Monde followed suit. Their headlines denounced the new reprehensible breed of ultra-revolutionaries, beatniks, and Situationists who had managed to commandeer and corrupt an otherwise respectable organ of student governance. Le Monde's reaction was typical. This pamphlet, with its high tone, must be considered a systematic rejection of all social and political organizations as we know them in the West and of all the groups that are currently trying to transform them. 7. The irony of Le Monde's complaint about another publication's high tone is too good to let pass unremarked. The press suggested that, from their perch in Paris, the situationists were conspirators who had engineered a student government coup behind the scenes. In fact, On the Poverty of Student Life had been published wholly within the bounds of existing student government regulations. During a faculty assembly, one professor declaimed, "I'm all in favor of freedom of speech. But if there are situationists present, they must leave." 8. In other words, freedom of speech should be granted to everyone but the situationists. One of the remarkable aspects of the May uprising was that a series of student protests swiftly metamorphosed into a general assault on the perceived failings and inadequacies of French society. Situationist literature was critical in demonstrating that the crisis of the university was an integral part of a larger social crisis. In the post-May period, the situationist focus on everyday life fused with the Maoist notion of cultural revolution. In this way, the project of a revolution of everyday life was born. Revolution no longer meant seizing power or socializing the means of production. It connoted instead a grassroots transformation of interpersonal relations and living conditions. The university in crisis. With respect to the French university system, the Strasbourg incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. At Antony, a suburban university on the outskirts of Paris, protests repeatedly broke out over regulations governing dormitory visitation privileges. Male students were forbidden access to female residence halls after 11 p.m. Women could visit the men's residences as long as they were 21 years old. Guard houses, which served as surveillance posts, were ominously stationed throughout the campus to ensure that the visitation regulations were stringently enforced. In most other respects, the students were viewed as adults. The consumer society employed sexual imagery to sell everything from lingerie to automobiles to bars of soap. The sexual revolution was in full swing. Yet, the French university system was anachronistically trying to uphold an outmoded, Pitainist moral code that was woefully out of step with broader social tendencies and trends. De Gaulle himself seemed wholly indifferent to the students' concerns, remarking on one occasion, "They really only need to see each other in the lecture halls." 9. The Ministry of Education had set itself up for a fall. In 1962, frustrated Antony students destroyed one of the detested surveillance lodges. 3 years later, 1,500 students signed a petition demanding liberalized visitation rights and affordable housing. The university administration, however, remained unmoved, fearing that any compromise might set a precedent for universities nationwide. Demonstrations ensued. In an anticipation of the May events, French authorities imprudently summoned riot police, thereby turning what had been a civil protest movement into a scenario rife with potential for violent confrontation. The police arrested 8 demonstrators. 5 were expelled from the university, 2 others were suspended for a year, and 1 was released. Predictably, in a new round of demonstrations, students began to protest the expulsions. These were followed by renewed police intervention, resulting in a new wave of arrests. Antony was merely a microcosm of the problems confronting the French university system in general. The protests there were an uncanny harbinger of the May 1968 events. 10. The government was painfully aware that it had a crisis on its hands. To remedy the situation, in 1967 it announced the Fouchet reforms, named for Minister of Education Christian Fouchet. One of the students' major issues was horrendous overcrowding. Since the 1960s, university enrollment had essentially doubled. From the authorities' standpoint, one reason for the overcrowding was the open admissions system. Anyone who passed the nationwide qualifying exam, the baccalaureate, could attend university. One of the main remedies the Fouchet reforms envisaged was a competitive admissions system. But this would solve one problem by creating another. In an era when higher education had increasingly become a sine qua non for cadres and professionals, to restrict university access risked undermining France's economic competitiveness. The so-called Grandes Écoles, l'École Normale and l'École Nationale d'Administration, already practiced competitive admissions. but sociological studies showed that such admissions procedures played a major role in perpetuating the class biases of French society. According to one estimate, a mere 6% of university students hailed from working-class backgrounds. 11 The proposal for competitive admissions sent the wrong signal to the current generation of students. In essence, the Minister of Education responded to the crisis by taking away something they already had. During the fall of 1967, the mood at the Nanterre campus west of Paris was extremely tense. Earlier that year, a protest concerning residence hall visitation privileges had been rudely disrupted by the police. The campus itself was an impersonal glass and steel wasteland. Transportation to Paris was sporadic and unreliable. The last bus from the city to Nanterre departed at 9 p.m. In the evenings the students had nothing to do. When the campus opened in 1964, the university did not have a single functioning library. In November 1967, sizable demonstrations erupted to protest the shabby working and living conditions. Hervé Hamann and Patrick Rotman describe the situation at Nanterre in the following terms. If, at the beginning of the 1960s, a perversely minded sociologist had imagined a geometrical locus where all of the contradictions of Gaullist France would intersect, the site of the new university Nanterre would have easily fit the bill. It was built on a small patch of several hundred acres where the urban and the suburban, opulence and misery, the manual and the intellectual, were conjoined. Adjacent to the sinister gates of the public housing projects, which stood out amid the smog generated by the factory chimneys, the excavation for the new regional railway line. Where the bulldozers created a din with their incessant tunneling, the shanty town huts, which had been bastions of the FLN Algerian Liberation Front, and, lost in the chaos of industrial warehouses, of railway lines, lay the sanctuary where allegedly spirits would soar and science would triumph. 12. In January 1968, Minister for Youth and Sport François Missoff visited the campus to help defuse the situation. Missoff presided over the opening of a new swimming pool on campus, testifying to the government's good faith in trying to redress the students' manifold grievances. An altercation followed between him and student leader Daniel Cohn-Bendit, which has become part of May 1968 lore. As Missoff began to leave following his triumphant unveiling of the pool, he was accosted by Cohn-Bendit, who, alluding to the previous fall's demonstrations, demanded, "And what about our sexual problems?" Missoff responded with Gaullist high-handedness, "If you have sexual problems, go jump in the pool." Cohn-Bendit rejoined, in keeping with the anti-fascist spirit of the times, "That's what the Hitler Youth used to say." 13. In retrospect, the exchange stands as a classic example of generational mistrust. At the time few could have imagined that it would serve as the flashpoint for a nationwide youth rebellion. But it was owing to this exchange, and to his willingness to confront unwarranted authority, that Cohn-Bendit would emerge as a cult figure among contemporary French youth. The hour of the enrages had struck. It is hardly an accident that the altercation that set the May events in motion centered on questions of sex. The students wished to be treated as adults. They viewed the in loco parentis laws regulating intimacy on French university campuses as profoundly infantilizing. In a classical case of eros versus civilization, the students wanted the legitimacy of their desires to be recognized. Moreover, they strongly felt that French universities were being turned into impersonal and highly bureaucratized knowledge factories. To offset the hyper-rationalizing tendencies of the age, the students sought to affirm their status as libidinal beings, or, as Deleuze and Guattari would phrase it following the May events, as desiring machines. This theme would become one of the May movement's guiding threads. The March 22 movement. Cohn-Bendit was the May movement's leading political figure and its most charismatic. His parents were German Jewish refugees who had settled in France during the 1930s. In 1959 he opted for German citizenship to avoid French military service. Consequently, his legal status in France was precarious, since as a non-citizen he possessed only a student visa. In late May 1968 Cohn-Bendit would leave France for Berlin to participate in a demonstration. French authorities seized the occasion to bar his re-entry. This served as a rallying point for the student protesters. The French communists, who were threatened by Cohn-Bendit's charisma as well as by his resolute anti-authoritarianism, disparaged him as a German anarchist. The government stooped to Jew baiting, characterizing him as little more than a Juif Allemand, a German Jew. The students, to their credit, refused to be hoodwinked by such anti-Semitic canards, proclaiming, "We are all German Jews. Nous sommes tous les Juifs Allemands," thereby turning Cohn-Bendit's otherness into a positive rallying cry. Cohn-Bendit possessed a sophisticated understanding of 20th-century left-wing politics. One of the Russian Revolution's fateful turning points had been Trotsky's suppression of the 1921 Kronstadt uprising, which had been directed against the dictatorial nature of Bolshevik governance. A year earlier Lenin published a harsh polemic criticizing left-wing communists such as Anton Pannekoek and Hermann Gorter, who had embraced the direct democratic ideal of workers' councils. Cohn-Bendit fully understood that Bolshevik rule from Lenin to Stalin to Brezhnev had been an unbroken history of repression. Moreover, this repression was not just confined to enemies on the right, which might have been bad enough, but was also mercilessly directed against perceived enemies on the left. Cohn-Bendit's insights into Bolshevism's historical shortcomings meshed with the May movement's libidinal libertarian component. The critique of authoritarian communism well suited a politics of emancipated desire. As a well-known May 1968 graffito proclaimed, "We take our desires for reality because we believe in the reality of our desires." However, practically speaking, the problem was that at times the movement's studied aversion to authority and hierarchy translated into a rejection of organization tout court. As one of the revolt's protagonists explained, "Our movement has a number of leaders in the sociological sense of the term, but no chiefs, no executive, even less bureaucracy. Anyone in it can speak to the four winds, the meeting does not vote, it sorts out a number of lines of force and any of the movement's militants can express them." 14. Cohn-Bendit developed a critique of the university that complemented the situationist perspective. Enrollment statistics confirmed the boom in humanities majors. Yet, there was a profound tension between this humanism and the technocratic vocational ends that the government sought to promote. As Cohn-Bendit expressed this dilemma, "The liberal university allows its students a measure of liberty, but only so long as they do not challenge the basis of university education, the preparation of a privileged minority for a return to the ranks of the ruling class from which they have taken temporary leave of absence. The university has, in fact, become a sausage machine which churns out people without any real culture, and who are incapable of thinking for themselves, and instead trained to fit into the economic system of a highly industrialized society. The student may glory in the renown of his university status, but in fact he is being fed culture as a goose is fed grain to be sacrificed on the altar of bourgeois appetites." 15. In Cohn-Bendit's view, the challenge was not to repair a university that had lost its direction and fallen into disarray, but to mend the society that had engendered the university and its intractable array of problems. Following the swimming pool incident, reports circulated that the government had initiated deportation proceedings against Cohn-Bendit. The students also feared that plainclothes detectives were secretly monitoring their rallies and activities. A new round of protests arose, and once again the police were summoned. In March, the National Vietnam Committee staged a major anti-war rally. The American Express office in central Paris was also attacked. 6 students were arrested, 4 of them dragged by police from the confines of their own homes. The enrages, led by Cohn-Bendit, sprang into action to protest the arrest of their comrades. They baptized themselves the March 22 movement to commemorate the date of the arrests. The student arrests that preceded the March 22 movement signified a point of no return. It was the episode that galvanized a large swath of disaffected, yet heretofore apolitical, students. At Nanterre enrollment was approximately 12,000. At the assembly that launched the March 22 movement, a mere 140 students attended. Yet, just 10 days later, on April 2, when German SDS, Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund, leader Karl Dietrich Wolff came to speak at the university. Some 1,200 students jockeyed for space in the crowded lecture hall. Heretofore, the students had focused on campus-related quality of life issues, overcrowding, anti-democratic governance structures, an obsolete curriculum, and oppressive in loco parentis regulations. However, following the March arrests, the students began to connect their personal concerns with broader social questions. 16 Teach-ins proliferated. An alternative, or parallel, university structure evolved so that students could address pressing political issues, the Vietnam War, government repression, and the international student movement. In this spirit, on March 29, a critical university day was convened. At this point faculty members Henry Lefebvre, Edgar Morin, Paul Ricoeur, and Alain Touraine, repulsed by police brutality, broke ranks with the administration. In the eyes of the left liberal professorate, the students had many legitimate concerns and demands. To respond to these concerns with repression was unacceptable. Touraine, who would write one of the best books on May 1968, summarized the mood among dissident faculty members when he observed, "The French are of no interest to their leaders." 17. Thus, within a matter of weeks, the Nanterre campus had become a hotbed of student militancy. Still, the movement had yet to spread to other Paris area campuses. The Nanterre-based Enrages planned another round of teach-ins for late April and early May. In April, German SDS leader Rudi Dutschke was gravely wounded by a right-wing fanatic. Protests erupted across Germany. Throughout Europe, the level of political tension escalated correspondingly. On April 27, Cohn-Bendit was arrested by the police while leaving his apartment. Prime Minister Pompidou, fearing that his imprisonment would turn him into a martyr, ordered him released the following day. Glorying in his newly won celebrity, upon his release Cohn-Bendit held a press conference mocking his timorous captors. Who, then, was running the show? Meanwhile, in Paris, the Maoists clashed with the far-right, anti-communist group, Occident. The rightists were severely beaten and vowed prompt revenge. The Maoists countered with a banner that read, "Paras short for paratroopers, you may have escaped Dien Bien Phu, but you won't escape Nanterre," the anticipated site of an impending confrontation. Individual Maoists had already lent their support to the March 22 movement. Dean Pierre Grappin had hoped that the 2-week Easter break would sap the students' ardor. His expectations were rudely dashed, however. Cohn-Bendit and 7 other students had been summoned to face a mandatory disciplinary hearing scheduled for May 6. The students had announced a massive teach-in for May 2 to 3. In view of the heightened political tensions, Grappin, an ex-resistant and a man of the left, abruptly closed the university. The Enrages and their supporters had no choice but to move their activities to the Sorbonne, in the heart of the Latin Quarter. Paris is burning. Whoever controls Paris controls France is an adage that has frequently been invoked as a geopolitical explanation for the nation's robust revolutionary tradition. France's inordinate administrative centralization, dating from the days of Mazarin and Louis XIV, meant that the mastery of Paris is tantamount to the mastery of France. In French history the scenario would play itself out time and again, in 1789, 1830, 1848, and 1871. The May events would attest to this maxim's staying power. On May 3 Cohn-Bendit and some 300 students assembled in the main courtyard at the Sorbonne to discuss recent events, police repression, the closing of Nanterre, and the spate of student arrests. What the government feared most would soon come to pass. The Nanterre disruptions were spreading from the suburbs to central Paris. Prime Minister Pompidou, who had consistently favored a policy of conciliation, had recently embarked on a 10-day trip to Iran and Afghanistan, leaving Minister of the Interior Christian Fouchet in charge. De Gaulle, who had just turned 77, informed Fouchet that he wanted a prompt and immediate halt to the student agitation, but it was unclear what steps the minister might take without aggravating an explosive situation. Once again the authorities acted maladroitly. This time, the consequences were irreversible. Sorbonne rector Jean Roche, fearing a repeat of Nanterre, sent a written order to Police Commissioner Maurice Grimaud requesting that the Sorbonne courtyard be cleared. The police, accompanied by units of the dreaded CRS, Compagnies Républicaines de Sécurité, riot police, who were outfitted with truncheons and shields, descended en masse. The students, vastly outnumbered, negotiated a brief truce. The police methodically cordoned off the area and proceeded to arrest some 600 students, whom they trundled into the backs of waiting paddy wagons. In their view, it was better to arrest too many than too few. The massive arrests proved to be the final straw. Hundreds of student bystanders, infuriated by the arbitrariness of the arrests, began pelting the police vans with stones in the hope of liberating their imperiled comrades. The police responded by firing off rounds of tear gas. Next, they began clubbing and apprehending civilian bystanders at random. Commuters emerged from local metro stations only to find themselves immersed in melees that were erupting throughout the Latin Quarter. In several cases they, too, were arrested. To protect themselves from retaliation, the students began loosening paving stones from the street and erecting makeshift barricades. This scenario would occur repeatedly over the course of the ensuing fortnight. Soon, the number of student demonstrators swelled to tens of thousands. Two British journalists who witnessed the May 3 Sorbonne altercation described the events as follows. These first few minutes of the insurrection set a pattern which was to be tragically repeated throughout the month. The authorities had blundered badly by penetrating the Sorbonne, and taking into custody scores of young people, whose only offense had been to make a little noise. They had then compounded the error by parading their prisoners in front of their comrades. As was so often to happen, repression bred violence, rather than stifled it. The immediate effect of the authorities' crude display of strength was to unite the mass of uncommitted students and their teachers behind the enrages. Combat in the street, the simple act of reaching for a stone and throwing it at a police officer, the lightning solidarity bred in a fighting crowd, this was the instant political education which turned the student population into an army of rebels. 18. Although most of the students who had been arrested were released the following day, over the weekend 4 were sentenced to 2 months in prison. In response, the main student leaders, Alain Geismar, SNISUP, Jacques Sauvageau, UNEF, and Cohn-Bendit, March 22 movement, announced a major protest for Monday, May 6. The students articulated 3 demands: 1. The reopening of the Sorbonne, 2. The withdrawal of all police units from the Latin Quarter, and 3. The immediate liberation of their imprisoned comrades. This was the worst rioting France had experienced since the Algerian War. Parisians were repulsed by the flagrant display of police brutality, much of which occurred beneath their very windows. Significantly, by midweek the tide of public opinion had shifted dramatically against the forces of order and toward the various student groups. A May 8 public opinion poll showed that 4 out of 5 Parisians favored the students. At virtually every turn, the student cause was energized by the government's miscalculations and overreactions. De Gaulle decreed that the state display firmness and resolve in the face of disorder, and his ministers sought to follow suit. Yet, it was no longer Algerian immigrants whom the Paris police were brutalizing. It was the sons and daughters of the French middle classes. With the Prime Minister incommunicado in rural Afghanistan, the government found it difficult to pursue a coordinated response. Did ultimate jurisdiction fall to the Minister of Education or the Minister of the Interior? No one knew for certain. The ministers acquiesced to the students' first 2 demands, the reopening of the Sorbonne and the withdrawal of the police, but little progress was made toward freeing the imprisoned students. According to later reports, de Gaulle himself personally intervened to reject this point. In the meantime, the momentum of the student protest movement increased exponentially. Protests in support of the Parisian students burgeoned throughout rural France. Student leaders called for a major demonstration on Friday, May 10, to protest government intransigence and press the case for their jailed confreres. The May 10 protest, the so-called Night of the Barricades, has become a legendary event in French political history, a bona fide journey in the French revolutionary tradition. By now, student forces in the French capital had swelled to nearly 40,000. Lycéens were well represented and set forth their own political demands. Neither they nor university students enjoyed freedom of political speech. The demonstration began like any other, with the students amassing at the vast Denfert-Trochereau intersection. Their intention was to march across Paris to the site of French radio and television headquarters, the ORTF. Soon, word arrived that the forces of order had blockaded all the major bridges leading to the right bank. Barred from their primary destination, the student leaders were forced to improvise. They made an impromptu pass at the Santé prison, where they believed their jailed fellow activists were being held. Next, they marched down the Boulevard Saint-Germain under the watchful eye of the police and the CRS, who appeared to be shunting them back toward the narrow byways of the Latin Quarter. A turning point had been reached. The police clearly had the upper hand. They had succeeded in blocking the demonstrators' path, and now the marchers were in danger of becoming dispirited. The student leaders realized that they must somehow retake the initiative or return home downtrodden and defeated. They received the disheartening news that 11th-hour negotiations between acting Prime Minister Louis Joxe and Cohn-Bendit had broken down. Facing the prospect of another police assault, the students spontaneously began constructing barricades, using paving stones as well as urban detritus. As one observer put it, the barricades were a response to a social order reduced to the mute, massive power of the police. 19 The students employed this tactic in part to protect their own turf. The police were occupying the Sorbonne. Now, the rest of the Latin Quarter would belong to them. But the paves, or paving stones, also served as a symbolic link with the French revolutionary tradition. For a brief moment, the students had become sans-culottes and communards. Within a few hours, as many as 60 of these improvised mini-fortresses sprouted in the neighborhood adjacent to the Sorbonne. Cohn-Bendit instructed his troops to break up into small groups in order to better defend themselves against the anticipated police charge. He believed it was imperative to cultivate a mentality conducive to responsible collective action. He sought to disrupt the passivity and serialization, Sartre, that can befall mass movements lacking coherence and purpose. The barricade construction was a consummate act of revolutionary romanticism, an act of sheer joy. In his memoir, Cohn-Bendit describes this event with suitable lyrical enthusiasm. In a society which seeks to crush the individual, forcing him to swallow the same lies, a deep feeling of collective strength had surged up and people refused to be browbeaten. We were no longer thousands of little atoms squashed together but a solid mass of determined individuals. The rashness of youth did not spring from despair, the cynicism of impotence, but on the contrary from the discovery of our collective strength. It was this feeling of strength and unity which reigned on the barricades. In such moments of collective enthusiasm, when everything seems possible, nothing could be more natural and simple than a warm relationship between all demonstrators and quite particularly between the boys and the girls. Everything was easy and uncomplicated. The barricades were no longer simply a means of self-defense, they became a symbol of individual liberty. 20. The students' joy would be short-lived. The riot police were poised for an assault. Around midnight, they received the green light from Ministers Joxe and Fouchet and the new Minister of Education, Alain Peyrefitte. The police opened their attack by firing volleys of tear gas. A vicious pitched battle ensued. Blood flowed. One eyewitness described the chaotic scene as follows. It is 2 a.m. It is now obvious that police are preparing a powerful attack. Radio announces we are surrounded and that government has ordered police to attack. In front of us we turn over cars to prevent police from charging with their buses and tanks. Radio said tanks were coming, but we never saw any. I must insist again that the general mood was defensive, not offensive, we just wanted to hold the place like an entrenched sit-down strike. Their tactics are simple, at 100 yards distance they launch gas grenades by rifle which blind, suffocate, and knock us out. This gas is mace. Vietnam and Detroit mace. Also explosive grenades. One student near us picked up one to throw it back, it tore his whole hand off. But then police attack at 3 points simultaneously, at two extremities of Rue Gay-Lussac, at our barricade, and at the Rue d'Ulm. Finally, we are forced back. Our barricade burns. At this point all I can remember is that I faint from lack of air. 21. Innocent bystanders caught in the melee were senselessly beaten. Local residents tried to assist the students by providing them with water, bandages, and shelter. In many cases the police pursued their prey directly into private residences. In one instance they attacked a young woman who had not even participated in the demonstrations and expelled her into the street naked. 22 The fighting continued until the early morning, when the students finally disbanded and went home to dress their wounds. 370 students had been injured and 460 arrested. The authorities still assumed that they were facing a student revolt they could safely contain by a show of firmness and resolve. They refused to release the 4 imprisoned protesters for fear of alienating the police, the only force standing between the government and sheer anarchy. Yet after the night of the barricades, these assumptions ceased to hold. From then on, the authorities would face a massive social movement emanating from virtually every quarter of French society. As Raymond Aron observed, it must have come as quite a shock to the Gaullist regime, which had staked everything on the precepts of authority and order, to realize that it was so widely loathed. 23 When a regime has lost its legitimacy in the eyes of its citizens, repression becomes its only recourse. Heretofore, the communists had belittled the student insurrection as a revolt led by spoiled daddy's boys, fils à papa, hence, from a working-class standpoint, irrelevant. But on May 10 another bloody massacre had occurred in the heart of Paris. Now the PCF feared competition from the left. Owing to their refusal to enter the fray, the communists had begun hemorrhaging political capital. Their leaders were behaving like the timorous revisionists the Marxists-Leninists had accused them of being. It was time to act and thereby perhaps to steal some of the students' insurrectionary thunder for their own political benefit. The communist-dominated Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, boasted a membership of some 2 million workers. The PCF leadership announced a general strike in support of the students for Monday, May 13. The left Catholic Confédération Française Démocratique du Travail, CFDT, followed suit. That weekend the student leaders announced a large demonstration on Monday. The communists agreed to accommodate them by participating. They conceded that the triumvirate of Cohn-Bendit, Geismar, and Savaggio would lead the march. And what a march it was! According to the most reliable estimates, 300,000 people participated. The hour of the groupuscules had struck. Fittingly, one of the banners accompanying the demonstration sarcastically announced, "We are a groupuscule, nous sommes un groupuscule." Yet this time, a groupuscule comprising hundreds of thousands. May 13 signified a remarkable vindication of the enrages, who from inauspicious beginnings were suddenly thrust onto the political center stage. Following the uprising of May 3 to 6, the PCF daily, El Humanite, derisively mocked Cohn-Bendit and the March 22 movement in the following terms: irresponsible leftists use the pretext of government inefficiency and student unrest in order to subvert the work of the faculties and to impede the mass of students from sitting for their examinations. These false revolutionaries behave objectively as allies of the Gaullist authorities and represent a policy that is objectionable to the majority of students. 24 With these words there could be little doubt that the PCF had abandoned political struggle and become a party of order. 7 days later, the enrages headed the largest demonstration Paris had seen since the Popular Front era, with the communists and their allies, the CGT, trailing contritely behind. Cohn-Bendit later recounted, "What made me happy was to be at the head of a march where the Stalinist sobs were serving as the baggage handlers at the end of the queue." 25. A self-limiting revolution. In the end de Gaulle's endemic revulsion for disorder nearly brought down the regime. Thus the stage was set for an unforeseeable chapter in the unfolding narrative of the May Revolt. What had begun as a student uprising in the Paris suburbs had metamorphosed into a mammoth anti-Gaullist student-worker alliance. The worker-student coalition was an unprecedented development. At no other point during 1968, not in the United States, not in Latin America, nor elsewhere in Europe, did an analogous front materialize. Political scientists had discounted the possibility of revolution in an advanced industrial society, in which considerations of technological efficiency purportedly trumped ideology. The May events falsified such prognoses. The student leaders wisely declined to overplay their hand. They refrained from proposing grandiose political demands, for example, threatening a seizure of power. Their express political objective was the removal of Gaullism. Hence, the slogan of the May 13 demonstrations, 10 years is enough. May 13, 1968, was the 10th anniversary of de Gaulle's re-emergence during the Algeria crisis. All in all, the students proposed a series of modest and reasonable political claims. Thereby, they set a trap for the authorities, who obliged at nearly every turn by overreacting. 26. The May Revolt signified a new political phenomenon. Along with the American Civil Rights Movement, it represented perhaps the first instance of a self-limiting revolution. This phrase was immortalized by Polish dissident Adam Michnik to describe efforts to carve out an autonomous civil society, spheres of liberty in the face of state socialism's near-total political domination. In May, student activists similarly sought to develop autonomous spheres of action vis-a-vis Gaullism's well-nigh monolithic political predominance. One important dimension these two revolutionary movements shared was an inherent distrust of the Jacobin model of centralized state power. According to the schema which was, as it were, perfected by Lenin, the state functioned as the sole legitimate political actor. Both the May movement and the Eastern European dissidents strove vigorously to combat political centralization by nurturing alternative forms of political contestation, that is, forms that derived from the sphere of an independent civil society. 27. By embracing anti-authoritarianism and by forcefully renouncing étatisme, or statism, a political form venerated by Gaullists, communists, and republicans alike, the student revolutionaries harked back to the subterranean political tradition of anarchism. In the 19th century, its most eloquent spokesman had been Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Proudhon had begun as a Saint-Simonian but was soon repulsed by the Saint-Simonians' glorification of state authority. He justly reproached them for seeking to replace one form of political despotism, monarchical absolutism, with a more modern, technocratic variant. Proudhon revered the French Revolution's libertarian beginnings, but he viewed the Jacobin dictatorship of year 2, 1793-94, as a betrayal of the Revolution's incipient emancipatory promise. Proudhon perceived France's subsequent political history, Napoleon, the Restoration, the Second Empire, as further proof of centralized political authority's intrinsic evils. In surveying the flaws of French political culture, Proudhon laid much of the blame on Rousseau's absolutist conception of sovereignty. In opposition to such enduring statist longings in both their right and left-wing variants, Proudhon celebrated the notion of local, decentralized democracy, thereby anticipating the ideal of workers' control. As Proudhon observes, when work is self-organized, no longer requiring either legislator or sovereign, the workshop will replace government. 28. During his own lifetime, Proudhon's doctrines were scorned. He was the butt of Marx's denunciations in the poverty of philosophy and was outmaneuvered by Marx's followers at the inception of the First International, 1864. His vindication would arrive belatedly in the form of 20th-century anarcho-syndicalism, a movement that rejected trade unions and political parties in favor of the political self-organization of labor. In retrospect, Proudhon stands out as an important forerunner of the anti-authoritarian, workers' self-management currents that proliferated in the aftermath of May 1968. Not only did his doctrines anticipate anarcho-syndicalism, but they also presaged the Autogestion vogue that inspired the Second Left and the CFDT trade union during the 1970s. 29. Where, then, were the Maoists during the political conflagrations of May 3 to 10, which turned the normally peaceable Latin Quarter into a veritable battleground. After all, the Normalens Rue d'Ulm was located a mere stone's throw away from the Sorbonne environs, where the street fighting had been most intense. In a characteristic gesture of Normalian arrogance, the Maoists dismissed the student revolt due to its deficient class character. Since, in their view, the uprising lacked the requisite proletarian content, it failed to measure up to the theoretical strictures of orthodox Marxism. The Marxist-Leninist Catechism repeatedly stressed that the revolution would be made by the working class, not by a group of middle-class youth whose central grievance concerned dormitory visitation rights. The Maoists, conversely, as a self-styled revolutionary vanguard, prided themselves on their asceticism. The Maoists issued a directive instructing their supporters to abandon the Latin Quarter and to agitate instead in outlying working-class districts. 30 The Normalians may have been brilliant, but they often lacked the Socratic virtue of self-knowledge. In most cases they were far more privileged than were the Nanterre and the Sorbonne students, whose political motivations they so haughtily dismissed. During the pivotal clashes of May 3 to 6, the Maoist leadership was smugly tucked away in its Rue d'Ulm sanctuary. By this point, what had begun as a localized student uprising had rapidly gained momentum. The entire nation's attention and, soon, that of much of the world was intently focused on the Latin Quarter. Was it, then, time for the Maoists to change their political course? On Tuesday, May 7, Maoist leader Robert Linhart summoned an assembly at the École Normale to discuss these questions. The Maoist leaders were all in attendance: Pierre Victor, who would succeed Linhart in the post-May period, Shanat Grumbach, nephew of former Radical Party Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France and future co-editor of the influential post-May organ Vive la Révolution, and Christian de Port-Zamparc, a graphic arts major at l'École des Beaux-Arts. In 1994 Port-Zamparc would win architecture's most coveted award, the Pritzker Prize. The meeting's goal was to discuss how the Maoists should respond to the recent political events. In accordance with the Maoists' ideological line, Linhart recommended that the next round of demonstrations shift to the suburbs, where most of the working class lived, in order to bring students and workers together. In the ensuing days, the Maoists proceeded to distribute a plotting political pamphlet, and now to the factories, throughout the Latin Quarter. But as far as joining forces with the student protest movement was concerned, Linhart remained immovable. Amid the frenetic political agitation of recent days, Linhart, like other student leaders, slept little. Undoubtedly, this fact adversely affected his judgment and allowed certain political delusions to take root. Under Linhart's leadership, the Maoists were convinced that both the Gaullists and the Socialists were conspiring to lure the French working class into the streets, where, in a scenario reminiscent of the June days or the Paris Commune, they would be brutally massacred by the forces of order. The Maoists thought of themselves as revolutionary true believers as per et der, hardened Marxists-Leninists. Psychologically speaking, it was nearly inconceivable for them to admit that other political factions might be right and that they could be wrong. Yet, there may have also been a more practical and self-interested reason for Linhart's political stubbornness, for should the UJCML belatedly join forces with the other major student groups, the Nanterre Enrages, Sauvageos French Students' Union, or the Trotskyists associated with Alain Krivine's Junes Communists Revolutionaires, the admission of error would threaten to undermine their entire revolutionary credo. Thereby, the self-proclaimed revolutionary avant-garde would be exposed as political latecomers, a revolutionary derrière-garde. Thus, as Linhart delivered his May 7 peroration, none of his key lieutenants, neither Levy/Victor, nor Shanat Grumbach, nor Roland Castro, openly contradicted him, despite the fact that many of them had begun to have serious doubts about the UJCML's political course. Clearly, at this particular juncture, one of the major issues at stake was Linhart's increasingly tenuous credibility as leader. To avow that he had misjudged the student movement's import and potential at this point was nearly inadmissible. Toward the end of the discussion, a woman's voice rang out from the back of the room. It was Nicole Linhart, Robert's wife. She passionately intoned, "Robert, the students are fighting outside. It's foolish to stay here, behind closed doors. It's time to join in. The proletariat wants to join the demonstrations and, following the students' example, to go on strike." 31. Linhart's heartless response was, "Leave. You don't have the right to speak here. Get out." Nicole left the room in tears. Robert followed her out, trying to apologize by invoking untoward circumstances, sleeplessness, unbearable political pressure, and so forth, to no avail. Thus the Maoists would remain entirely on the sidelines until the week of May 13, when the Communist Party called for a general strike. From the Latin Quarter to the factories. Although students and workers marched arm in arm on May 13 and would strive to maintain their alliance during the weeks that followed, they were hardly natural allies. Nevertheless, the wave of wildcat strikes that over the ensuing weeks brought French occupational life to a standstill was a striking and unprecedented development. The Communists had wagered that following the general strike their constituency would dutifully return to the shop floor. But their expectations were dashed. Traditionally, the French labor movement had displayed a marked anarchist streak. Inspired by the Night of the Barricades and the Enrage's incendiary rhetoric, during May the strain of political radicalism vigorously re-emerged. Following the May 13 demonstration, worker-student action committees formed to spread the gospel of revolt. 32 Within a few days, some 2 million workers were on strike. By May 22 the number had risen to approximately 9 million. Among French workers an awareness dawned that the trade unions had failed to represent their interests. In general, French workers were pathetically ill-remunerated. 33 While the middle classes enjoyed the advantages of consumer affluence, the working class had been distinctly slow to benefit. The May events suggested that rather than continuing to rely on ineffectual union representation, they would be better off taking affairs into their own hands. Wildcat strikes began in western France. Workers at the Sud aviation plant near Nantes seized control and began running the factory according to the strictures of worker self-management, or autogestion. Next, workers at several Renault plants went out, Cleon, Flins, Le Mans, and Boulogne-Billancourt on the outskirts of Paris. At Cleon and Boulogne-Billancourt, the workers sequestered the foremen and proceeded to manage the factories themselves. The class composition of French workers had changed markedly. Increasingly, what mattered was technological competence and managerial proficiency. This better educated stratum of workers was more receptive to the claims of the student activists. During May, among both groups, it was qualitative demands that mattered. Skilled workers and students sought to challenge the quasi-feudal, hierarchical structure of French organizational culture. Having demonstrated their abilities, both groups felt they merited more say in the way French institutional life was managed. Analysts showed that skilled workers were less concerned with material benefits than with the injustices of management's administrative prerogatives. 34. Yet, once the qualitative demands of France's new class of experts were met, the new worker aristocracy rapidly returned to the fold. One of the French working class's distinctive features had been its aversion to revolution. For decades, the French proletariat's interests had been well served by the Communist Party and its trade union allies. Thus, in France for the most part class conflict had been successfully institutionalized. The decline of traditional industrial sectors like coal and steel helps explain the predominantly defensive nature of working class demands. The mainstream working class had little interest in so-called qualitative issues or concerns, although, under the influence of the May events, amid the outbreak of wildcat strikes and factory occupations, this attitude began to change. Thus, typically, labor's focus had been economic or quantitative. Workers sought better remuneration, increased benefits, and improved working conditions. These issues were addressed during the Grenelle negotiations of late May, which succeeded in getting workers off the streets and back into the factories. May was a watershed insofar as it signaled a transition to social struggles of a new type. The old type of struggle concerned demands for higher wages and improved working conditions. The new struggles revolved around two main themes. One, the dismantling of authoritarian patterns of social control and the resultant democratization of society, and two, the struggle for inclusion on the part of a variety of groups: women, gays, immigrants, and prisoners who had heretofore subsisted on the social margins. Following May, their struggles and demands would occupy center stage. The general's return. May 29, 1968, was undoubtedly one of the strangest days in French political history. On that day de Gaulle informed his staff that he would leave Paris for his country retreat at Colombiers-les-Deux-Églises, a strange decision for a leader faced with a full-blown insurrection. For 2 weeks the French capital had been paralyzed by a massive general strike. In the eyes of many, to leave Paris under the circumstances was tantamount to surrender. But the general did not go to Colombiers that day. Instead, he traveled to Baden-Baden, Germany, to meet with General Jacques Massue, the head of French forces stationed there. 10 years earlier General Massue had led the revolt of the generals in Algiers, an event that precipitated the political crisis that facilitated de Gaulle's return to power. The general's trip to Baden-Baden has been the subject of endless speculation. What could the French president possibly hope to gain from such a trip? For France's 77-year-old head of state, the political situation appeared unmasterable. He felt he had exhausted all political options and contemplated stepping down. As the general lamented to Massue, "Everything is ruined. The communists have precipitated a paralysis throughout the country. I am no longer in charge of anything. I have decided to step down, and since I feel threatened, I have sought refuge with you in order to decide what to do." 35. For his part, Massue sought to shore up de Gaulle's resolve. This was no time for surrender, observed Massue, but a moment that demanded renewed decisiveness. In his memoirs Massue immodestly credits himself with having single-handedly deterred the general from resigning. Yet, there may have been another reason behind the general's mysterious excursion to Baden-Baden. De Gaulle was, after all, a military man. Since he could see no way out of the deteriorating political situation, he entertained the option of summoning French troops to Paris to restore order. As one historian of the May movement affirms, behind the trip to Baden-Baden lay the highly real threat of civil war and an appeal to the military. 36. De Gaulle never publicly avowed having contemplated this option. To admit to having considered using the French army against citizens of the Republic would have tarnished his reputation for decades. But the trip to Baden-Baden was no random act of flight. It was part and parcel of a carefully considered strategy. Whatever the real truth behind this strange sojourn, upon his return to Paris de Gaulle was able to right the ship of state. On May 30 he took to the airwaves of French radio, the same medium he had utilized 3 decades earlier to rally the nation following France's strange defeat at the hands of the Nazis, declaring with firmness that under no circumstances would he resign. He described himself as the embodiment of Republican legitimacy and insisted that he would fulfill his mandate. He announced that he was dissolving the National Assembly and that new elections would be held in June. Then he deftly played the anti-communist card, claiming that the May uprising had been provoked by a certain party with totalitarian political designs. As in 1940, France was once again threatened by dictatorship, however, this time from the political left. Only de Gaulle possessed the wherewithal and fortitude to save the nation from this ignominious fate. That evening, the Gaullists organized a massive demonstration in support of the embattled general on the Champs-Élysées, from the Tuileries to the Place de l'Étoile. The rally was a prominent symbolic indicator that the political tide had begun to turn in the government's favor. Amid the dozens of pro-de Gaulle and anti-communist banners, one in particular stood out, "Cohn-Bendit à Auschwitz." De Gaulle's performance was a political masterstroke. The general realized that since his popularity had eroded considerably, a referendum on his presidency would be ill-advised. Yet, he was also keenly aware that the French middle classes had grown weary of strikes and demonstrations and of the deterioration of social conditions that accompanied them. The average right-thinking Frenchman and woman craved a return to political normalcy, and that is exactly what de Gaulle pledged to provide. The Grenelle Accords, negotiated between the government and the major trade unions, resulted in a 35% rise in the minimum wage, a 10% wage increase, a reduction in social security payments, and 1 hour's decrease in the work week. In May, the Communist Party lived in constant fear of being outflanked on the left by the various groupuscules, anarchists, Maoists, and Trotskyists. The Grenelle Agreement had the desired effect of defusing working-class militancy, an outcome that worked to the political advantage of both the Communists and the Gaullists. As one commentator has aptly noted, the Communist Party was profoundly Gaullist, devoted to order, to authority, to transmitting commands from above, to the cult of personality, to channeling popular aspirations into tidy agreements. 37. The June parliamentary elections resulted in a stunning victory for the Gaullists. The Associated Left, Federation of the Left, PCF, and the Socialists, lost more than 100 seats. Conversely, the center-right parties gained nearly 100. As one historian has observed, the June 1968 election was all about fear. 38. The French electorate had had enough of political experimentation and longed for a return to stability. Perhaps boredom was not so bad after all. Its confidence buoyed, the government employed troops to forcibly evict strikers from occupied factories in the Greater Paris region. In July, de Gaulle rewarded Pompidou, who had been a voice of moderation and sobriety throughout the conflict, by handing him his walking papers. Pompidou was replaced by the nondescript Maurice Couvet de Mervelly. With Couvet de Mervelly heading the government, at least the general ran little risk of being outshone. De Gaulle interpreted the June 1968 electoral results as a mandate analogous to the one he had received 10 years earlier, in December 1958. But on this count he seriously erred. Gaullism's electoral triumph was little more than a political stopgap that returned France to a holding pattern. None of the deep-seated structural problems that underlay the May Revolt had been resolved. Flush with confidence, in March 1969 de Gaulle announced a new referendum. This time his proposals were roundly and summarily rejected. In April the general left Paris for Colombier les deux Églises, this time for good. The conflict of interpretations. The May Revolt caught commentators and intellectuals wholly off guard. Within weeks a coterie of professional and amateur scribes sought to retrace the key events and decipher their meaning. A robust cottage industry arose over how best to interpret the revolt. Many of the contemporary accounts, written either by the historical actors or by reflective eyewitnesses, have retained their vigor and lucidity. 39. Jean-Pierre Le Goff has aptly described May's legacy as an impossible heritage. 40. Along with the Fourth Republic's rash implosion that precipitated de Gaulle's political return, the May Revolt remains the key political event of the post-war era. Correspondingly, the political and ideological stakes involved in interpreting the May events are keen. At issue is the legitimacy of the Fifth Republic's various political incarnations: Gaullist, center-right, socialist, and so forth. The conservative interpretation of May has been best represented by Raymond Aron. At the time, Aron wrote a series of on-the-spot opinion pieces for the center-right daily Le Figaro. On the one hand, Aron soberly acknowledged that aspects of French society, such as the universities, were badly in need of reform. On the other hand, like de Gaulle, he abhorred the May uprising's tendential anarchism. In a critique redolent of Edmund Burke's reflections on the revolution in France, Aron blamed the revolt on the circulation of abstract, utopian ideas emanating from the pens of the left bank's maîtres penseurs, Althusser, Lacan, Lévi-Strauss, and Sartre. Thus, in Aron's view, the May Revolt was a classic example of the treason of the intellectuals, an allusion to Julien Benda's 1927 classic La Trahison des Clercs. Point 41. Jettisoning all professionalism, the left-wing professorate engaged in thoughtless and brazen acts of political partisanship. In an oft-cited observation, Aron characterized the revolt as a psychodrama, implying that the movement's protagonists were psychologically maladjusted. They were in the throes of a left-wing emotionalism and as such in need of a cure. The most sophisticated left-wing analysis of the May Revolt, also written in the heat of battle, was La Brèche, The Break, co-authored by Edgar Morin, Claude Lefort, and Jean-Marc Coudray, Cornelius Castoriadis a pseudonym. Point 42. In their view, the May Uprising was a tangible refutation of theories of social technocracy, which claimed that revolution was no longer possible in the modern world. The May movement demonstrated that advanced industrial societies were vulnerable to new democratic logics of social contestation. From the author's perspective, May constituted a breakthrough insofar as students and workers, mistrusting traditional forms of political representation such as parties and trade unions, had spontaneously organized themselves into autonomous, egalitarian collectives, Soviets, or councils. In their eyes, the spirit of worker self-management, or autogestion, represented a left-wing alternative to authoritarian approaches to socialism that, heretofore, had been historically dominant. Perhaps, the authors hoped, May was the dawn of a new variety of libertarian socialism, whose historical precedents had been the Paris Commune, the Kronstadt Revolt, the anarchist collectives of the Spanish Civil War, 1936–39, and the Hungarian Uprising, 1956. During the 1970s, as the May events receded and France returned to political normalcy, a cynical interpretation of the revolt found favor among disillusioned former leftists. In this account, May 1968 signified little more than a way station on France's relentless march toward societal modernization. As we have seen, during the 1960s French organizational life remained in the grip of a quasi-feudal traditionalism. By challenging the hierarchy, the May movement putatively helped speed the transition to a more streamlined and efficient organizational culture. The May Revolt's paradoxical end result was to advance capitalist modernization by helping to eliminate atavistic cultural blockages. The revisionist view of May 1968 implicitly followed Tocqueville by arguing that these events were not discontinuous with long-term social and political trends but merely a further step on the march toward democratization qua social leveling. The cynical critique of the May movement also bemoaned the rise of a new individualism, which the event's detractors viewed as an expression of the consumer society simpliciter. Point 43. They claimed that the May insurrection had been a false dawn. By stressing logics of cultural revolt and identity politics, the May movement had done little more than pave the way for an expanded spectrum of vacuous and ephemeral lifestyle choices. No longer locked into an identity predetermined by social class, individuals were free to choose among a new range of cultural pseudo-options. From this perspective, the ideals of libertarian socialism were little more than a utopian afterthought. Instead, the culture of narcissism had arrived in full force. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville famously described the softening of morals, mores, coincident with the triumph of democratic political culture. In Era of the Void and other writings, Gilles Lipovitsky, one of Tocqueville's latter-day heirs, described the post-May analog as follows. May 68 was a soft revolution, without deaths, traitors, orthodoxies, or purges. Indeed, it manifested the same gradual softening of social mores that Tocqueville first noticed in personal relations characteristic of an individualistic and democratic age. The spirit of May recaptured what historically has been the central tenet of the consumer society, hedonism. By emphasizing permissiveness, humor, and fun, the spirit of May was largely molded by the very thing it denounced in politics. The euphoria of the consumer age. Point 44. Ironically, here, lay extremes se touchant, as the left-wing and conservative excoriations of the May event's political legacy join forces. For former leftists such as Regis Debray, the fact that following May the goal of revolution was abandoned in favor of piecemeal, social evolutionary change meant that the revolt's outcome was, by definition, retrograde. But Debray's perspective offers a false choice between pure revolutionism and wholesale conformism. Here, strong traces of the former Althusser students' Marxist superego are showing. Point 45. Similarly, conservative Republican thinkers such as Lipovitsky, Luc Ferry, and Marcel Gauchet, operating under Tocqueville's spell, assumed that the rise of individualism meant that French political culture had succumbed to the centrifugal debilities of its Anglo-American counterparts, liberalism, possessive individualism, and multiculturalism. The Republican credo, conversely, excoriated all manner of communitarian particularism. It also scorned mediating bodies or institutions, demanding instead that the individual sacrifice herself for the greater good of la patrie. Hence, viewed from a neo-republican standpoint, the rise of individualism and the breakdown of the earlier republican consensus meant that French exceptionalism, its steadfast rejection of Anglo-American liberalism, had been one of the main casualties of the post-May era. Both left-wing and Republican critiques misconstrued May's political specificity. The May movement's uniqueness lay in the challenges it posed to traditional forms of political struggle, be they Marxist, liberal, or Republican. The May Revolt corresponded to a new, multivalent political dynamic that transcended the Manichaean oppositions of a class-based society. Students and workers invoked norms of openness, publicness, and direct democracy in order to contest new technocratic models of social control. As such, those who were involved in the May protests possessed an acute awareness concerning the altered modalities of domination and the restrictive nature of contemporary social roles. As one commentator put it, "We are what we do and what others do to us, the roles that we play in the social apparatus." Work is no longer merely activity, production, and profession. It is relationships, communication, and status. Leisure is no longer withdrawal into oneself, one's family, or one's neighborhood group. The culture is controlled and transmitted centrally. 46. The May activists recognized that commodity fetishism, a definite relation between persons, that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things, had been transposed from the workplace to social relationships in general. 47 With the consumer society's triumph, not even the once sacrosanct realm of human intimacy had been spared. The student militants sought to remedy and offset these developments, realizing all the while that in advanced industrial societies to abandon bureaucracy in its entirety was a sociological impossibility. Hence, the May movement targeted impersonal, bureaucratic, and highly formalized modes of socialization that operated without regard for persons. Max Weber. As a result, everyday life in France was permanently transformed. The May activists succeeded in overturning an institutional culture that unthinkingly glorified social rank and technocratic expertise. Following the May Revolt, that culture would never possess the same unquestioned self-evidence. Contra Tocqueville, democracy does not merely signify social leveling. Instead, it indicates a political approach requiring that authority be discursively legitimate from the bottom up, rather than quiescently accepted. In this respect, the authors of La Brèche, who understood the May events in terms of the emergence of new logics of individual and collective autonomy, were not far off the mark. 48 For the May Revolt sought to recalibrate the basic dynamics of socialization in advanced industrial societies. It represented an attempt to shift the locus of social power away from alienated institutions and toward the control of associated individuals. In the post-May period, these individuals regrouped themselves in various social movements: feminism, ecology, worker autonomy, citizens' initiatives, prisoners' rights, and gay rights. It is in this regard that Alain Touraine has justly described the post-May period in terms of a return of the actor. 49 To conceptualize these developments in Marxist or neo-republican terms is to misconstrue their scope and import. Chapter 4. Who were the Maoists? We confused everything: the political commissar philosophers' machine gun, the big-hearted anarchist prostitutes, the cunning of the Hegelian concept, the Spanish Civil War, Kyo in André Malraux's La Condition Humaine. Jean-Georges and Lenin, Paul Nizan and Louis Aragon, the Resistance and the War in Algeria. In sum, I became a communist because I believed it was the only way to live life like a novel. Jean-Paul Dahl, ex-Maoist. A Civil War Without Guns. In May 1966, Mao Zedong launched the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, pitting youthful Red Guards against Chinese Communist Party stalwarts and city dwellers suspected of bourgeois habitudes. 1 To much of the outside world, The Cultural Revolution appeared as a noble attempt to reignite Chinese communism's fading revolutionary ardor. Thereby, perhaps China could escape the bureaucratic sclerosis that had afflicted the Soviet Union and its Eastern European allies. However, we now know that Mao was rapidly losing his grip on power. His credibility as a leader had suffered greatly from the debacle of the Great Leap Forward, the disastrous agricultural modernization scheme that from 1958 to 1961 caused some 20 million senseless, famine-related deaths. Moreover, Mao was aging, having recently turned 73. His rivals in the party hierarchy, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, and Liu Shaoqai, were gradually shunting him aside. To underscore his youthful vigor, in July 1966 Mao took a widely publicized swim in the Yangtze River. Thereby, he sought to convince skeptics that the revolution's fate was inextricably tied to his personal status as hero and leader. Thus, in part, the Cultural Revolution was a naked power grab, rife with persecution and abuse for anyone who was suspected of being insufficiently revolutionary, revisionists, Kruskevites, and bourgeois. Mao instructed the Red Guards, "Do not be afraid to make trouble. The more trouble you make and the longer you make it, the better. Confusion and trouble are always noteworthy. Trouble-making is revolutionary." Two such instructions, or notifications, would prove a recipe for mass anarchy. It was a strategy Mao set in motion to avenge his political enemies, above all his chief rival, Liu Shaoqai, who in 1959 had succeeded Mao as the People's Republic of China's head of state. At the same time, the Cultural Revolution represented a declaration of war against putative rightist tendencies within the Communist Party. The great helmsman feared that the party was in danger of producing a new elite of self-satisfied technocrats. As he warned the party leadership in 1965, the life of sitting on sofas and using electric fans will not do. 3. In recent years, Mao had followed developments in Soviet politics with great apprehension. Khrushchev's 1956 20th Party Congress speech denouncing the crimes of the Stalin era, as well as the Soviet leader's abrupt October 1964 dismissal by the Politburo. Communist China's political legitimacy was openly predicated on the Stalinist authoritarian model. From Mao's vantage point, Khrushchev's 1956 assault on Stalin's cult of personality struck close to home. He perceived de-Stalinization as an ignominious ideological retreat that threatened the success of communism worldwide. Although Mao had been openly at odds with the Soviet leader, reviling him as a revisionist, Khrushchev's ouster raised the specter that before long an analogous fate could befall Mao himself. For all of these reasons Mao felt that the time was ripe to unleash a bold new political initiative that would double as a preemptive strike against potential enemies and rivals. Significantly, the Cultural Revolution's shock troops, the Red Guards, were composed of high school and university students. They had been issued red armbands, allowing them to wreak havoc with impunity. Their motto, as proclaimed by numerous wall posters, was, "Beat to a pulp any and all persons who go against Mao Zedong thought, no matter who they are, what banner they fly, or how exalted their positions may be, for and so they did." At one point, Mao abruptly suspended the school system, thereby freeing up millions of students to do his bidding throughout the country. All atavisms of tradition that stood in the way of the socialist system and the dictatorship of the proletariat were fair game. At the instigation of Mao, the students proceeded to demolish old buildings, temples, and art objects in their towns and villages, and to attack their teachers, school administrators, party leaders, and parents. 5. During the Cultural Revolution, victims were forced to march through the streets in dunce caps and with demeaning placards around their necks, proclaiming their guilt before large hostile crowds. Others were made to stand for hours on end with backs agonizingly bent and arms outstretched in what was called the airplane position. 6. Intellectuals especially were frequently beaten and disgraced. Many others committed suicide after enduring unbearable public humiliation. Millions of urban dwellers were forcibly relocated to the countryside, where they were subjected to the purifying influence of backbreaking labor. Mao conceived the Cultural Revolution as the Chinese equivalent of the Paris Commune. It would be, he once claimed, a nationwide civil war without guns. 7. One of its goals was to eliminate the risks of class conciliation, for example, revisionist shibboleths concerning peaceful coexistence, and to underscore the insuperable contradiction, a key word in the Maoist lexicon, between bourgeois and proletarian classes. As modern communards, the Red Guards would smash the bourgeois state apparatus and re-establish Chinese communism on a secure ideological footing. Here, one of the ironies was that despite the official appellation the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the Chinese working class played a negligible role. In December 1968, at a point when the social anarchy that had been unleashed seemed unmasterable, Mao reversed course by banishing the Red Guards to the countryside in order to learn proletarian consciousness from the peasantry. Mao Zedong thought was nothing if not a mass of contradictions. The ensuing chaos retarded Chinese economic development by some 15 years. In the official history of the Chinese Communist Party published in 1981, the Cultural Revolution is described as being responsible for the severest setbacks and the heaviest losses suffered by the party, the state, and the people since the founding of the People's Republic. 8. One of the jokes that circulated following Mao's death was that the Cultural Revolution's goal was to do away with culture. One of Mao's chief theoretical texts was On Contradiction, 1937. There Mao sought to address the asymmetrical relationship between base and superstructure. Given the primacy that dialectical materialism traditionally bestows on the economic base, is it a violation of Marxism, Mao inquires, to ask how one should respond when political and cultural factors assume primacy? No. Mao responds emphatically, for while acknowledging the primacy of social being over consciousness, we must also recognize the reaction of mental on material things, of social consciousness on social being, and of the superstructure on the economic base. 9. One of the political intentions of Mao's treatise on materialist epistemology was to elevate China's standing in the avant-garde of revolutionary struggle, despite its manifest social and economic backwardness. After all, China was a nation that had only recently begun to emerge from its feudal past. Although factories could be found in the large cities, the vast majority of China's population remained peasants, a far cry from the scenario of proletarian revolution envisioned by Marx or even Lenin, who, despite Russia's sizable peasantry, had always attributed a leading role to the working class. Thus, in an intellectual maneuver that would have significant repercussions for third-worldism, Mao's theoretical writings endowed the peasantry with the same potential for class consciousness that Marx had attributed to the working class. Marx had famously maintained that class consciousness was a function of one's relationship to the means of production, hence, the proletariat's putatively privileged revolutionary vantage point. The great helmsman updated Marx to suit Chinese circumstances by declaring that class consciousness need not be so narrowly sociologically construed. He contended that class consciousness was a function of a group's ideological standing. Since under feudalism and imperialism the peasantry had been brutally oppressed, it, too, had ample incentive to rebel. Mao's stress on the superstructure's relative autonomy also provided license for the revolutionary leadership to indoctrinate workers and peasants to the point where their class consciousness became historically adequate. In essence, it underwrote a theory of educational or cultural dictatorship. Yet, how exactly might one determine which contradiction plays the leading role at a given historical moment? At this point Mao's voluntarism comes into play, a voluntarism that, from Robespierre to Lenin, represented one of the hallmarks of the Jacobin revolutionary tradition. At every key juncture, one needed a knowledgeable revolutionary elite to sort out the various contradictions and to identify the path to genuine class consciousness. Thus, Maoist political thought oscillated between celebrating the virtues of the mass line, that is, taking one's lead from the disposition and orientation of the people, and revolutionary vanguardism à la Lenin and Robespierre. In a time of crisis, Mao was quick to stress the virtues of political leadership. Ultimately, when it came to revolution, the people were well-meaning amateurs. The party cadres, conversely, were knowledgeable and trustworthy professionals. The year 1967 will be Chinese. The year 1967 was Chinese. 10 In Paris, signs of Maoism's popularity abounded. Mao-collared suits les cols Mao's had become immensely fashionable. Try as they might, the clothing boutiques in Paris's tawny 16th arrondissement could not keep them in stock. For their part, left-bank booksellers were perpetually selling out of quotations from Chairman Mao. Louis, the French equivalent of Playboy, decided to jump on the pro-Chinese bandwagon by featuring an 8-page spread of scantily clad models in straw hats, red stars, and red guard attire. The accompanying captions were culled from the Little Red Book. One striking image portrayed a young woman, unclad and equipped with an automatic rifle, emerging from an enormous white cake. The revolution is not a dinner party, read the legend. 11. In the world of cinema, Jean-Luc Godard's La Chinoise, an alternately whimsical and propagandistic attempt to fathom the wave of cinephilia cresting in Paris that year, became a success de scandale. Godard was at the zenith of his cinematic talents. Weekend, his breakthrough portrayal of bourgeois decadence, had been released to immense critical acclaim that spring. Godard described his intentions in an August 1967 interview in Le Monde. Why La Chinoise? Because everywhere people are speaking about China. Whether it's a question of oil, the housing crisis, or education, there is always the Chinese example. China proposes solutions that are unique. What distinguishes the Chinese Revolution and is also emblematic of the Cultural Revolution is youth, the moral and scientific quest, free from prejudices. One can't approve of all its forms. But this unprecedented cultural fact demands a minimum of attention, respect, and friendship. 12. La Chinoise was filmed almost entirely in a private apartment at 15, Rue Mirominal, in Paris. The spatial isolation made the film seem something like a Gauchist Robinsonade. The young Maoists had completely turned their backs on the corruptions and lures of bourgeois society. As such, the film became a laboratory experiment or testing ground for the viability of left-wing ideology. Godard had originally intended to examine the respective merits of Chinese and Soviet Marxism. However, by the time he started filming, the senescence of the Soviet model seemed self-evident. To the annoyance of viewers with more conventional cinematic expectations, much of La Chinoise consisted of didactic political harangues culled from the texts of Saint Just, Lenin, and, of course, the great helmsman himself. It was a tactic Godard had imbibed from Brecht's so-called didactic plays, Lehrstück, and was intended to upend the pretensions of cinematic and theatrical realism. Godard employed the technique to discomfit or alienate the viewer, to strip the film-goer of his or her most reassuring illusions. Plot, narrative, character development — these were some of the vestiges of bourgeois affirmative cinema that Godard summarily jettisoned as ideologically compromised. By highlighting the constructed or fabricated nature of cinematic experience, the director hoped to disrupt the complacency with which cinemagoers customarily viewed films. Thereby, Godard sought to remove cinema once and for all from the world of entertainment or modern consumerism. Fortunately, La Chinoise also contained moments of levity reminiscent of the director's path-breaking Nouvelle Vague films, as in the scene where the young philosophy student Véronique, played by Godard's wife, Anna Wiazemsky, declares, "The revolution is an uprising, an act of violence whereby one class overthrows another. As for me, I'm in philosophy class." At that point the screen cuts to an image of the philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty. La Chinoise ends with a lengthy political debate between Véronique and her real-life Nanterre philosophy professor Francis Jeanson, a Sartrine who had won notoriety during the Algerian War as a porteur de valise, or money handler, for the FLN 13 over the merits of revolutionary violence. At one point Véronique impetuously declares that she wants to shut down the university with bombs. Jeanson points out that when he was a militant he had an entire people backing his actions. Conversely, Véronique and her fellow Maoists are politically isolated. "I think you are heading down a path that is a perfect dead end," Jeanson concludes resignedly, although, for his part, Godard would later claim that at the time he was more sympathetic to Véronique's point of view. 14. La Chinoise went a long way toward boosting Maoism's political chic quotient. Within a few years, numerous celebrities would clamber on board the Maoist bandwagon. As one observer cynically observed, among left-bank intellectuals radical chic became a form of moral tax deduction. 15 What filmmaker apart from Goddard could get away with including the following Althusserian rhetorical gem in a feature film? The idea of permanent revolution is only valid if the diversity and determination of the teams of political economists allow them to overcome the uncertainties of the conjuncture. 16. Goddard went on to make several other pro-Chinese films including The Wind from the East, 1969, and See You at Mao, 1971, during his stint as a guerrilla filmmaker with the Gigi Avertov Group, which Goddard co-founded with fellow director Jean-Pierre Gorin. In 1970, when the Maoist daily La Cause du Peuple was impounded by the Pompidou government and its editors imprisoned, Goddard was among the prominent French intellectuals who defied the ban by hawking the proscribed broadsheet on the boulevards of Paris. If by filming La Chinoise Goddard's aim had been to ingratiate himself with the Maoist student militants, who had pointedly refused to appear in the film, his efforts fell short. A celebrated May 1968 graffito mocked the Swiss director as Le plus con de Suisses pro-Chinois, the biggest ass among the Swiss pro-Chinese. The Normal School. The Maoist temptation began among a group of Louis Althusser's students at the École Normale Supérieure. The ENS is a training ground for France's intellectual elite. Those who are accepted receive a 4-year stipend. Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Raymond Aron, Louis Althusser, and Michel Foucault were all ENS graduates. 17. The students' attraction to Maoism had been piqued by the Sino-Soviet rift of the early 1960s. In 1963 the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party had openly challenged the Soviet Union's leadership of the international communist movement. The Soviets abruptly recalled some 1,400 technicians and experts from China, seriously disrupting Chinese industrial development. The PCF, headed by a group of unregenerate Stalinists, had become the embodiment of ideological rigidity. In 1956, to the dismay of fellow travelers like Sartre, it unhesitatingly backed the brutal Soviet invasion of Hungary. By the mid-1960s, however, its servility to Moscow had become something of an embarrassment. Increasingly, it had difficulty finding recruits among France's vaunted caste of intellectual mandarins. The PCF recycled the same old workerist political line. But increasingly, its slogans were out of touch with the realities of French occupational life, where the ranks of white-collar and service industry workers were swelling. Moreover, the party was consistently tone-deaf to the political novelties of the 1960s, decolonization, third-worldism, not to mention the attractions of cultural revolution, which fascinated the student generation. Where, then, might young leftists turn to find a viable oppositional political model? For a time many of the ENS Maoists tried to make a go of it within the French Communist Party student organization, the Union des étudiants communistes, UEC. They hatched a Machiavellian scheme, known as entrisme, to transform the UEC along less dogmatic lines from within. For this reason, they came to be known as the Italians, since among West European communists, the Italian Communist Party displayed the greatest independence from Moscow. But once their plot was uncovered, they were, in good Bolshevik fashion, summarily purged. In 1966 the student Maoists started their own organization, the Union de Jeunesses Communistes Marxists-Leninists, UJCML. The Marxist-Leninist suffix was a sign of the times. It indicated that UJC adherents were genuine revolutionaries, unlike the PCF revisionists, who seemed more concerned with electoral success and trade union gains than the virtues of armed struggle. Hence, curiously, while America's best and brightest the Harvard graduates who served in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations were prosecuting the Vietnam War, their opposite numbers in France, the so-called Ulmards, the École Normale was located on the Rue d'Ulm, in the heart of the Latin Quarter, were planning trips to China, copiously citing the Little Red Book, and praising the virtues of a war of position against the bourgeois enemy. 18. Rediscovering Marxism with Althusser. Recent political developments had placed the Maoist spiritual mentor, Louis Althusser, in an awkward position. Althusser was a devout communist who revered Stalinism as the movement's glorious pinnacle. He viewed Khrushchev's 20th Party Congress speech, exposing the crimes of the Stalin era, as a departure from orthodoxy that had opened the door to the flaccid heresies of revisionism. Already during the 1950s, Althusser sensed the threat that the new anti-scientific Marxist lexicon represented to the standpoint of Soviet orthodoxy. In Eastern Europe, Marxist humanism, in the guise of socialism with a human face, would culminate in the ill-fated Prague Spring of 1968. Althusser's theoretical efforts, under the aegis of structuralism, to restore Marxism's respectability as science were directed against the threats posed by the growing popularity of Marxist humanism, whose chief French representatives were PCF philosopher Roger Garaudy and Sartre. In Althusser's view, the softening of the party line, the retreat from science in favor of the effete philosophical standpoint of Western Marxism, risked effacing the all-important difference between genuine communism and social democracy. 19. In the PCF, dissent was tantamount to sacrilege, grounds for expulsion. Althusser's dilemma was clear. Following the Sino-Soviet rift, one could not be both a card-carrying member of the PCF and pro-Chinese. It was a case of either or. When, in 1967, the N students published a special issue of their journal praising the achievements of the Cultural Revolution, Althusser contributed, but without affixing his byline, lest he run afoul of party authorities. For their part, the students decided to overlook the tension between their own political voluntarism, their exaltation of revolutionary will, and Althusser's inflexible structuralism, which belittled human agency in favor of indubitable scientific axioms. As one commentator aptly noted, the peculiar alliance between Althusser and the Gauchists made possible a paradoxical bringing together of an often mad political voluntarism, a desperate activism, and the notion of a subjectless process that resembled a mystical commitment. 20. The Normalians wagered that by sacrificing themselves as autonomous subjects and integrating themselves with the logic of history, they would be redeemed. As an additional benefit, they would thereby negate the taint of their own bourgeois class background. In their approach to Marx, the UJC militants craved an element of certainty that structuralist thinkers Fernand Braudel, Ferdinand de Saussure, and Claude Lévi-Strauss had been able to confer on other disciplines and fields. The austerity of Althusser's philosophical doctrines projected an air of uncompromising theoretical rigor that the young Normalians found seductive. They yearned for an absolute, and Althusser's ironclad distinction between science, Marxism, and ideology, the delusions of bourgeois humanism, provided it. But was not structuralism, with its inordinate focus on discourse and theory, in the end patently idealistic, hence, incompatible with the requirements of Marxism qua materialism? The Normalians rationalized this dilemma with loose speculation about the materiality of the signifier. At the time, Hegelianism and phenomenology, as dominated by the three H's, Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, were the leading strands of French philosophy. From an intellectual standpoint, Althusser's structuralism offered a novel, non-academic approach that students found refreshing vis-a-vis the shop-worn pieties of Republican humanism. Structural linguistics attacked the delusions of authorship. We do not speak language, instead, language speaks us. Structural anthropologists and psychoanalysts attacked the paradigm of consciousness. Althusserians, for their part, sought to joyfully bury humanism like the pitiful remnants of a bygone era of triumphant bourgeois thinking. 21. Althusser's structuralism stressed Marxism's status as a self-enclosed, autochthonous conceptual system. Marx's theoretical corpus contained absolute truth as long as one knew how to read it and what to look for. By emphasizing Marxism's internal coherence, Althusser sought to safeguard its doctrinal purity, no matter how badly the theory might play out in reality. Stalin may have committed egregious crimes, the Soviet Union might be a degenerate workers' state, yet Marxism's pristine theoretical truths would persevere unscathed. But what sense did it make to embalm Marxism as a body of pristine a priori truths when it was intended as an explanation of real history? In retrospect, it seems clear that subtending Althusser's scientism lay a nostalgia for Stalinism, a deep-seated intolerance for aleatory perspectives and views. In many respects, Althusser's structuralism did for Marxist philosophy what Zdanov's doctrine of socialist realism had done for the arts in the 1930s. During the 1930s, Althusser belonged to a militant Catholic organization, Action Catholique. Commentators have speculated that following World War II, the philosopher transposed his fervent quest for absolute truth from the Church to the Communist Party. Was it mere coincidence that toward the end of his life Althusser lobbied the Vatican for a private audience with Pope John Paul II, 22? The French Communist Party viewed structuralism disparagingly, since it scorned history in favor of timeless constructs. Marxism prided itself on its theory of history, which prophesied capitalism's decline and the proletariat's inevitable triumph. Nevertheless, since at the time structuralism was enjoying such an unparalleled vogue, France's leading thinkers, Barthes, Braudel, Foucault, Lacan, and Levi-Strauss, were all structuralists. The party tolerated Althusser's theoretical views as a much-needed source of intellectual prestige. His regeneration of Marxist theory might offset the taint that communism had in the eyes of French intellectuals following the 1956 Hungarian debacle. Althusser was sympathetic to aspects of Chinese communism. In his view, under Mao's leadership, China's leaders displayed a revolutionary vitality that had long ceased to exist among their geriatric counterparts in Eastern Europe. Paradoxically, one of the main reasons Althusser admired Chinese communism was that its leaders had remained unwavering Stalinists. Khrushchevism, with its conciliatory rhetoric of peaceful coexistence, had opened Pandora's box to all manner of political slackness. Hence, some of Althusser's early texts featured guarded allusions to Chinese developments. Althusser's 1962 essay Contradiction and Overdetermination is a good case in point. 23. Although Mao's name appears nowhere in the article, the essay is an extended commentary on the great helmsman's disquisition on contradiction. Since to cite Mao directly would have constituted grounds for immediate expulsion, as a substitute Althusser invoked an 1890 letter by Engels claiming that the economic base, though indispensable, is far from being all-determinant, thus allowing for the quasi-autonomy of cultural and political developments. Althusser rightly sensed that Soviet Marxism had congealed into an inflexible economic determinism. The virtue of Mao's essay was that it acknowledged that base and superstructure did not always stand in a direct, causal relationship. Instead, often they stood in contradiction to one another. In pursuing this tack, Althusser sought to expand the purview of Marxist theory so that it would be capable of engaging new cultural and intellectual challenges. Althusser's students, conversely, operated under no such prohibitions. Their enthusiasm for revolutionary China was zealous and unqualified, although almost none of them could read Chinese, and reliable information about contemporary China was extremely scarce. As of 1965, Althusser's Annus Mirabilis, when both For Marx and Reading Capital appeared, the students began airing their radical political views in the self-published Cahiers Marxists-Leninists. The editors were Robert Linhart, Jacques-Alain Miller, and Jacques Rancière. In 1967, epistemologist Dominique Lecourt took over as editor-in-chief. The student activists came to view their four-year-end stipend as a subvention that allowed them to militate full-time. French Maoism operated at a dangerous remove from the reality principle. Mao's China became a projection, a Rorschach test for the students' overheated revolutionary fantasies. With Soviet communism substantially discredited, revolutionary China, along with other Third World experiments in state socialism, North Vietnam, Cuba, and so on, seemed to embody the last best hope for a left-wing alternative to the dislocations of Western modernity, overcrowded cities, urban blight, ghetto uprisings, in the United States, at least, industrially scarred landscapes, and massive pollution. Looking back, a leading Maoist militant, Roland Castro, explained the basis underlying the students' attraction to Maoism as follows. The first message we received from China, revolution within the revolution. The second message we received, though fewer of us this time, revolution of civilization. The third message we received, 700 million Chinese people, is not a kibbutz, it's not a phalanstery, it's not a splinter group. It's a quarter of the world, an empire in the center of the world, in the center of the world that it was about to implode. We could hear the implosion. 24. Revolution within the revolution meant that by stressing the primacy of cultural and ideological themes, Maoism had beneficially broadened the scope of revolutionary struggle. Revolutionary discourse was no longer governed by the administrative managerial mentality of Eastern European socialism. Revolution of civilization meant that radical politics no longer pertained to questions of social engineering, as in Lenin's infamous definition of socialism as the Soviets plus electrification. Instead, it bespoke a qualitative transformation of everyday life. Hence, the popular May 1968 slogan, borrowed from Rambo, "Change your lobby. Change life." 700 million Chinese people is not a kibbutz meant that the Cultural Revolution could not be dismissed as an epiphenomenon or a blip. At stake were events of epochal significance that portended nothing less than a wholesale transformation of humanity's capacity for political self-organization. Revolutionary tourism. In August 1967, the UJCML leadership Robert Linhart, Jacques Breuil, Christian Riss, and Jean-Pierre Le Dantec made a life-transforming pilgrimage to China. Upon their return, in Garde Rouge they praised China's first hydrogen bomb detonation as an immortal victory for Mao Zedong. 25 Since the People's Republic of China was itself in the throes of an immense political purge, the Cultural Revolution, Linhart decided his group should follow suit and extirpate the last vestiges of the petty bourgeois intellectualism. It was at this point that the Maoists, in vintage Oedipal fashion, turned against Althusser, who had repeatedly refused to renounce his Communist Party membership and join forces with the UJCML. The pro-Chinese activists who made pilgrimages to the People's Republic of China engaged in blind acts of revolutionary tourism. They visited prefabricated Potemkin villages and were perpetually accompanied by party-appointed handlers. They returned to France to publish florid reminiscences praising the superiority of the Chinese path to socialism. 26 As the Italian communist writer Maria Antonietta Maxiocchi enthused in her travel memoir De la Chine. Here is a people marching with a light step and with fervor toward the future. This people may be the incarnation of the new civilization of the world. China has made an unprecedented leap into history. Mao is essentially anti-dogmatic and anti-authoritarian. He prizes the initiative of the masses over the primacy of the production apparatus, he insists on the principle of equality, he repeats that the party cannot be a substitute for the masses and that the masses must liberate themselves. 27. The complexities and sordid realities of contemporary Chinese politics mattered little. What counted was that the illusion of a radiant utopian future was preserved. Thus, for all their rebelliousness, the Maoist Normalians merely repeated the mistakes of a previous generation of leftists, who, led by prestigious literati such as Henry Barbusse and Romain Rolland, had uncritically sung the praises of Stalinist Russia during the 1930s. 28. Long after his initial visit to the People's Republic, Jacques Breuil, one of the UJCML leaders, returned to confront his party-appointed chaperone. "You only showed us the positive side of Chinese communism," complained Breuil. "We showed you what you wanted to see," his Chinese counterpart retorted. The student's Maoist intoxication testified to an enduring trope of French cultural life, Orientalism, the idea that an infusion of primitive energies from non-Western lands would offset European decadence and revitalize France qua metropole in decline. Eugene Delacroix's sprawling depictions of Oriental decadence, André Malraux's revolutionary romanticism in La Condition Humaine, set during the early phases of the Chinese Civil War during the late 1920s, and Paul Nizen's youthful memoir, Aden, Araby, all fit the mold. At odds with their elders, frustrated with metropolitan France's cultural insularity, politically homeless under de Gaulle's 11-year autocratic reign, the student militants sought out an alternative political reality light years removed from the prosaic historical present in which they felt trapped. It seemed that the less information the students possessed concerning the People's Republic and the Greater China's geographic and cultural remove from Europe, the more leeway they had to project their own utopian hopes and dreams. Still, important aspects of their pro-Chinese worldview were reality-based. They venerated Mao as one of the titans of the 20th century revolutionary tradition. He was perceived as a creative interpreter of Marxist doctrine, someone who was both an activist and a theorist. His interpretation of class struggle incorporated the peasantry, an innovation that was central for Asian and South American third-worldism. Moreover, the great helmsman's personal saga as a figure who, following countless military and political setbacks, persevered until he finally succeeded in driving Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang from the mainland, was a narrative that fascinated revolutionary romantics worldwide. In addition to being a gifted military strategist, Mao was an intellectual among the habitués of left-bank society, an inestimable source of prestige. Along with his capacious theoretical writings, he also wrote poetry. Among the Parisian literati, the fact that Mao had unleashed a cultural revolution carried great weight. It accounted for the innovative character of Chinese communism vis-à-vis its drab, dirigiste Soviet counterpart. Among the Normalians and their sympathizers, the fact that Chinese students had been called upon to play the role of a revolutionary avant-garde appeared to cinch matters. Thus, from a French perspective, the Cultural Revolution seemed to strike all the right chords. From its inception, the Cultural Revolution generated global support and admiration for the Chinese cause, and not just among leftists. Sinologists, foreign service officers, and amateur China watchers worldwide believed that revolutionary China represented an alternative path to modernity, one that avoided the West's dismal excesses and missteps. As Harvard sinologist John K. Fairbank wrote in 1972, the people seem healthy, well-fed and articulate about their role as citizens of Chairman Mao's new China. The change in the countryside is miraculous. The Maoist revolution is on the whole the best thing that happened to the Chinese people in centuries. 29. During the 1960s, a deep-seated disenchantment with Western modernity prevailed. The consensus was that something had drastically gone wrong. The ghettos of major American cities Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles were periodically consumed in flames. Anarchists and student revolutionaries rocked Europe's capitals with violent protests. In Germany and Italy, terrorist cells engendered a siege mentality. For many observers, China became the beneficiary of the West's loss of self-confidence. Under Mao's benevolent tutelage, China had learned how to harness the power of the masses. It pursued an approach to industrialization that was self-evidently more humane. The new China seemed to provide something for everyone, for the Puritan, a hard-working, simple, efficiently modernizing country, for the cultural connoisseur, thousands of years of Chinese culture, for the frustrated leftist, a Marxist-Leninist regime restoring the good name of Marxism, above all, and for most visitors, there was a land of mystery, beauty, purpose, and order, a former victim acquiring power and dignity. 30 While the West coped with endless social and political strife, under Mao's leadership, revolutionary China seemed to embody a refreshing unity of purpose. It was hard to argue with the robust political enthusiasm of 700 million Chinese. Like many Gauchists, the Maoist student radicals were self-avowed sectarians. Alienated from mainstream French society, their political zealotry provided their lives with purpose and meaning. From a social psychological standpoint, Maoism allowed a gifted contingent of French youth to resolve problems of identity formation amid a turbulent and confusing era. Involvement with the UJC and later on, with its successor, the Gauche Proletariat (GP), provided student activists with an integral credo or worldview. In their devotion to their chosen political cause, the Maoists exhibited the fervor of true believers. Moreover, the role that bourgeois self-hatred played in their pro-Chinese worldview was inestimable. The ethic of total commitment protected adherents from the risks of social atomization. Among die-hard militants, Maoism became a vehicle of what Max Weber called inner-worldly salvation. As believers, the activists were saved or redeemed. As Jacques Breuil acknowledged in retrospect, the UJCML was a totalitarian society in miniature, with one significant difference: we didn't have the power to manipulate the material parameters that, in a socialist country, determine people's lives. Moreover, it was a servitude to which we consented voluntarily. 31. The student Maoists seized on aspects of Chinese communist doctrine they found congenial to their ends. Mao's voluntarism, his belief that revolution depended not on objective conditions but on heroic acts of will, well suited their own youthful insurrectionary exuberance. 32. Owing to their belief in spontaneity, among PCF supporters the Maoists were derisively known as les Maos Spontex. Spontex also happened to be the name of a widely advertised, fast-cleaning sponge. Mao was widely viewed as a genuine populist who kept the people's interest foremost in mind. His political texts brimmed with praise for the masses, who possessed an innate revolutionary potential waiting to be tapped by politically enlightened cotters. Last, Mao's notion of permanent revolution also resonated among denizens of Paris's left bank. It would ensure that, unlike its Soviet counterpart, Chinese communism would not succumb to the heresies of revisionism. For its part, the French Communist Party was endemically conservative. It had become so successful in the Fifth Republic's party system that it hesitated to rock the boat. The PCF greeted the May student revolt with incomprehension and condescension, dismissing the student militants as irredeemably bourgeois. Their class character meant that they were intrinsically unserviceable for revolutionary ends. If the student insurrection lacked an identifiable proletarian component, why bother to support it, reasoned the communists. The saga of the établis. The Maoists' political itinerary is inseparable from the saga of the établissements, literally, the shop floor. As we have noted, Mao identified the masses as the touchstone of political authenticity. On many occasions he instructed party members to commingle with the rural masses as a method of raising political consciousness. He declared in a 1957 speech, "We recommend that intellectuals go among the masses, in the factories, in the countryside. Our politicians, our writers, our artists, our teachers, and our scientific workers must seize every occasion available to enter into contact with workers and peasants." 33. The student Maoists took this suggestion to heart. In keeping with Mao's slogan, "One must get down from the horse in order to pluck the flowers," they consigned themselves to arduous factory work in the provinces. There, they would blend in with the proletarian milieus, all the while trying to redirect the workers' focus away from trade union demands, salary increases and improved working conditions, and toward the ends of political struggle. The situation placed the student activists under considerable psychological stress, for in order to gain acceptance among their fellow workers, they were forced to conceal their backgrounds as sons and daughters of privilege and as normalians. Among the Maoists, to establish oneself in a provincial factory became a rite of passage, an act of political self-sacrifice that doubled as a test of one's revolutionary mettle. At its height, some 2,000 to 3,000 students participated in the établis movement, though not all were Maoist. The établis phenomenon was a vehicle via which leftists could divest themselves of their bourgeois origins and demonstrate their proletarian bona fides. The Maoists prided themselves on their dedication to practice, as opposed to theory, which was ironic, since as normalians they represented France's intellectual elite. Moreover, the stress placed on proximity to the masses entailed a marked anti-intellectual dimension. UJCML leader Robert Linhart commented that during his stint as an établis he once went 2 years without cracking open a book. During the 1980s many ex-Maoists, including Linhart, wrote revealing memoirs recounting their experiences as établis. Often, the working conditions were excruciating. Hailing from privileged backgrounds, many of them had never done a day's manual labor in their entire lives. Thus, they frequently had great difficulty completing their assigned tasks. One young Maoist recounted how she obtained work in a factory that manufactured copper plating. By mid-afternoon, her hands were bloody. The foreman politely recommended that she find alternative employment. She left the factory in tears. 34 Another memoir insightfully depicts the mind-numbing, Sisyphean drudgery at a provincial automobile plant. As soon as the car has been fitted into the assembly line it begins its half-circle, passing each successive position for soldering or another complementary operation, such as filing, grinding, hammering. A few knocks, a few sparks, then the soldering's done and the car's already on its way out of the 3 or 4 yards of this position. And the next car's already coming into the work area. And the worker starts again. Sometimes, if he's been working fast, he has a few seconds respite before a new car arrives. Either he takes advantage of it to breathe for a moment, or else he intensifies his effort and goes up the line so that he can gain a little time. In other words, he works further ahead, outside his normal area, together with the worker at the preceding position. And after an hour or two he's amassed the incredible capital of 2 or 3 minutes in hand, that he'll use up smoking a cigarette. Short-lived happiness, the next car's already there, he'll have to work on it at his usual position this time, and the race begins again, in the hope of gaining 1 or 2 yards, moving up in the hope of another peaceful cigarette. Through the gaps in this gray, gliding line I can glimpse a war of attrition, death versus life and life versus death. Death, being caught up in the line, the imperturbable gliding of cars, the repetition of identical gestures, the work that's never finished. If one car's done, the next one isn't, and it's already there, unsoldered at the precise spot that's just been done, rough at the precise spot that's just been polished. The aggressive wear and tear of the assembly line is experienced violently by everyone, city workers and peasants, intellectual and manual workers, immigrants and Frenchmen sick. It's not unusual to see a new recruit give up after his first day, driven mad by the noise, the sparks, the inhuman pressure of speed, the harshness of endlessly repetitive work, the authoritarianism of the bosses and the severity of the orders, the dreary prison-like atmosphere which makes the shop so frigid. 35. The UJCML militants were known as a groupuscule. This was an insult coined by PCF officials to mock the Maoists' paucity of adherents. Who, after all, read the jargonized articles that appeared in Kaya's Marxists-Leninists. At one point the UJCML leadership lobbied Beijing for official recognition but were politely rebuffed. The student revolutionaries' numbers, approximately 35 militants in 1967, were too small. In response, the Maoists organized a nationwide anti-Vietnam War protest movement among lycées and universities throughout France, Comites Vietnams de Bases, CVBs. The number of pro-Chinese activists swelled to 2,000. In keeping with another precept of Mao Zedong thought, unless one has made an investigation, one doesn't have the right to speak. The Maoists also conducted investigations, inquits, of working class conditions to familiarize themselves with the habitudes and mindset of the class that, according to orthodox Marxist catechism, represented humanity's future. 36 There follows the testimony of one UJCML activist about the inquit he and his fellow militants undertook in the Vosges region of eastern France. The description of his blind ideological devotion and the difficult choices he faced as an aide are fairly typical. I joined the UJCML in 1967. At the time one felt that if one wanted to understand something about working class reality, one had to go directly there, to plunge in. As Chairman Mao once said, one can't understand the working class if one keeps it at arm's length. I didn't undertake the decision to live in a factory on theoretical grounds. It was a collective decision I made with my comrades in the UJCML. At this point in time 1967, our primary focus was studying the works of Chairman Mao, who repeatedly said that one must think in line with the majority. The majority is the people. One can't think about revolution without understanding the people's opinion. Thus, that summer, we launched our inquits about country life. We went there to live among the farmers. We called it, Investigations in the Countryside. By the end of the summer, we decided that one of us should remain to continue the inquit. I volunteered. I thought it would suffice to remain close to the workers, so I took a job as an apprentice at a school that trains construction workers and masons. By the end of the month I realized that I would understand nothing about the reality of workers' lives in this region. Unless I worked in a factory. So long as I was content to sit in a cafe, or to stand by the factory gate, I would understand nothing. I had to go inside the factory, with the workers. I stayed for 6 months. It was hard. I didn't know how to manage the work. I had read Mao's books, but that was all. It was the dead of winter. I had to get out of there. 37. Lost illusions. Ultimately, the UJCML's ideological inflexibility proved to be its undoing. When 1968 rolled around, the militants' servile reverence for Maoist doctrine led them to misapprehend the nature and scope of the May Revolt. They had become prisoners of their own political dogmatism. Since the May Uprising was initially a student revolt, and since the students were predominantly bourgeois, the Maoists dismissed the rebellion as politically irrelevant. The insurrection failed to conform to their narrow-minded ideal of political class. They misunderstood the futility of transposing a model of political struggle conceived in a rural, semi-feudal developing nation such as China to a hyper-modern society like France. Unlike China, France was hardly a peasant society. As countless studies attested, by the 1960s French occupational life was highly stratified. Hence, it bore little resemblance to the sociological presuppositions of classical Marxism, a mass of destitute proletarians on one side and a handful of affluent capitalists on the other. The French working class, although oppressed, was far from impoverished. Moreover, its numbers were rapidly shrinking, and a new class of salaried employees, largely in the tertiary or service sector, was on the rise. The May Uprising's goal was not to seize political power à la Lenin and the Bolsheviks, but to democratize decision-making processes in government, education, and the workplace. In the main, it targeted the authoritarian disposition of French administrative elites. Rather than focusing on the traditional concerns of class politics, the student protesters targeted qualitative issues pertaining to the politics of everyday life, the rise of consumer society, the accelerated pace of modernization, and the dilapidated condition of French universities. Over the course of the previous decade, the terms of political struggle had been redefined. Left-wing groupuscules like the Situationist International addressed these problems directly. But since none of these issues and concerns had been treated in the Little Red Book, for the UJCML Brain Trust they remained immaterial. In the words of Pierre Victor, we were profoundly mistrustful vis-a-vis the student movement. We had a very, very narrow proletarian perspective. We thought, if the students don't go to the factory gates, they have no future, their future will be that of the bourgeoisie. 38 Caught entirely off guard by the May Uprising, the Maoist leadership elected to condemn it. For the Maoists, things would only get worse before they got better. Uncertain as to how they should react to the May insurrection, like true sectarians, the leadership began to succumb to political paranoia. Their official political line held that the student uprising was a plot hatched by de Gaulle and the French state to ensnare and crush the French proletariat. They feared that if the working classes allied themselves with the student protesters, the government would use it as a pretext to carry out a major wave of repression, a massacre reminiscent of the June days of 1848 or the Paris Commune, when some 20,000 workers were slain by the National Guard. Just when it appeared that things could not get any worse, as the May events crested, UJCML leader Robert Linhart suffered a nervous breakdown. On the night of the barricades, May 10 to 11, as the student radicals tried to seal off the Latin Quarter from an impending attack by the riot police, Linhart made an emergency visit to the Chinese embassy, detailing the implausible entrapment theory just outlined. The Chinese diplomats looked on in bewilderment. Under the pressure of the moment, and seeing no way out, Linhart panicked and boarded a train to the provinces. His collapse required months of hospitalization and subsequent medical treatment. By May 13, when the working class joined the student protesters in full force, individual Maoists had begun participating in the immense demonstrations that were convulsing metropolitan France. But during the uprising's first week, from May 3 to May 10, the Maoists were AWOL. The greatest revolutionary upsurge in post-war Europe had taken place, and the Maoists had missed it. They had learned the Maoist revolutionary catechism by heart, but when their generation's defining political moment occurred, they failed to recognize it, even though it had transpired directly beneath their dormitory windows in the heart of the Latin Quarter. In June, Minister of the Interior Raymond Marcellin warned in a nationally televised speech, "In all countries of the world, there are Maoist parties and Marxist-Leninists. It is reasonable to say, and the information at my disposal allows me to say it, that the ringleaders know one another. It is easy to imagine who the ringleader of Maoism and Marxism-Leninism might be." 39. Of course it was none other than Mao himself. Marcellin insinuated that the Maoists represented a fifth column that was secretly in the pay of Beijing. 40. He proceeded to ban the UJCML as a subversive organization. For the Maoist Normalians, the summer of 1968 was a time for soul-searching and, in good pro-Chinese fashion, a period of collective self-criticism. The UJCML leadership was filled with self-reproach. Under Lin Hart's guidance, they had followed a narrowly voyeurist political line, thus misapprehending the student uprising's political nature and import. The realization had gradually taken hold that although working-class concerns remained significant, other political struggles were equally deserving of attention. The crisis of French society that exploded during May suggested that political radicalism far transcended the strictures of the Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. Above all, the Maoists had misjudged the nature of the cultural revolution that had been building up in the years prior to 1968. As one repentant Maoist would acknowledge, for a long time a sectarian ideology dominated our ranks, holding the students in contempt and underestimating their capacity to revolt against bourgeois society. 41. For the Maoists, this realization became one of May 1968's foremost political lessons. The post-May era witnessed the emergence of a plethora of new political struggles and social movements: the women's movement, gay liberation, prisoners' rights, and environmentalism. Henceforth, it would prove increasingly difficult to claim that any one of these struggles merited exclusive priority. The May events had convinced militant Jeannot Grumbach, nephew of former Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France, that it was the libertarian side of the student revolt that represented the movement's enduring contribution. He and a handful of non-terre enrages founded a new group, Vive la Révolution. Inspired by situationist doctrines, it focused on cultural politics and everyday life. In the 1969 inaugural issue of their publication, Grumbach and his fellow anarcho-Maoists realized that their servile adherence to Mao Zedong thought had led them badly astray. They sought to definitively jettison the sectarian mindset that they had once held dear. We disagree profoundly with those who seek to turn the page as quickly as possible as if nothing had happened. This time we do not want to squander an opportunity for understanding by hastily reconstituting a groupuscule, the UJCML, that would once again isolate us from the main movement, that would render us incapable of responding to questions, that would render us impervious to reality. Many comrades have cursed the organization, the UJCML, that forbade them to participate in the mass movement of May 68 or to help it to develop. The general will of our comrades has been not to reconstitute groupuscules but to avoid the groupusculization of the movement in order to preserve the May movement's unity. Prior to May, to be a Marxist-Leninist was on the whole very simple. Every time a problem presented itself, one could resolve it by citing Chairman Mao and then going peacefully off to bed. After May things became a lot more complicated. To cite Mao no longer made an impression on anyone. 42. The UJCML split into two factions. One group, the liquidationists, concluded that the May revolt had foundered for lack of a vanguard party to lead the way. As the authors of Vers la guerre civile observed, in May and still today the mass movement's absence of a center deprived this movement of an instrument of struggle and knowledge. This absence is also indicative of the movement's current weakness. 43. But before rushing out to found yet another political party, the group needed to steep itself in Marxist theory. Thereby, it could be certain that the party would have the proper theoretical foundation. The so-called liquidationists repaired to the Enns library to study and read. During the post-May period, the popularity of Lenin's 1902 Bolshevik Manifesto "What is to be done?" reputedly soared. In this way, this faction, led by ex-Teachers Union President Alon Geismar, returned to its Marxist-Leninist roots. In addition to the UJCML, Marcelin barred several other left-wing groups, including the rival Maoist PCF-ML, an offshoot of the PCF that was officially allied with Beijing, and the Trotskyist Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, LCR. In June 1968 his ministry sent in riot police to summarily quash the residual factory occupations. Following the elections that month, the Gaullists triumphantly returned to power. The elections, and the wave of repression that had preceded them, convinced the Maoists that French fascism was setting in. They believed that France was on the verge of becoming another Portugal, with General de Gaulle playing the role of Salazar, who ruled Portugal with an iron fist from 1932 to 1968. Between 1969 and 1970 a total of 43 films were banned by the French Minister of Culture on the grounds of mental toxicity. By 1970 French authorities had placed more than 100 activists behind bars. The second UJCML faction, numbering 40 or 50 militants, formed the Gauche Proletarienne. With Pierre Victor at the helm, it reaffirmed the group's earlier political line. Now more than ever, militants needed to merge with the urban and rural masses, who embodied humanity's glorious revolutionary future. In Victor's eyes the May events proved what he and like-minded militants had wanted to believe all along: advanced industrial society was eminently susceptible to massive revolutionary upheaval. The June days that followed the May uprising were punctuated by wildcat strikes at factory plants throughout the Paris region. The working class had not been wholly seduced by the blandishments of the affluent society. Undoubtedly, before long, another revolutionary upsurge would be in the offing. It was a revolutionary militant's solemn task to prepare for this eventuality. Victor compared the Maoists' temporary retreat following the setbacks of June 1968 to the Chinese Communists' 1934 Long March, when Mao's army trekked some 4,000 miles to escape annihilation by Kuomintang forces at Jiangxi. Out of an original 100,000 troops, a mere 7,000 survived. And thus, out of the UJCML's ashes rose the Gauche Proletarienne, GP, which was established by Victor and several others in September 1968. One lesson the GP militants had learned from the May-June factory occupations pertained to the issue of working-class stratification: not only the division between unskilled and skilled workers, known as OS, or ouvriers spécialistes, but also the important differences between indigenous workers and the estimated 3.5 million immigrant laborers currently residing in France. In the post-May period, the GP would increasingly turn its attention to the plight of the latter group, whose material circumstances were for the most part lamentable. In the spirit of the inquit, GP activists investigated the ethnic composition of the immigrant workers at the mammoth Renault manufacturing plant at Billancourt, on the outskirts of Paris. Among a total of 8,500 immigrant laborers, 4,500 were Moroccans, 2,000 Portuguese, and 800 sub-Saharan Africans, with significant ethnic and tribal differences, in addition to Yugoslavs, Spaniards, and Tunisians. Wide-ranging ethnic and cultural disparities made it extremely difficult to mobilize assembly line workers as a group, both in the automobile industry and elsewhere. Two examples will suffice to illustrate the type of actions the Maoists favored in the post-May period to catalyze working-class solidarity among these otherwise disparate groupings. In the spring of 1970, GP activists seized on a fare increase in the public transport system to mobilize the largely immigrant workforce at the Renault plant at Billancourt. At the workday's end, hundreds of workers, spurred by the Maoists, occupied the Billancourt metro station, demonstrating against the fare hike and protecting their fellow workers as they jumped the turnstiles in protest. When the police finally materialized, Maoist activists mobilized additional workers. These incidents received widespread press coverage and helped to preserve the spark of proletarian militancy kindled during the May-June uprising. A similar inquit in the provincial town of Moulins uncovered a sizable black market in work permits for foreign workers. The Maoists occupied City Hall to protest the scandal and, more generally, to call attention to the sorrowful plight of France's immigrant workforce. The events in Moulin were soon reported by the mainstream press and proved to be a major source of embarrassment for the Pompidou government. Prime Minister Jean Chaban-Delmas took to the national airwaves, vowing that in 2 years the nation would be cleared of slums, a pledge that was never honored. Nevertheless, the Moulin action succeeded in bringing to a halt the illegal trafficking in work permits and helped focus national attention on the woeful lot of the immigrant community. Another favored Maoist tactic during this period was the sequestration of factory bosses. During these actions, plant managers were locked in their offices for several hours. Sequestrations were viewed as antidotes to worker passivity. In the language of Sartre's social theory, such acts were meant to counter proletarian entropy, or serialization. One GP activist, evidently well versed in the lexicon of existential Marxism, offered the following rich phenomenological description of shop floor alienation. Everything is arranged so that the workers are stripped of their intelligence. Both the machine and the boss are there to say to the worker, "Shut up, don't think, it's superfluous and pointless." In thrall to the assembly line and the machine, the worker is intentionally isolated. As an isolated consciousness, he becomes a machine like the others. In this way, he loses all self-awareness. The factory rebellions develop as a way of counteracting this state of alienation. To become self-aware is a way of breaking with this isolation, it's a way of inventing a mode of collective self-expression against the assembly line, against the machine, against the boss. 44. Factory sequestrations were intended to encourage proletarian self-reliance by demonstrating that the managers were superfluous and that workers could run the factories themselves. These tactics sought to rekindle the spirit of worker self-management, or autogestion, one of the May Revolt's pivotal political legacies. As wildcat actions, they were intended to be a direct challenge to the authoritarian structure of the French trade unions, above all, the communist-dominated Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT. In the spring of 1970, French authorities arrested La Cause du Peuple editors Jean-Pierre Le Dantec and Michel Le Brice and impounded the newspaper. The last time a newspaper editor had been arrested in France was 1881. A few weeks later, GP spokesperson Alain Geismar was also incarcerated without cause. The government believed that by decapitating the GP leadership, the organization would collapse. But they had severely miscalculated. Thanks to the rash arrests licensed by Marcelin and Company, the GP's status would change from that of a handful of unknown militants to a cause célèbre whose plight was passionately embraced by l'État Paris. Simone de Beauvoir and the writer Michel Léris immediately organized an advocacy group to support the interned Maoists, Les Amis de la Cause du Peuple. In her memoir of the period, All Said and Done, de Beauvoir echoed the attitude of many French intellectuals vis-à-vis the Maoists when she observed, "Despite several reservations, especially my lack of blind faith in Mao's China, I sympathize with the Maoists. They present themselves as revolutionary socialists, in opposition to the Soviet Union's revisionism and the new bureaucracy created by the Trotskyists. I share their rejection of these approaches. I am not so naive as to believe that they will bring about the revolution in the near future, and I find the triumphalism displayed by some of them puerile. But whereas the entirety of the traditional left accepts the system, defining themselves as a force for renewal or the respectful opposition, the Maoists embody a genuinely radical form of contestation. In a country that has become sclerotic, lethargic, and resigned, they stir things up and arouse public opinion. They try to focus fresh forces in the proletariat, youth, women, foreigners, workers in the small provincial factories who are much less under the influence and control of the unions than those in the great industrial centers. They encourage action of a new kind, wildcat strikes and sequestrations, and sometimes they foment it from within. I shall never regret whatever I may have done to help them. I should rather try to help the young in their struggle than to be the passive witness of a despair that has led some of them to the most hideous suicide. 45. From historical to hysterical materialism. In the post-May period, the Maoists reveled in the seducements of libidinal politics that had suffused the student-worker uprising. In the fall of 1970, Maoists affiliated with the Vive la Revolution (VLR) group parted ways with the GP to found THIRD. News Villains, THIRD. What We Want, Everything, a bi-weekly that celebrated the May movement's libertarian spirit. The brain trust behind THIRD realized that the May events had gone far in redefining the meaning of revolution along cultural political lines. The THIRD Maoists had imbibed the critique of the vanguard revolutionary model proffered by the Nanterre enrages and Paris situationists. May's predominant political orientation had been avowedly anti-authoritarian. Why, the breakaway Maoists reasoned, should the critique of authoritarian politics stop at the doorstep of the political left? Under the direction of ex-gauche proletariat leader Shanat Grumbach, the activities of THIRD embraced the full range of alternative political themes that had crystallized during the post-May period. The occupation movement that coincided with the May revolt, factories, offices, schools, and universities had culminated in the idea of revolution as festival. It was this resolutely libertarian political heritage that THIRD sought to develop and preserve. In a spirit of post-May cultural revolutionary pluralism, the THIRD editorial staff opened its pages to new forms and varieties of political contestation. Why, the editors of THIRD reasoned, should the liberation of desire remain limited and defined by the terms of heterosexual desire? What about the broad range of proscribed and marginalized sexualities? Was homosexual desire somehow less valid than heterosexual desire? Why challenge the economic and political aspects of bourgeois society while leaving its culture, mores, and predominant social psychological modalities unchallenged? The THIRD editorial board expressed these concerns in the following programmatic statement of principle. Capitalist society has not only colonized and employed to its advantage the productive powers of our bodies and our brains. It has also made off with our desires and our ability to love. It has deported them to a forced labor camp called the family. When I have officially accepted to only love a person of the opposite sex, and one person alone, with the avowed goal of reproducing the species. When by virtue of my parental authority I reproduce all the laws of the species in my own children, stressing fear, possessiveness, obedience, competitiveness, and hierarchy, when I timidly surrender my sons and daughters to the school system, to television, and thus to the ideology of the dominant classes, what then remains of my project as a revolutionary? And who benefits? The mechanism that perpetuates the bourgeoisie or the classless society. We are told that by fighting the repression of the body, sexuality, and the mind, capitalist relations of production are allowed to persist, that such battles benefit only a privileged minority and lead only to individual triumphs. But no revolution is accomplished unless it is at the same time a revolution of desire, of sexuality, of our bodies, and if the struggle against economic exploitation consumes all of our energies. 46. In a series of path-breaking issues devoted to the question of alternative modes of self-individuation, the THIRD staff eagerly sought to explore the nature of these alternative practices and themes. The review proved especially receptive to both feminism as represented by the MLF, or Mouvement Liberation des Femmes and Gay Rights, as promoted by FHAR, or Front Homosexuel d'Action Révolutionnaire. For French feminists, 1970 was the year zero. On August 26, the 50th anniversary of American women's suffrage, a group of 12 feminists, having first alerted the press, gathered at the Arc de Triomphe for a demonstration at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Emerging from the local metro station as the television cameras rolled, they unfurled their banners, one out of every two persons Homs is a woman. There's someone more unknown than the soldier, his wife. The 12 were promptly arrested and carted off in police vans. The activists were affiliated with and drew their inspiration from the Maoist Vive la Revolution group, a fusion of ex-UJCML activists and Nanterre militants. In this way the movement Liberation des Femmes was born. This seemingly minor incident had a sensational nationwide impact. Although France was certainly used to demonstrations and protests, it was unaccustomed to protests by feminists who explicitly called attention to women's issues. That fall the glossy weekly Elle tried to organize a women's estates general in order to promote a civilized, that is, non-feminist, discussion of women's issues. To remain on the safe side, the list of panelists was heavily weighted toward male speakers. The organizers of the meeting had distributed an anodyne questionnaire to gain information about women's tastes and consumption habits. Soon, a group of radical feminists called Les Petites Marguerites arrived to disrupt the event. The Marguerites distributed their own alternative inquiry, featuring questions such as do you wear makeup, A. out of self-loathing, B. to look less like yourself and more like what you are expected to look like. 47 Another question was, who is best suited to decide the number of children you have, A. the Pope, who doesn't have any, B. the President, who's having a hard enough time with his own, C. the doctor, who values the life of your fetus more than your own life, D. your husband, who plays with them for a few minutes each day when he returns from work, E. you, who carry, bear, and raise them. 48. But the event that went farthest toward raising awareness about feminist issues was the manifesto of the 343 women who had undergone illegal abortions. Entitled Our Wombs Belong to Us, the manifesto appeared in the April 5, 1971, issue of Le Nouvel Observateur. Among the signatories were Simone de Beauvoir, Catherine Deneuve, Marguerite Duras, Violette Leduc, and Jean Moreau. De Beauvoir's The Second Sex was a milestone in the development of modern feminist consciousness. She made short shrift of biological determinism, famously declaring, in a ringing affirmation of existential subjectivity, one is not born a woman, one becomes one. Yet, by the time the MLF burst onto the scene circa 1970, her brand of egalitarian feminism seemed tame and outdated. Although she never personally had an abortion, rumor suggested that on occasion she allowed them to be performed in her apartment. The manifesto of the 343 began, 1 million women undergo abortions each year in France. They do this under dangerous conditions, owing to the clandestine circumstances to which they are condemned, although this operation, when practiced under medical supervision, is one of the simplest. One passes over the fate of these 1 million women in silence. 49 At the time, abortion remained illegal in France, which, since World War I, had been obsessed by a stagnating birth rate. According to the French Penal Code, abortion was an offense punishable by 6 months to 3 years in prison. Contraception had been legalized in 1967, the year the so-called Loi Neuwirth was passed. Until then, medical personnel who provided information about contraception were subject to prosecution. French feminism's emergence was a heady and confusing time. In France it was the high point of Gauchism. Male leftists feared that by independently pursuing women's issues, feminists would detract from the larger stakes of the class struggle. French feminists themselves displayed multiple political loyalties. Many had begun as left-wing activists and were uncertain as to how they might reconcile their Marxist commitments with their newly acquired feminist convictions. Some solved the problem by simply declaring that men were bourgeois and women were proletarian. Since so many male militants remained uncomprehending, not to mention manifestly unsympathetic, vis-a-vis their motivations and aims, MLF activists decided early on to exclude men from their meetings. Since when must the oppressed demand from their oppressors permission to revolt, they inquired rhetorically. 50. Whereas mainstream feminists pursued rights-oriented issues, better child care, equal pay, abortion rights, MLF activists viewed feminism as a vehicle for re-examining fundamental questions concerning women's identity, that is, as a key to qualitatively transforming womanhood and femininity in their entirety. In an unsubtle rejection of bourgeois egalitarian feminism, their slogan became "Down with Mommy's feminism." Traditional feminism had sought to integrate women within society. The MLF, in keeping with the spirit of the times, sought to disaggregate society along with its predominant practices, values, and mores. One commentator has described the mood of the times in the following terms. At these meetings, chaos and good humor rather than clarity and order prevailed. At MLF meetings nobody knew quite what was going on. This unstructured format, a reaction against the rigid procedures of male-dominated political meetings, met with mixed response. Some women found it invigorating, others found it irritating. One woman wrote bluntly that every time I went to a General Assembly, I wondered what I was doing there. But another wrote, it was magnificent, invigorating. You didn't know what was going on, you couldn't really see anything. But still there was a liveliness, a joy, that I had never seen anywhere else. 51. The MLF creatively disrupted an otherwise staid French society. As a result, deeply ingrained patriarchal habitudes and assumptions quickly lost their self-evidence. Traditional mores were challenged by a new set of feminist terms and concepts. The Gasolines were an omnipresent clique of boisterous transvestites. Another group that attained media prominence was the Gouines Rouges, or Red Dykes, who flaunted their flamboyance during the 1971 May Day parade. One of the leading feminist publications was called Le Torchon Brûle. The Rag Burns. Its subtitle, Un Journal Menstruel, was a play on mensual, the French word for monthly. Inspired by the credo of Maoist populism, Le Torchon Brûle was an offshoot of the Vive la Revolution group. As one member explained, there was no desire to produce polished journalism, but instead to avoid the division between those who can and those who cannot read and to encourage women to write whether they thought they could or not. 52 Heated ideological debates raged over whether motherhood was a negation of women's autonomy, as Simone de Beauvoir had intimated in The Second Sex, or a woman's ultimate fulfillment, as certain strains of difference feminism would soon claim. By the same token, by pursuing an independent agenda, the MLF created an irreparable breach in the heart of leftism and thereby contributed to Gauchism's demise. Taking the claim that the personal is the political to new extremes, the MLF often flirted with an unhealthy, sectarian narcissism. As Christine Delphi, one of the movement's leading theorists, claimed in the pages of Les Temps de Femme, we have no desire to fight for our neighbor, be it a man or a woman. Militants used to spend their time fighting on behalf of others such as workers or immigrants. We speak about ourselves. 53 Soon, not only would the MLF refuse to collaborate with male comrades, it would also refuse to ally itself with rival feminist groups. Such developments were merely one more indication of how difficult it would be to maintain the fragile post-May coalition of left-wing causes and political groupings. MLF politics had become avowedly anti-intellectual. A politics of feeling thinking with one's gut triumphed over a politics of the intellect, now denigrated as masculinist and phallocentric. The net result was that, paradoxically, the MLF's focus took on a distinctly non-political cast. The outside world ceased to count. In their discussions, militants seemed unable to transcend the parameters of their own group dynamics and personal feelings. As one observer has noted, politics was reduced in value, dissolving in the unlimited expression of women's individual and relational problems or, more precisely, those of specific MLF members. 54 In this way, the MLF consummated the transition from historical to hysterical materialism. Stonewall in Paris. The gay rights or homosexual liberation movement encompassed both men and women. Gay men openly attended the first MLF meetings to share their problems and concerns. Only later would their respective paths diverge. At the forefront of the struggle for homosexual rights was the Maoist organ tout. A groundbreaking issue published in April 1971 featured a woman's backside on its cover. In keeping with the irreverent spirit of the times, it proclaimed, "There's plenty of ass for everyone." Following in the footsteps of the Surrealists, as well as the American Yippies, both the MLF and the Front Homosexuel d'Action Révolutionnaire, FHAR, employed to maximum effect the strategy of deliberate provocation to call attention to their cause. The writings and actions of Guy Hocquenghem, author of the pioneering manifesto Homosexual Desire, are a perfect case in point. In the April 1971 issue of Tout, Hokwengham's contribution, Manifesto of 343 fags who admit to having been buggered by Arabs, an unsubtle allusion to the celebrated abortion issue of Le Nouvel Observateur, reverberated throughout the hexagon. Using the pages of Tout as a sounding board, FHAR militants actively called into question inherited conceptions of bourgeois sexual normalcy. What you identify as normal is, for us, a source of oppression. All normality harasses us, nous harass even ideals of revolutionary normalcy. 55 FHAR activists proceeded to carry this argument a step farther, celebrating the superiority of homosexual desire. 56. Heterosexuals, they claimed, had denatured their own polymorphous libidinal potential by arbitrarily limiting the range of their sexual options and practices. If as a political radical one strove to systematically challenge received notions of behavioral normalcy, then why not call heterosexuality into question as well? After all, did not homosexual desire creatively undermine a panoply of bourgeois family values, the nuclear family, patriarchy, monogamy, virility, and so forth? Sodomy was revolutionary, FHAR activists contended, insofar as it violated a series of bourgeois moral conventions and taboos. 57 Or, as Hokwengam expressed this thought with characteristic bravado, our assholes are revolutionary. 58. The homosexual liberation issue of Tout was a resounding success. Observers noted that at last French homosexuals had experienced their own May 1968. Several spin-off publications resulted, including the journal Le Fléau Social, The Social Plague, an appropriation of an affront commonly directed against homosexual practices. The Tout articles, along with several editions, were collected and republished in a popular anthology, Rapport contre la Normalité, Report Against Normalcy. 59. The Pompidou government impounded 10,000 copies of the 12th issue of Tout, about 1/5 of the total print run, on the grounds of obscenity, generating further publicity. Tout's titular director, Jean-Paul Sartre, was indicted for outrage against public morals, although the charges were later rescinded. Many leftist bookstores refused to stock the issue, widening the rift at the heart of the Gauchist community over the centrality and import of cultural politics. Both the Trotskyists and the Communists dismissed all matters pertaining to sexual emancipation as a retrograde, petty bourgeois distraction. Thereafter, gays throughout France began to feel comfortable discussing questions concerning their sexuality. It was as though, following the special issue of Tout, an immense weight had been lifted from their shoulders. A new homosexual assertiveness was immediately discernible. At the next meeting of FHAR, several hundred homosexual militants were in attendance as opposed to the usual several dozen. One prominent activist described a typical FHAR meeting at the École des Beaux-Arts as follows. In 1971, the general meetings of the FHAR at the Beaux-Arts became a place for immediate sexual gratification. Militants put revolution into practice. They invented cruising relieved of its furtiveness, and, moving through hallways, surrounded by sculptures, or on the upper floors and in the attic, they experimented with Charles Fourier's 36,000 Forms of Love. The general meetings, an early incarnation of the back rooms designed for quick, anonymous sex that were to spread throughout France in the late 1970s, replaced the Tuileries. In Hokwengham's words, the FHAR became a nebula of feelings. 60. In January 1972, another milestone in the history of gay liberation occurred on the occasion of Hokwengham's celebrated coming out essay, La Révolution des Homosexuels, in the mass circulation weekly Le Nouvel Observateur. During the 1960s, Hokwengham had traversed the entire spectrum of radical political engagement, starting off as a communist, then joining the Trotskyists, before ultimately casting his lot, like so many leftists, with the Maoists and Vive la Révolution. One commentator has aptly described Hokwengham's Nouvel Observateur article as a homosexual version of General de Gaulle's appeal of June 18, 1940-61 Hokwangam painstakingly recounted his travails as a closeted youth, the unbearable confusion and manifold humiliations until his liberation, thanks to the sympathy and patience of a philosophy professor he encountered at Lycée Henry IV. As Hokwangam movingly reflects, each one of us is mutilated in an aspect of our life that we know is essential, that which we call sexual desire or love. 62. In 1972 the ubiquitous Hokwangam, who died of AIDS in 1988, published Homosexual Desire, the manifesto that single-handedly launched the queer studies movement. Both the women's movement and FHAR were part of a widespread, post-May cultural current known as the liberation of desire. Taking their cues from the theories of Herbert Marcuse, Wilhelm Reich, and the anti-psychiatry movement, activists initiated a sweeping critique of bourgeois normalcy. They sought to show that issues of sexuality had an important political dimension that transcended individual considerations of sexual preference. As one FHAR pamphlet contended, we homosexuals are oppressed by the domination of imperialism. Our liberation, like that of all oppressed people, is part of a larger political struggle against every form of domination, ideological domination, the domination of women, sexual and racial domination. 63. Was homosexual desire less acceptable than heterosexual desire? Was the nuclear family, which Freud had exposed as a breeding ground of neurosis and which feminists excoriated as a hotbed of patriarchy, a more desirable model than various alternative living arrangements? Was there a direct relationship between the self-renunciation that bourgeois civilization demanded and the repression of desire, with all of its negative consequences for character formation and personality structure? By posing such questions, FHAR militants initiated a wide-ranging critique of phallocracy, the tyranny of heterosexual normalcy. In the end, both the MLF and FHAR were remarkably successful in gaining widespread public recognition of their basic cultural claims. As sociologist Henry Mendres has observed, what began as a revolt of homosexuals led to a rapid and complete reversal of the majority of French people's attitudes toward homosexuality, and, consequently, toward the differences of the others. 64. Ironically, both the MLF and FHAR imploded once they had succeeded in obtaining broad cultural acceptance of the right to be different. Yet, the change of focus from revolutionary politics to cultural politics carried certain risks. Although the ultimate political value of feminism, gay liberation, and the various alternative movements remained unquestionable, the tout editors soon realized that their organ threatened to become a journal of lifestyle studies. As the May movement receded from view, movement politics increasingly risked sliding imperceptibly into lifestyle politics. The preoccupation with consciousness raising and group identity was necessary and legitimate, as were the various groups' demands for social recognition. By the same token, as they began pursuing their separate and often irreconcilable conceptions of emancipation, one began to wonder, what exactly were the values they held in common? If every oppressed group must speak for itself and only for itself, because only it can analyze its own suffering and decide the proper course of action, is there anyone left to speak for the oppressed as a whole? Among feminists a bitter rift soon developed between rights-oriented feminism, difference feminism, stressing women's specificity or particularity, and lesbian separatists, who believed that all contact with men should be studiously avoided. French feminism's inner division seemed paradigmatic of a general fragmentation besetting post-May social movements and of the attendant risks of ghettoization. Would the temptations of political inwardness, the seductions of navel-gazing and groupthink ultimately outweigh the demands of active social contestation? At stake was a delicate balance that in many respects was never satisfactorily resolved. Conversely, more optimistic interpreters of the May movement's legacy viewed this oscillation between public and private as a fruitful tension. 7 years of happiness. In part, the new social movements that flourished in the post-May years were victims of their own success. In many instances the grassroots pressures they exerted on the political system were cannily effective in forcing the French government's hand. This strategic shift from an inward-looking cultural politics to an outwardly directed focus on legislation and civil liberties was part of a general trend. The change in focus was true not just for gays, but for many other groups, Jews, immigrants, and feminists as well. Thus, after a period of identity politics, centripetal, introverted, and introspective, the discourse evolved and militants turned to defending the rights of the minority group in a quasi-unionist, centrifugal movement. 65. In 1975, the year after the liberal centrist Valéry Giscard d'Estaing was elected to office, the so-called Loi Veil was passed, after Minister of Health Simone Veil, legalizing abortion in most circumstances, despite vigorous opposition from the Catholic Church and the parliamentary right. Once abortion became licit, the pressures to fully legalize contraception followed suit. It stood to reason that the more liberally contraception was employed, the fewer abortions would take place. Thus, as part of the Loi Veil and reflecting a widespread transformation of societal attitudes and mores, contraception was at last made generally available. Moreover, the costs were fully reimbursed by the national health care system. The Loi Veil's passage was widely perceived as a triumph of Enlightenment values against the forces of reaction, the Enlightenment over tradition, republicanism over monarchy, free thinking over Catholicism. 66. In sum, it was a triumph for the values of laicite, or secularism. In the lead-up to the 1981 presidential election, socialist candidate François Mitterrand distinguished himself as a forceful advocate of homosexual rights. In an April 1981 roundtable discussion with feminist activists, the Socialist Party, PS, standard-bearer brusquely declared, "Homosexuality must cease to be a criminal offense. The choice of each person must be respected, that's all, but within a normal framework of relations between men and women, or between men, or between women. But no discrimination because of the nature of one's morals, for me, that goes without saying." 67. Thereby, Mitterrand and his fellow socialists demonstrated a level of tolerance far superior to that of their left-wing rivals, the communists and the Trotskyists. Little wonder, then, that homosexuals flocked to support the Mitterrand campaign in droves. On April 4, 1981, 10,000 gays took to the streets of the Latin Quarter to demonstrate in support of his candidacy. After all, the Socialist Party had openly embraced the cultural revolutionary slogan "Change Life. Changes la vie," as an integral part of its 1971 Épinay program, the reconstituted PS's statement of principles. Some observers believe that, in what proved to be an extremely close election, the homosexual vote may have tipped the balance in the socialists' favor. The gay community hailed Mitterrand's election as an event akin to the Second Coming. The headline of the popular gay weekly Guy Pi diffused, 7 years of happiness. Once in office, the socialists, who had obtained a solid majority in the June 1981 legislative elections, demonstrated the courage of their convictions. At the instigation of the Mitterrand cabinet, PS deputies proceeded to reverse a wide range of discriminatory laws and regulations. Interior Minister Gaston Defferre circulated a memo ordering the police to dispense with humiliating identity checks in the area surrounding gay bars and clubs. The Vice Squad unit overseeing homosexual activity was promptly disbanded. Those who had been arrested for homosexual crimes were amnestied. An anti-gay clause renters utilized, specifying that tenants must be good family men, was struck down. But the major challenge lay in reversing a Vichy ordinance criminalizing homosexual activity prior to the age of 21. During the 1960s the age had been reduced to 18, even though the age of consent for heterosexuals was 15. After a series of prolonged and heated debates, the law was finally overturned in July 1982, thanks to the perseverance of Minister of Justice Robert Badinter and the legal acumen of the feminist attorney Gisèle Halimi, who served as the administration's chief counsel. The irony was that both the feminist and the homosexual liberation movements proved so successful politically that they ultimately rendered themselves superfluous as movements. Thus, as both groups increasingly gained broad social acceptance, and as their basic legal and constitutional agendas were met, they were deprived of their original raison d'être. So great was the flush of enthusiasm in the aftermath of the left's stunning 1981 electoral victory that many activists abandoned society for politics, assuming advisory posts in the new socialist government. Therefore the 1980s paradoxically represented the ebb tide of social movements in France. 68 With the socialists in power, a range of conventional and familiar political options standing for office, promulgating legislation, constitutional reform that had been foreclosed under the Gaullists seemed to open up again. Consequently, with the socialist victory, the ethos of left-wing militancy that had flourished in the post-May period under libertarian Maoist auspices paradoxically receded. Excursus on the sectarian Maoism of Alain Badiou. As we have seen, when viewed in terms of the longue durée, French Maoism, which spanned the years 1966 to 74, was a relatively short-lived episode. In most cases revelations of the Cultural Revolution's manifold persecutions and atrocities definitively cured the Maoists, as well as their democratic sympathizers, of their pro-Chinese leanings. One of the initial reasons they had turned to China was that the Soviet experiment in really existing socialism had been totally discredited. Maoism seemed the last best hope for a utopian alternative to the dislocations and disappointments of really existing democracy. But already during the early 1970s, the allure of cultural revolutionary China had begun to fade. Indeed, the warning signs of political failure seemed omnipresent. Why had Lin Piao, the leader of the People's Liberation Army, one of the Cultural Revolution's mainstays, died in a mysterious plane crash over Mongolia in 1971? Were rumors concerning an aborted coup attempt accurate? What about the damning revelations contained in Simon Lee's, the alias under which the Belgian sinologist Pierre Ryckmans wrote, Exposé of the Cultural Revolution's gruesome excesses, Chairman Mao's New Clothes, as well as the equally scandalous material contained in Jean Esmain's memoir The Chinese Cultural Revolution, one given the relative strength of the staunchly pro-Soviet French Communist Party and its allied trade union, the CGT, Confédération Générale du Travail? How realistic was it to think that the French working class would transfer its political allegiances to an eastern land known for promoting peasant communism? The phantasmagorical nature of the French pro-Chinese mentality had become increasingly obvious. In the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution's unraveling, many ex-Maoists, spurred by Alexander Solzhenitsyn's epic exposé of the Soviet prison camp system in the Gulag archipelago, would become vociferous human rights advocates as a mode of penance and contrition for their former revolutionary credulity. 2. One of the few former Maoists to remain not only unrepentant but to celebrate the Cultural Revolution as one of the 20th century's outstanding political breakthroughs is Alain Badiou. Like many of the UJCML Maoists and Gauche proletarian activists, Badiou was a Normalian and an Althusser student. Yet, for various reasons, during his student days he kept his distance from both groups. Instead, following May 1968, Badiou joined the Unified Socialist Party, PSU, which, since its inception in 1960, had sought to outflank the mainstream socialists, the SFIO, Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, to the left. Die-hard anti-colonialists, the PSU leadership had never forgiven the SFIO, under Guy Mollet's leadership, for 1. its vigorous opposition to Algerian independence and 2. its acquiescence vis-à-vis de Gaulle's 1958 coup d'état. In 1965 François Mitterrand had been the joint PSU-PCF presidential candidate, losing to de Gaulle by 10%. From 1967 to 1973 the party was led by future Socialist Party stalwart Lionel Jospin. In 1969 Badiou, along with two former GP members, founded a rival Maoist organization, the Union de Communistes Français Marxists-Leninists, UCFML. According to Badiou's later avowals, one reason he decided to establish a competing Maoist group was that he was put off by the GP's turn to a politics of everyday life. In Badiou's eyes, libidinal politics was an inferior, middle-class substitute for real politics, whose authentic modalities could be traced to the unshakable political will of the Jacobins and the Bolsheviks. He also took exception to the GP's histrionic, revolutionary posturing, which, in his opinion, led to an unrealistic view of the contemporary political situation. As Badiou observed sardonically in a later interview, almost everything put out by GP propaganda was half untrue. Where there was a kitten, they described a Bengal tiger 3. Whereas Badiou considered the gauche proletariat and left deviationists due to their surfeit of revolutionary voluntarism, he viewed the more orthodox PCFML, Parti Communiste Français Marxist-Leninist, a group composed of ex-PCF members who had broken with the party during the early 1960s and had received Beijing's official blessing as right deviationists. The PCF-ML Maoists had objected strenuously to the Soviet Union's revisionism under Khrushchev. They lamented the fact that unlike Mao's China, the Soviet Union had remained insufficiently Stalinist. Suffice it to say that in the aftermath of the libidinal upsurge of May 1968, this position's currency diminished significantly. Thus, Badiou and his fellow UCF militants sought to create a via media between these two rival left and right Maoist factions or groupings. For Badiou, one of the primary reasons the May movement remained unconsummated was the want of authentic revolutionary leadership. The UCF's rigid, neo-Leninist ideological standpoint can be gleaned from the following programmatic statement taken from its main theoretical organ, Le Marxist-Leninist: what must be done, what presents itself as a task for revolutionaries, is to form a party for the sake of making the revolution, in order that it is not only the weather that is stormy, but us. The party means that it is we who become genuinely revolutionary and not the weather. 4. To justify their standpoint, Badiou and his UCF allies were fond of citing the great helmsman's maxim "one divides into two," which had been one of the slogans Mao employed to launch the Cultural Revolution. Beginning in 1965, "one divides into two" had served as a rallying cry for true communist believers to take cognizance of conservative and bourgeois tendencies, right deviationists within the party, and to root them out, often by whatever means necessary. Putative reactionaries such as Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, conversely, adhered to the slogan "two fuse into one" to preserve a semblance of unity that masked these fundamental ideological differences. Hence, an epistemological debate that, superficially viewed, pertained to the true nature of Marxist dialectics, whether antagonism or synthesis was primary, would have portentous consequences for China's political future. 5 Soon, "one divides into two" became the catch-all rubric through which Mao would define and crush his political enemies. For Badiou, who today still proudly views himself as a Maoist, Mao's singular ability to fuse epistemological and political thematics would assume foundational significance. The UCF-ML was one of several Maoist splinter groups that emerged after the UJC-ML was banned by government edict following May 1968. By all accounts, its membership never rose above 80. Rival Maoist groups viewed it disparagingly as elitist and sectarian insofar as it allegedly maintained a fairly strict, neo-Leninist separation between leaders who, like Badiou, were predominantly intellectuals and college graduates, and the rank and file, who hailed from the working classes. At the time of the UCF's founding, Badiou, along with a plethora of fellow Maoists, had recently been selected by Michel Foucault, who chaired the search committee, to staff the philosophy department at the new experimental University of Vincennes, located on the outskirts of Paris. A former UCF Central Committee member, philosophy professor Bernard Sicher, recollects, "At the UCF one was well cared for as an intellectual. To be part of the UCF was rather chic." 6. The UCF leadership was partial to the Latin Quarter. One meeting on behalf of immigrant workers was staged in a private room at the luxurious Hotel Laetitia, situated at the fashionable Parisian intersection of Sèvres Babylone, a choice of venue that stood in marked contrast to the group's otherwise militant proletarian theoretical line. Ideologically, the UCF sought to split the difference between an openly spontaneist approach, which favored gratuitous provocations and direct action, and dogmatic obeisances to the virtues of oeuvreirisme, workerism. Translated into practice, this meant that the UCF frequently worked with immigrants in the shanty towns that dotted the outskirts of Paris, established themselves on the factory shop floors, as the UJC rank and file had done earlier under Robert Linhart's leadership, and organized grassroots revolutionary councils, comites de base, to prepare for the next revolutionary wave. In 1927 the great helmsman had published his report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, which in many respects set the tone for Chinese peasant communism. In solidarity with this Maoist ideal, the UCF engaged in detailed investigations of the living conditions of French farmers. As one investigation proclaimed, it is of prime importance to lead militant investigations on the great revolts of poor peasants, especially in West and Central France. One of their other pet endeavors was the so-called department store project. The idea was to disrupt the normal rhythms of the consumer society by allowing shoppers to exit Paris's grands magasins, or department stores, without paying. It seems, however, that in most cases these practices devolved into simple looting. 8. In his student years, Badiou, who was born in 1937, was a self-professed Sartrine. He was convinced that Sartre's notion of phenomenological subjectivity represented a salutary corrective to the objectivism cum dogmatism of the reigning varieties of orthodox Marxism-Stalinism, in particular. By the same token, as a Normalian, Badiou willy-nilly succumbed to Althusser's influence. He was impressed by the rigor of Althusser's theoreticism, the idea that Marxism, qua doctrine, embodied a series of stringent and irrefragable epistemological political truths. Thus, theory possessed an indubitable logical cogency to which reality might aspire but which it would never in fact attain, a truism that reflected the basic ontological distinction between being and beings, that is, the categorical priority of ontology over mere entities. For Badiou, fidelity to Marxian doctrinal purity was one way of avoiding the temptations and risks of bourgeois deviationism, temptations and risks to which so many ex-68ers would succumb once the revolutionary tide had ebbed. These two different philosophical standpoints, the perspectives of Sartre and Althusser, proved to be a difficult and at times contradictory set of intellectual allegiances to juggle. However, both of these influences are fundamental to appreciating Badiou's political self-understanding as an unrepentant Maoist. As a result of Sartre's tutelage, Badiou came to venerate the concept of political subjectivity or will. Earlier versions of Marxism had remained too beholden to historicism, holding that one must patiently allow the dialectic of history to follow its preordained course. In Badiou's view, Lenin's reassertion of the primacy of politics had effectively broken with the delusions of political attentisme, a wait-and-see attitude. Still, there existed the ever-present risk that the revolutionary party would congeal into something object-like and rigid, in Sartre's idiom, the practico-inert, as occurred under Stalinism. That is why the Cultural Revolution, in tandem with May 1968, represented an authentic political breakthrough, or novum. Taken together, these events precipitated Badiou's break with Althusser, who had openly extolled the virtues of history without a subject and science without a subject. Structuralist Marxism had openly impugned the role of political subjectivity as well as historical events. The political radicalism of the 1960s made structuralism seem politically anachronistic. By fetishizing structure as an unyielding, ontological constant, and by dismissing subjectivity as, in essence, one of structure's ideological effects, Althusser and his supporters had rashly discounted the masses' capacity for resistance. During the Cultural Revolution, under Mao's leadership, the party actively sought to replenish its original revolutionary élan by purging itself of entropic, counter-revolutionary elements. In Mao's political lexicon, retrograde elements within the party represented a non-antagonistic contradiction, whereas the opposition between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie signified an antagonistic contradiction. As a politics and as a doctrine, Maoism's greatness lay in its unshakable belief in the force of political will. In Badiou's eyes, Marxism has both truth and the real on its side. A Lacanian coinage, the real represents a bedrock of ontological certainty that we strive to reach but can never attain due to the mediating forces of socialization, the symbolic realm, or language. To its credit, Marxism, unlike competing political paradigms with their timorous half-measures, displays an unquenchable passion for authenticity, a passion for the real nine for the sake of truth. This passion must be honored. Whatever their empirical failings, in Badio's estimation both the Cultural Revolution and May 1968 stand as living testimonies that revolutionary subjectivity possesses a singular capacity to destroy the obstacles standing in its way. Badio expresses this idea in his trademark, unbeautiful philosophical prose. Subjectivation submits to the discourse of belief in order to shatter the obstacle. Having confidence in oneself in the mode of the destructive size Zion of local constraints generalizes the process of the subject. 10. Badio hones his thesis concerning the nature of revolutionary subjectivity in his 1982 treatise The Theory of the Subject. In his later philosophy, one of the central leitmotifs pertains to the dialectic, or opposition, between force and place. Force is vital, dynamic, and allied with subjectivization. 11 Place is sedentary, static, and, at times, well nigh immovable. It must be pulverized by force. Badio's thought is partial to violent philosophical imagery, a tendency that goes hand in hand with his defense of bloodletting, or terror, in the name of progressive political causes. The Jacobin dictatorship, the Russian Revolution, Stalin's purges, and the Cultural Revolution are the examples he frequently invokes. At one point, he characterizes his political approach as terroristic nihilism, that is, a type of combative, Nietzschean-inspired anarchism. Point 12 Thus, it is hardly surprising that Badio is fond of citing Mao's remark, "The revolution is not a dinner party." 13 Badio's philosophy, as well as his reflections on politics, is suffused with metaphors of destruction. He believes that destruction is philosophically justified and ontologically necessary if one desires to surmount the obstacles of place, what Badio derides as capitalo-parliamentarian place in particular. Badio cheerfully endorses Nietzsche's notion of active nihilism as an effective means of eliminating semblance, artifice and inauthenticity, and approximating the real. Nietzsche quite justly philosophized with a hammer, believing that if something dilapidated is falling, one should give it a final push. If the powers of nihilism can be diverted to the ends of destroying bourgeois society and its attendant ills, all the better. The passion for the real can only be fulfilled through destruction, observes Badio. Point 14. Even well-disposed critics have found a number of Badio's political judgments, his embrace of Khmer Rouge policies, for example, bone-chilling. 15 Badio, however, remains unrepentant and unbowed. He clearly revels in differentiating his unwavering fidelity to the great political causes of his youth, the Cultural Revolution and May 1968, from the renegade mentality of his fellow Maoists, who, as new philosophers, hasten to embrace a slack, feel-good droita el humism. Point 16. Badio holds that whereas the 19th century was an epoch of defeats, the Restoration, the revolutions of 1848, and the Paris Commune, the 20th century, as measured by the Bolshevik, Chinese, and Cuban revolutions, emerges as an epoch of victories, at least until the advent of neoliberalism's disconcerting triumph, following communism's inglorious demise. In his view, the 20th century cultural and political avant-gardes, both Duchamp and Lenin, effected a remarkable historical achievement. They engendered a civic efflorescence that bears comparison with Periclean Athens and Renaissance Florence. From a political standpoint, there is no need to renounce or to shy away from the sanguinary excesses of revolution, for violence is the way of the world and the necessary price of freeing humanity from the evils of democracy and capitalism. In Badio's view, these two social forms are inseparable. They mutually reinforce one another and are therefore equally objectionable. In a 2002 interview, he describes democracy as the authorized representative of capital. 17 As Badio observes with reference to the Cultural Revolution. What about the violence, often so extreme? The hundreds of thousands of dead? The persecutions, especially against intellectuals? One will say the same thing about them as about all those acts of violence that, to this very day, have marked the history of every somewhat expansive attempt to practice a free politics, to radically subvert the eternal order that subjects society to wealth and the wealthy, to power and the powerful, to science and scientists, to capital and its servants, and considers worthless the intelligence of workers, and any thought that is not homogeneous to the order in which the ignoble rule of profit is perpetuated. The theme of total emancipation, practiced in the present, in the enthusiasm of absolute present, is always situated beyond good and evil. The passion for the real is devoid of morality. Morality is a residue of the old world. 18. Unlike the numerous 68ers who either joined the revamped Socialist Party or became human rights activists, by virtue of his fidelity to the tenets of Maoism, Badiou seems to have ended up politically in a relatively lonely place. When the Union de Communistes Français imploded in 1984, Badiou co-founded another marginal left-wing groupuscule, L'Organisation Politique. His scorn for all variants of contemporary political philosophy, democratic theory, liberalism, republicanism, which, in his view, merely reinforce the logic of capital, seems to have left him with few political allies, apart from the small circle of Maoists left over from his youth. 19 Following Althusser, Badiou holds that what passes for philosophy is, in truth, an ideological effect, a product or construct of bourgeois state apparatuses. To try to subordinate politics to philosophy is therefore illicit. In place of political philosophy, Badiou seeks to promote metapolitics, critical reflections on the political present formulated from the standpoint of a revolution manque, or missing revolution. However, by rejecting a priori bourgeois logics of emancipation, Badiou risks trivializing very real gains in the realms of civic freedom, group autonomy, cultural recognition, and immigrant rights, the significant panoply of social and cultural achievements that represent the political legacy of the post-May era. One might describe Badiou's political course as an evolution from Maoism to post-Maoism, a trajectory that corresponds to the political realities of post-communism and post-Marxism. 20 It is perhaps in this sense that Badiou, at long last disillusioned with the criminal excesses of revolutionary vanguardism, describes his later approach as politics without party. But what sense it might make to adhere to a Jacobin or Leninist conception of politics divested of its trademark political centralism is not very clear. Belatedly, Badiou has acknowledged that the conceptual armature of Marxist orthodoxy, the ideas of class and class struggle, for example, is no longer viable. Leninism wagered on the capacity of the party state to revitalize the masses and spur them to action. But this wager miscarried, as we realize from the frozen political legacy of Stalinism. Although Badiou continues to defend the Cultural Revolution's halcyon days, the purportedly heroic, Red Guard phase of 1966-68, we now know that, ultimately, the situation became so chaotic the People's Liberation Army had to be brought in to restore order. Thereafter, the Communist Party felt compelled to reassert its leading status, bringing the Cultural Revolution's initial creative period to a disappointing close and, as Badiou sees it, paving the way for the reactionary triumph of Hua Kaofeng and Deng Xiaoping. Politics will continue, Badiou asserts, citing the examples of the Soviets during the Russian Revolution and the liberated zones that were painstakingly wrested from the enemy during Mao's 20-year struggle against the Kuomintang. 21 In the wake of the UCF's demise, Badiou's new political organ, L'Organisation Politique, has embraced a variety of worthy causes, that of the so-called sans-papiers, or undocumented aliens, the 1995 French public sector strikes, and greater justice for the Palestinians. By the same token, Badiou has been a staunch opponent of struggles for cultural or group rights, feminism, homosexual liberation, and all varieties of communitarianism insofar as their particularism putatively detracts from the universal truth content of emancipation. Badiou is fond of referring to politics as a universal truth event. Ultimately, these movements fail to qualify as political insofar as they pose no objective threat to capital. 22. In metapolitics, Badiou's radical alternative to, in his view, the overwhelmingly conformist bent of contemporary political philosophy, the philosopher stresses the irreducible singularity of politics qua event. Events are situations that pose a meaningful collective challenge to the political status quo. As such, they manage to breach the continuum of political normalcy. Yet there seems to be a strange disconnect between Badiou's uncompromising theoretical radicalism as represented, for example, by his book Metapolitics, and his relatively uncontroversial defense of progressive political causes, immigrant rights, sans papiers, the homeless, sans abris, the gains of the welfare state, and so forth. Once the logic of history no longer subtends processes of collective struggle, as with Marxism, by Badiou's own admission one is left with the ebb and flow of events qua evanescent, multiple singularities. Thus, despite his aversion to postmodernism and the epistemological relativism it entails, Badiou's recent political commitments betray a certain random, opportunistic, and eclectic quality. Since the dialectic of revolution has egregiously miscarried, culminating in the excesses of Stalinism and cultural revolutionary China, hence, Badiou's ultimate embrace of politics without party with Badiou truth has become avowedly post-evental, it has become entirely subjective, decontextualized, and, as such, devoid of consequences. Thus, in the words of a sympathetic commentator, Badiou's politics of historically intermined singular situations becomes akin to the very postmodern fragmentation it sought to resist. 23 By belittling logics of bourgeois emancipation as a swindle, his political framework systematically neglects the advances that democratization and rule of law can provide for the social struggles of both groups, the post-May social movements, and entire polities, the former socialist states of Eastern Europe. In the end his brand of post-Maoism remains politically sectarian and needlessly self-marginalizing. Part 2. The Hour of the Intellectuals. The May events took France's vaunted caste of intellectual mandarins entirely by surprise. As we have seen, the theoretical inspiration for the revolt did not come from the intellectual elite, France's so-called master thinkers, but from the margins, left-wing groupuscules like the Arguments Group, the Situationist International, and Socialism or Barbarism. For French intellectuals, the May revolt was a lesson in humility. To their surprise, and perhaps for the first time, they found themselves in the peculiar position of followers rather than leaders. As such, May sounded the death knell for the prophetic intellectual, the thinker who possesses privileged access to history and thus takes it upon himself to explicate its course to the benighted masses. Some intellectuals, like Sartre, learned the lesson faster and better than others. He was the only intellectual of the traditional stamp whom the 68ers openly embraced. Ironically, their affection for Sartre owed less to his Marxist contributions than to his existentialist writings, which post-war students knew by heart. They sought to escape the ill-fitting corset of orthodox Marxism, whose ideological rigidity failed to meet their intellectual and cultural needs. Conversely, existentialism, with its probing meditations on the problem of individual freedom, possessed an openness that the student activists could calibrate and refashion to suit their pressing contemporary concerns. Gradually, under the impact of the French May, Sartre's long-standing attachments to Marxism receded. When in 1979 he intervened publicly, with great fanfare, on behalf of the Vietnamese boat people, he resembled Voltaire more than he did Robespierre. The Telquel story serves as an important foil to the Sartre episode, for Telquel began as a machine de guerre directed against the Sartrean concept of commitment. As such, the Telquelians sought to reintroduce aestheticism, l'art pour l'art, to a nation that, following the Algerian War, had become weary of politics. But as the 1960s progressed, it became clear that politics were impossible to ignore. Telquel's relationship to Maoism was sui generis. Unlike Sartre and Foucault, the Telquelians had no contact with the vibrant student Maoism of the gauche proletariat. Instead, they took their political cues directly from Beijing, albeit an imaginary Beijing, the Beijing in their heads. The saga of Telquel's Maoist infatuation is less uplifting than Sartre's or Foucault's insofar as the group merely transposed the dogmatism of its earlier Stalinism, 1968-71, directly to its intoxication with cultural revolutionary China. By the same token, by the late 1970s the Telquelians, too, had become staunch droit de l'hummists, climbing on the bandwagon of Soviet dissidents and worshipping at the church of Andrei Sakharov and Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Foucault missed May 1968, since at that time he was teaching in Tunisia. But undoubtedly he was the French intellectual who drew the most probing and far-reaching conclusions from his post-May Maoist engagement. Prior to May, Foucault had been relatively apolitical. Ironically, this situation worked to his distinct advantage, since he had considerably less ideological baggage to cast off than did Sartre or Telkel. It was via his contact with the Maoists around the Prison Information Group, GIP, that Foucault discovered micropolitics, the way that power coursed through the body politic at the microphysical, corpuscular level. In the company of the Maoists, Foucault discovered both the reality of the social and the ecstasies of cultural revolution. These experiences, as the 1970s drew to a close, sensitized him to the imperatives of human rights. In this respect, Foucault's thought and French intellectual life in general came full circle, so to speak. As the brutality of really existing socialism hit home, French intellectuals began to rediscover their original métier, that of the universal intellectual of the Dreyfusard stamp, the intellectual who shames power by confronting it with timeless moral truths. The paradigm shift from anti-humanism, as embraced by the structuralists, to the new humanism, or French philosophy of the 1980s, was underway. Chapter 5. Jean-Paul Sartre's perfect Maoist moment. During the 1960s, the structuralists had declared Sartre, as well as the paradigm of existential phenomenology he represented, obsolete, or passé. However, May 1968 signified a resounding vindication of Sartre's doctrine of human freedom, for May demonstrated that events happened, that history was more than the opaque, frozen landscape the structuralists had made it out to be. Thereafter, Sartre's concerted involvement with the Maoists. At one point, he served as the titular editor of no fewer than 3 Maoist publications, La Cause du Peuple, J'accuse, and Tout. Catapulted him to the center stage of French political life. Since the May Revolt, Gauchism had captured the political imagination of contemporary France. Youth was the wave of the future. Sartre's alliance with the gauche proletariat made it clear that French youth had embraced Sartre. By the same token, Sartre's collaboration with the Maoists was more than an alliance of political convenience. As with other French intellectuals, Sartre's Maoist episode was a way station and rite of passage that allowed him to escape the political strictures of orthodox Marxism. But even more important, his association with the Maoists allowed him to think through problems concerning the role of the intellectual that had preoccupied him for years. Although Sartre was the consummate 20th century French intellectual, he always felt extremely ill at ease in this role. On the one hand, the intellectual claimed to be the exponent of universal values. On the other hand, he or she remained powerless to realize these values in real life. This chasm or breach afflicted the core of the intellectual's being. It accounted for her endemic bad faith, mauvaise foi. Sartre's Maoist commitment impelled him to view the intellectual's role in an entirely new light. From now on, the intellectual would cease to embody an absolute that was external to the masses. Instead, he or she would be a friend of the people. A man like any other. Sartre was that rare breed of intellectual who effortlessly succeeded at virtually every form of literary endeavor: short stories, novels, philosophical treatises, essays, political tracts, interviews, and plays. In 1963 he published, to considerable acclaim, an autobiography, Les Mots, The Words, an affecting tale of how, from a very early age, deprived of a father and surrounded by devoted women, he was bred for literary success. Working through his own past, the philosopher of freedom came to realize how his character and persona had been indelibly shaped by his familial origins and how difficult it proved to transcend them. Sartre's narrative was remarkably frank and self-critical. At times it bordered on bourgeois self-hatred. He was, as Simone de Beauvoir once observed, the perfect embodiment of unhappy consciousness, as defined by Hegel. 1 Looking back with a jaundiced eye at his early literary breakthrough, nausea, Sartre insightfully mocked his own achievement, "I was Quentin. The elect, the chronicler of hell, a glass and steel photomicroscope peering at my own protoplasmic juices. Later I gaily demonstrated that man was impossible. Faked to the marrow of my bones and hoodwinked, I joyfully wrote about our unhappy state. I doubted everything except that I was the elect of doubt. I regarded anxiety as the guarantee of my security, I was happy." 2. As a young man, Sartre viewed writing as a noble and ennobling vocation. Later he became disillusioned. It was next to impossible for an intellectual to surmount the taint and limitations of his class origins. The entire project of literature engagée, announced with such fanfare in 1947, had seemingly collapsed. The imaginary, the writer's province, unconscionably left reality untouched and untransformed. When it came to redressing the suffering of an innocent child, literature was impotent, lamented Sartre. 3 If Sartre continued to write his monumental study of Flaubert, for example, it was more out of force of habit than anything else, he claimed. Still, Lemos concluded on a note of modest self-affirmation. Sartre described himself as a whole man, composed of all men and as good as all of them, and no better than any four. The following year Sartre was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, which he proceeded to reject. His refusal created an international clamor and demonstrated that the only way to supersede the world's most esteemed literary accolade is to repudiate it. After all, Nobel Prize winners are legion. In only one other case has someone who had been offered the prize refused it. 5. Nevertheless, there was a widespread consensus that, at the moment of his canonization by the Swedish jury, the Sartrine juggernaut had essentially run aground. Since the war's end, Sartre had been at the forefront of the major political battles of the day, the Cold War, Stalinism, the Soviet invasion of Hungary, and the Algerian War. The prophet of existentialism had redefined the ideal of the committed intellectual, a concept with an estimable French pedigree traceable to the likes of Voltaire, Victor Hugo, Émile Zola, and André Gide. The high-water mark of Sartre's career as an intellectual engage was undoubtedly his principled stance against the Algerian War, where the French army had committed atrocities with regularity. In 1961 Sartre demonstratively signed the Manifesto of the 121, which openly urged French troops to desert and which the government therefore viewed as an open incitement to treason. For his efforts, Sartre's apartment on Rue Bonaparte in the heart of the left bank was bombed twice. The government, confronting a virtual civil war at home, in 1961 disaffected officers had formed the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, which openly challenged de Gaulle's policies and committed terrorist acts on French soil, threatened many signatories with arrest. In a celebrated Bon mot, de Gaulle, when confronted with Sartre's open defiance, was alleged to have remarked, "On n'arrête pas Voltaire. One doesn't arrest Voltaire." The French president could hardly have paid Sartre a higher compliment. Yet, with the Algerian War's end in 1962, the Sino-Soviet rift had permanently split the anti-imperialist camp. Fashionable geopolitical talk of convergence, suggesting that despite their pronounced ideological differences, the American and Soviet political systems were becoming increasingly similar, effectively precluded meaningful outlets for intellectual engagement. France, moreover, was in the throes of a quasi-benign 11-year presidential dictatorship. De Gaulle's imperial presidency, 1958–69, would be followed in turn by the 5-year rule of Georges Pompidou, his hand-picked successor. Prospects for internal political change appeared frozen. Toward the end of the Algerian War, Sartre published his second major philosophical opus, Critique of Dialectical Reason, which he composed over a period of several months in an amphetamine-induced stupor. Sartre was addicted to the drug chlorodraine, which at the time was sold over the counter. In a short time this addiction would adversely affect his health. 6. Critique was Sartre's response to the excesses and misdeeds of Stalinism. In it, he speculated about the historical and ontological limits of socialism. Reprising the conceptual framework of being and nothingness, Sartre speculated about the inevitability of group inertia, a phenomenon he dubbed serialization. In Sartre's view, among human groups there existed a quasi-anthropological tendency to squander the vitality of an initial revolutionary upsurge. Sartre tried to support his conclusions with historical examples, the French Revolution's thermidor, when the followers of Robespierre were themselves marched to the guillotine, Stalin's brutal purge of the old Bolsheviks during the 1936–37 Moscow show trials, and so on. If Sartre's political speculations were accurate, the future of revolutionary struggle would be exceedingly dim, if not entirely pointless. 7. Thus, by the 1960s, existentialism's revolutionary élan seemed depleted. One commentator noted, never, during his entire literary career, had Sartre had as few contacts with other intellectuals, his contemporaries. In Paris, in the Latin Quarter, he seemed rather a has-been. 8. One sign of existentialism's demise was a legendary 1960 confrontation between Sartre and Louis Althusser at the École Normale, the PCF philosopher's home turf. Althusser's disciples bombarded Sartre with questions about whether one could understand history on the basis of the egocentric framework of existential phenomenology. Was a historically oriented paradigm like Marxism not necessary to make sense of the action of social groups? Sartre appeared uncharacteristically tongue-tied. According to most observers, Althusser won the debate hands down. 9. History without a subject. Sartre had spent the previous decade trying to fuse existentialism with Marxism, implying that taken by itself, a philosophy of existence was unserviceable for historical and political ends. At the time, a competing intellectual paradigm had emerged to fill the void that was left in existentialism's wake, the rigid and impersonal grid of structuralism. As an approach to the human sciences, structuralism openly mocked the self-confidence of the Cartesian cogito, which had been French philosophy's starting point and sine qua non. Invoking the higher authority of science, structuralism tried to show that the cogito was an epiphenomenal manifestation of deeply rooted, long-term historical constants, so-called deep structures. Just as Freud had shown, via recourse to the unconscious, that the ego was not master of its own house, just as Marx had demonstrated that culture, politics, and law were ultimately the expression of underlying economic determinants, the structuralists mobilized scientific arguments to counteract the delusions of autonomy on the part of consciousness, mind, and spirit. Thereby, representatives of the social sciences manned a concerted assault against philosophy's vaunted primacy in French intellectual life, a primacy that since the war's end was inextricably associated with the name of Sartre. The 1950s were structuralism's gestation period. However, with the onset of the 1960s, Sartre's structuralist opponents began attacking him directly. In The Savage Mind, Claude Lévi-Strauss, structuralism's most formidable advocate, his 1955 autobiographical study, Tristes Tropiques, had been a runaway success, published a blistering, no-holds-barred critique of Sartre's critique of dialectical reason. Lévi-Strauss argued from the standpoint of a fashionable, post-colonial anthropological relativism. He believed that in view of colonialism's depredations and massive criminality, not to mention the more recent sins of Auschwitz and Hiroshima, to argue for the West's cultural superiority was myopic. In his celebrated characterization of Marxism as the unsurpassable horizon of our time, Sartre had succumbed to precisely this trap, Lévi-Strauss argued. The monomania of the Sartrine pour soi, or for itself, Lévi-Strauss contended, bore affinities with the untrammeled narcissism of the savage mind. In Lévi-Strauss's view, and with the Warsaw Pact's predatory invasion of Budapest fresh in mind, the Marxism Sartre endorsed was merely another specious rationalization of Western cultural dominance. The Belgian-born anthropologist openly preferred the relative tranquility of pre-modern, non-Western societies. These primitive communities lived in relative harmony with their environment and wreaked considerably less global havoc. Perhaps the highlight of Lévi-Strauss's critique was the passages in which he compared Sartre unfavorably with a Melanesian savage, someone who, to his credit, remained free of the unbridled and megalomaniac will to power afflicting Western intellectuals such as Sartre. Shortly thereafter, Michel Foucault, one of the structuralists' up-and-coming luminaries, mounted his own barely veiled assault against the aging maître in the order of things. Foucault wisely refrained from naming names, but it did not require much imagination to discern the real target of his polemical ire. Foucault's book, In the Spirit of Structuralism, constituted a frontal attack against the illusions of man, subjectivity, and humanism, that is, against all of the concepts that Sartrean existentialism held dear. In one of the book's most celebrated and lyrical passages, Foucault conjectured that the paradigm of man would be swept away like a sand castle at the edge of the sea. Thereafter, there would exist once again a space in which it was possible to think. 10. For a younger cohort of French thinkers who had come of age during the post-war period and had endured its political disappointments, Sartre had acquired the status of a generational superego. He was the primal father who had to be slain so that the sons might prosper and flourish. When, in reading Capital and for Marx, Althusser denigrated Marxist humanism as ideological and prescientific, his real target was the popularity of Sartrean existential Marxism. The growing consensus, strongly reinforced by detractors of humanism such as Foucault, Althusser, and Jacques Lacan, was that the Sartrean paradigm of phenomenological Marxism had foundered. It was time for a major paradigm change, an epistemological break, Gaston Bachelard, which the structuralists sought to precipitate. Sartre's biographer, Annie Cohen-Solal, has aptly summarized these developments as follows. For a few years, Sartre had been quite marginal. Structuralism, Lacanism, Althusserianism, not one of these new trends had elicited any response, recognition, criticism from him. And this was not because he disapproved of his new colleagues Louis Althusser, Jacques Lacan, Michel Foucault, Roland Barthes, Claude Lévi-Strauss, the new stars of the Latin Quarter. He was simply not there. He accepted them, coexisted with them, let them be. But he remained silent. He was silent when Althusser buried the young Marx's Paris manuscripts. Silent when Lacan initiated the grand debate on language. He uttered only a few words when Foucault published his two masterpieces on madness and prisons. He was absent as if his contemporaries' intellectual concerns were quite extraneous to him. 11. In 1964 a memorable confrontation between advocates of the two antagonistic paradigms took place. Sartre was pitted against two of the leading representatives of the structuralist camp, the Telque lions Jean Ricardou and Jean-Pierre Fay. The occasion was a much-anticipated conference at the Mutualite, a large public meeting hall, addressing the theme "What can literature do?" Since its inception in 1960, Telque, in manifest opposition to Sartre, had assiduously embraced literary formalism as epitomized by Alain Robbe-Grillet's Hermetic Nouveau Roman. Sartre, for his part, remained a champion of committed literature. Thus, the stage was set. Sartre immediately went on the attack, criticizing the Nouveau Roman for its aestheticist complacency. In a world rife with social injustice, literary self-indulgence was a luxury that humanity could ill afford. But the Telque lions more than held their own. Ricardou justly retorted that by virtue of its meaning-generating capacities, literature redeemed human existence from a type of mute anonymity. To its credit, literature registered instances of human suffering that would otherwise pass unremarked. As such, it was, willy-nilly, an exercise in consciousness-raising. 12 Sartre, it seemed, had met his match. The structuralist ambush seemed to catch Sartre off guard. In 1965 he had turned 60. It seemed that, apart from Lévi-Strauss and perhaps Foucault, Sartre never read his structuralist critics very closely. 13 Nevertheless, on at least one occasion Sartre attempted to formulate a coherent response. In 1966 the French journal L'Arc published an interview with the aging doyen of Rive Gauche existentialism. In his rebuttal Sartre insisted that the structuralists' real target was Marxism. Their rejection of history, he continued, ended up suppressing the notion of progressive historical change in toto. In the wake of the structuralist critique, history became a frozen and ossified landscape, resembling an Yves Tanguy painting, a terrain devoid of direction, intention, or meaning. As Sartre commented, behind history, of course, it is Marxism which is attacked. The task is to come up with a new ideology, the latest barrier that the bourgeoisie once again can erect against Marx. In the system of language, there are some things that the inert, that is, structures cannot give us alone, the mark of praxis. Structures impose themselves upon us only to the extent that they are made by others. Thus, to understand how a structure is made, it is necessary to introduce praxis as that totalizing process. 14. Although Sartre avoided a detailed engagement with the arguments of his structuralist adversaries, it is hard to deny that his critique of structuralism's determinism, which, in Sartre's view, was tantamount to affirming, rather than striving to surmount, the practico-inert, displayed foresight and prescience. For structuralism's days, too, were numbered. A year later, François Furet provided a partial confirmation of Sartre's diagnosis. Attempting to furnish a historical account of structuralism's rise, Furet showed that its popularity coincided with Marxism's decline. As the French left's confidence in progressive historical change was sapped by Soviet Marxism's ongoing bureaucratic stultification, it tended to lapse into a historical political fatalism. Structuralism, which was marked by a self-canceling cynicism about prospects for meaningful human betterment, had become the paradigm du jour in an era of extreme political disillusionment. 15. Sartre's revenge. Within a year, May 1968 would demonstrate that events were still possible. For an entire month, structuralism's platitudes and truisms were refuted daily in the streets and amphitheaters of the Latin Quarter. The intellectual lessons of May were aptly summarized by the philosopher Lucien Goldman, who famously observed, "Structures don't go out in the street to make a revolution." In other words, history was not frozen. Subjectivity and events had reasserted their prerogatives. Sartre, too, was making a political comeback, only a few years after structuralism's leading apostles had demonstrably written him off as a dead dog. In many respects, the May events stood as a ringing confirmation of Sartre's ideas, above all his belief in the capacities of men and women to actively influence the course of historical events via sovereign acts of will, despite the disfavor of objective conditions. As University of Nanterre psychologist Didier Ancieux, alluding to Sartre's doctrine of the revolutionary group infusion, observed, "The May student revolt tried out its own version of Sartre's formula: the group is the beginning of humanity." 16. It is, then, hardly by chance that, in his magisterial history of the structuralist movement, François Dassy entitles his chapter on May 1968 Jean-Paul Sartre's Revenge. 17. In his capacity as an intellectual and political activist, Sartre was involved in the May uprising from the very outset. On May 10, the legendary night of the barricade, Sartre co-signed a manifesto in Le Monde vigorously supporting the student demands. The document was noteworthy for the insight it displayed concerning the sociological and existential basis of the student rebellion, French youth's unwillingness to be bought off and seduced by the blandishments and baubles of consumer society. The student malaise could no longer be redressed by piecemeal reforms. Sartre recognized early on, as did a few others, that the student revolt had embraced an ethic of total refusal. As he and his co-signers declared, "The solidarity we are here pledging to all the student movements in the world, movements that have suddenly upset the so-called leisure society so perfectly represented in France, is, above all, our answer to all the lies with which all the institutions and political organizations, and all the organs of the press and the rest of the media, have been trying, now for months, to alter said movements and to pervert them by ridiculing them." 18. Soon after, Sartre took to the airwaves of Radio Luxembourg to help sway public opinion in the students' favor. The peroration he delivered was vintage Sartre, bold, impassioned, rich, and unequivocal. "These young people do not want to share the future of their fathers, that is, our own, within a set of themes we know all too well. That is, a future that has clearly revealed our cowardice, our weariness, our sluggishness and servility, and our total submission to a closed system. Whatever the regime, violence is the only thing remaining to the students who have not yet entered into their father's system and who do not want to enter into it. For the moment, the only anti-establishment force in our flabby Western countries is represented by the students, but I hope that it will soon spread to all our young people. 19. Sartre's insights were immediately reproduced by the students and distributed in flyers throughout the Latin Quarter. Next, Sartre took to the pages of Le Nouvel Observateur. Since his 1964 Tokyo lectures, he had tried to rethink the role of the intellectual. Sartre believed that in advanced industrial societies the intellectual's vocation was rent by insoluble contradictions and tensions. On the one hand, intellectuals claimed to speak from the standpoint of the universal, or generally valid knowledge. Yet, in fact their activities always stood in the service of particular social interests. Here, Sartre gave voice to a tension he increasingly felt in his own work, one that formed one of the self-critical leitmotifs of Lemos. Sartre constantly strove to orient his activities toward emancipatory ends and goals, but he felt that the systemic constraints of class society continually frustrated his efforts. Try as he might, it proved well nigh impossible to transcend the taint of privilege. Following Soviet communism's failures, it had become clear to Sartre that the Leninist vanguard model was obsolete. Yet how was one to act on this realization without relapsing into another antiquated intellectual ideal, that of the littérateur, or bourgeois aesthete? Amid the tumult of May, Sartre interviewed Daniel Cohn-Bendit, justly ceding the limelight to the charismatic leader of the March 22 movement. Sartre's act of self-effacement was simultaneously a political act. It bespoke a new sense of philosophical and personal humility. It expressed a modest understanding of the intellectual as someone who knows when to follow and when to lead. Sartre realized that, with the May uprising, the annals of revolutionism had entered into uncharted territory. He maintained an open mind and was eager to learn from his student interlocutors. Sartre was acutely aware of how repressive de Gaulle's presidential dictatorship had been. For these reasons, he was predisposed to appreciate a revolt that could prove a harbinger and catalyst for more sweeping socio-political change. In this respect, Sartre demonstrated his superiority to PCF ideologues, who dismissed May as a grandiose case of revolutionary play-acting, a rebellion by a spoiled group of fils à papa, or daddy's boys. The interview with Cohn-Bendit had a faintly comical air. At times it resembled a dialogue of the deaf. Sartre repeatedly tried to assimilate the student revolt to a formal organizational mentality that was alien to its uninhibited, spontaneous spirit. Thus, he continually pressed Cohn-Bendit about the students' long-term programs and objectives. Conversely, Cohn-Bendit, a self-professed anarchist with ties to the left communist tradition that was anathema to orthodox Marxists, flatly denied that there were any, to Sartre's dismay and frustration. Sartre was convinced that, barring a successful revolutionary seizure of power, the forces of reaction would merely be strengthened. For his part, Cohn-Bendit harbored no such fears. His aversion to the Bolshevik model led him to doubt whether the idea of destroying bourgeois society was a desirable goal. He realized that in advanced industrial societies, social change needed to be evolutionary and gradualist. He already sensed the necessity of, to quote German SDS leader Rudi Dutschke, the long march through the institutions. Once one had abandoned Leninism, and this remained the crucial ideological dividing line between the March 22 movement, on the one hand, and the Trotskyists and Maoists, on the other, although all three groupuscules shared a marked antipathy to the French Communist Party, there were really no other alternatives. Cohn-Bendit was convinced that, whether it succeeded or failed, the student revolt had initiated a turning point in post-war French political and institutional life. From this point on, there would be no turning back. In these respects, Cohn-Bendit showed himself to be both more realistic and more politically astute than Sartre. From the interview it was clear that Cohn-Bendit had a marked aversion to organized communism's long list of political sins and misdeeds, the Bolsheviks' suppression of the 1921 Kronstadt uprising, Stalin's show trials of 1936–37, the Warsaw Pact invasion of Budapest in 1956. The very idea of positing strategic objectives was anathema to him. Thus, one of the student rebellion's major strengths, its strong distaste for ossified, traditional organizational structures, was also one of its major weaknesses. As the May events reached their crescendo, Sartre found himself caught between two competing and contradictory conceptions of political radicalism. His Marxist training suggested, as both the French Communist Party and the Maoists had repeatedly stressed, that the proletariat remained the only genuine revolutionary agent. Hence, Sartre was convinced, as were most orthodox leftists, that for a revolution to take place, the French working class must finish what the students had begun. Thus, as a political thinker, Sartre, despite his commendable openness to student concerns, was unable to overcome his residual voyeurism. By the same token, in a June 1968 article that appeared in Le Nouvel Observateur, L'idée nouvelle de Mai 1968, May 1968's New Idea, Sartre displayed a percipient awareness of what May's real stakes were. He recognized that the student movement was more than a political catalyst. It was simultaneously the harbinger of a new, untrammeled conception of freedom that transcended the hidebound ideological strictures of traditional Marxism. As Sartre observed, "What I reproach all of those who insulted the students with is not having seen that they gave voice to an original claim, that of sovereignty." With this insight, Sartre acknowledged that May 1968's meaning had nothing to do with the Blanquist-Leninist fantasy of seizing political power, nor with the orthodox Marxist goal of socializing the means of production. Instead, it pertained to the libertarian ideals of autonomy and self-determination. The dismantling of rigid hierarchies, vested interests, and unwarranted social authority were the issues foremost on the student revolutionaries' minds. Instead of destroying bourgeois society, they sought to make it live up to its original radical democratic and emancipatory potential. This was the meaning of the multifarious struggles to democratize the workplace and the university that proliferated in May 1968's aftermath. The new politics of everyday life actively sought to make quotidian existence a repository of human fulfillment rather than, qua leisure time, a reified extension of consumer society. Shortly after the May Revolt ended, Cohn-Bendit paid Sartre the ultimate tribute by identifying his writings and doctrines as a formative influence upon the student revolutionaries. None of us had read Marcuse. Some had read Marx, of course, and maybe Bakunin, and among contemporary thinkers, Althusser, Mao, Guevara, Henry Lefebvre. But the political militants of the March 22 movement had all read Sartre. 21. One remarkable testimony to the esteem in which the student revolutionaries held Sartre is the fact that at a momentous May 20 gathering at the Sorbonne, he was the only member of the intellectual old guard permitted to address the overflowing assembly hall. 22 Thus, despite their overheated Oedipal impulsions, the students eagerly sought out Sartre's approbation. An estimated 7,000 students crammed the lecture hall and the adjacent courtyard solely for the purpose of hearing what Sartre had to say. Neither Althusser, nor Foucault, nor Levi-Strauss, nor Lacan really interested them. As a PCF stalwart, Althusser, as a rule, maintained a safe and comfortable distance from the politics of student radicalism, since one factor uniting the coalition of student protesters was their unlimited antipathy to the PCF and everything it stood for. In his autobiography, L'avenir dure longtemps, The Future Lasts Forever, Althusser accords May 1968 a mere 15 words. 23 In return, as the May events unfolded, the student revolutionaries would avenge themselves vis-a-vis structuralist Marxism's dogmatism and vacuity via a clever pun, mocking Althusser's followers as Althusseriens. Althusser is worthless. During May, Foucault was absent, teaching in Tunis. He received periodic updates on the turmoil from his partner, Daniel Deferred. Levi Strauss's major concern was that student anarchy would set back the structuralist project by 20 years. He fled the Collège de France in a panic and was neither seen nor heard from for 8 days. Most discouraging, perhaps, was Lacan's patronizing attitude toward the students. "You will find a new master," he famously declared at the height of the uprising, thereby implying, in vintage structuralist fashion, that all political change was chimerical. At best, one could succeed only in effectuating a change in leadership. The students' antipathy to structuralism was thoroughgoing and deep-seated. For them it signified the hermetic discourse of a supercilious intellectual elite, the new master thinkers. They perceived structuralism's claims to scientificity as an ideological expression of the managerial mindset they were desperately seeking to overthrow. After all, the structuralists had openly declared that history and events had, in essence, ceased to exist. By word and deed, the students strove, via all the means at their disposal, to prove them wrong. Conversely, the student revolutionaries greeted the author of Nausea, Being, and Nothingness, and Lemos like a messiah. The philosopher who scorned university laurels, the representative of humanism who, now out of fashion, 15 months earlier had been entombed, ground to a pulp by the structuralist mill, flattened by the Althusserian steamroller, Sartre now made his comeback 24. As Hervé Hamann and Patrick Rotman have aptly observed, on May 20 the Sorbonne militants found their Socrates. 25 In the aftermath of the May events, Levi Strauss was forced to concede, in France. Structuralism is no longer in fashion. Since May 1968, all objectivity has been repudiated. The position of the youth corresponds more to that of Sartre. 26. In All Said and Done, Simone de Beauvoir described the tumultuous scene at the student-occupied Sorbonne as follows. "Neither in my studious youth nor even at the beginning of 1968 could I ever possibly have imagined such a party. The red flag flew over the chapel and the statues of the great men, and the walls blossomed with the wonderful slogans invented some weeks earlier at Nanterre. Every day new inscriptions appeared in the corridors, new tracts, posters, drawings. Clusters of people argued passionately on the stairs or standing in the courtyard. The young and the less young crowded the benches of the amphitheater, and anyone who chose to speak could state his case, explain his ideas or suggest tasks or watchwords, while the audience replied, approved, or criticized. Press offices were set up in lecture rooms, and in the attics, a crèche. Many of the students spent the night there in their sleeping bags. Sympathizers brought fruit juice, sandwiches, and hot meals. 27. Amid the turmoil of the May events, the Sorbonne students peppered Sartre with the following earnest questions about philosophy, politics, and life. Question: what did you mean when you said hell is other people? Sartre: we'll lose too much time if we discuss that now. Question: is the dictatorship of the proletariat necessary? Sartre: until now, the dictatorship of the proletariat has usually meant a dictatorship over the proletariat. Question: you might be a good artist, but you're a lousy politician. Sartre: I'm not here as a politician, I'm here as an intellectual. 28. Addressing the student audience, Sartre offered the following politically astute diagnosis of the May events. Cohn-Bendit has ensured that the movement remains on the path of contestation that is appropriate for it. It is evident that the current strike movement in the factories has its origins in the student insurrection. The CGT's position is one of belatedly joining in suivisme. It found it necessary to join with the movement in order to stifle it. It wanted to avoid at all costs the grassroots democracy that you have created and that upsets all institutions. For the CGT is itself an institution. Conversely, what is taking form here is a new conception of a fully democratic society, an alliance between socialism and liberty, for socialism and liberty are inseparable. 29. Sartre recognized that worker-student solidarity was one of the keys to the May movement's success. He realized that, for all its virtues, youth was a transitory stage of life. It might serve as a catalyst for sweeping political change. Yet, if left to its own devices, its scope and aspirations were limited. University reform could be meaningful only as part of a more broadly based social transformation. Sartre cautioned the students about the ulterior motives of the communist-dominated trade union, the CGT. In general, the communists feared anarchy and would try to co-opt the revolt for their own bureaucratic ends. In retrospect, Sartre's suspicions were fully borne out. In June, the PCF and de Gaulle agreed on a modus vivendi, which brought the May events to a sudden halt. Until May, Sartre had more or less accepted the Leninist political model, which stressed the paramount role of a professionalized revolutionary vanguard. As he once remarked in Situations, the 40 volumes of Lenin represent an oppression for the masses. We can accept that, for the masses have neither the time nor the means today to tackle this type of knowledge, which is an intellectual's knowledge. 30. The theory's classic articulation was Lenin's 1902 What is to be done? Yet, Bolshevism had been conceived under political circumstances appropriate to a czarist police state, hence the Bolsheviks' stress on the clandestine operations of a highly trained elite. The applicability of this model to the rest of Europe, where since the late 19th century democratic socialism had enjoyed a remarkable string of successes and gains, was dubious. Yet, it is hard to argue with success. When the Bolsheviks seized power in October 1917, albeit in a country whose political development had been severely retarded by Tsardom, serfdom had belatedly been abolished in Russia in 1861, the Leninist model acquired vast prestige among an international left in disarray after the debacle of 1914. Sartre joins Les Maos. The saga of Sartre's post-May involvement with Gauchism revolves around his participation in the Gauche Proletariat (GP), the most radical among the various post-May groupings. As we have seen, the GP's forerunner, the UJCML, Union de Jeunesses Communistes Marxists-Leninists, was radically disaffected with the French Communist Party. In their view, the PCF's chief problem was not that it was excessively Stalinist but that it was rife with revisionist tendencies and, hence, insufficiently Stalinist. In the UJCML's eyes, the 1966 PCF Congress at Argenteuil was the last straw. On this occasion the PCF openly embraced the precepts of Marxist humanism, the young Marx, George Lukács, and Roger Garaudy that had become so influential throughout Europe. The Maoists, for their part, denigrated Marxist humanism as a slippery slope towards social democratic reformism. The Maoist Normalians set a high store by ideological purity. In part their dogmatism was intended as a safeguard against the risk of a relapse to bourgeois political mores and habitudes. The advantage of Althusser's doctrines, as well as what had come to be known in France as Mao Zedong thought, was that both currents steadfastly resisted the lures of revisionism for the sake of fidelity to Leninist orthodoxy. Althusser tacitly disapproved of the UJCML's formation, thereby opening up a significant rift between the maître and his students. In his view, the PCF was the only authentic revolutionary organ in France. No genuine political change could be achieved outside of it. When the May 1968 student protests erupted, the UJCML militants remained aloof. Insofar as the student revolt lacked a genuinely proletarian character, it was not worth taking seriously a non-event. Their rigid ideological blinders obscured their capacity to appreciate the new modalities of radical protest that had been unleashed. Instead, they remained wedded to a credo of revolutionary vanguardism. In sum, when the most significant revolutionary upheaval of the post-war era erupted, the UJCML activists were AWOL, no shows. That summer, the UJCML, in prototypical Maoist fashion, undertook prolonged self-criticism sessions in an effort to fathom their political misjudgment. Banned by the French government in June, the Maoists regrouped later that year as the Gauche Proletariat. The masthead of their broadsheet, La Cause du Peuple, was adorned with an image of Mao on one side and a hammer and sickle below it, emblems of unwavering ideological rectitude. Yet, on occasion their ideological dogmatism was offset by the emancipatory spirit of May. In the spring of 1970 the group pulled off one of its biggest publicity coups, A daring daytime raid on the fashionable right-bank gourmet food boutique Fauchon. At 1:30 p.m., 20 GP activists, equipped with large plastic sacks, burst through the doors and liberated stores of gourmet foodstuffs, caviar, foie gras, champagne, cheeses, and so forth. Meanwhile, 50 lycée supporters waited outside to ensure that the GP militants had unimpeded access to the local metro station. Then, switching to Robin Hood mode, the activists proceeded to distribute their spoils in Ivory, an impoverished African quarter, where, according to one observer, the locals were allowed to compare firsthand the relative merits of Russian and Iranian caviar. GP militants alerted newspaper reporters to the impending giveaway, thereby attracting enormous media attention to their cause. In the alternative press, they were lionized as heroes. Even the mainstream press could not help but applaud the Maoist selflessness. Their actions served to highlight the appalling gap in advanced industrial societies between luxury and squalor. In the course of the raid, Frédérique Delange, one of the GP militants, had been apprehended by knife-wielding Fauchon employees. As word of her arrest spread, a campaign for her release ensued. Public figures and celebrities far and wide began agitating for her. At one point Rolling Stones lead singer Mick Jagger issued a statement supporting her, to no avail. The French court handed down a draconian 13-month prison sentence. Nevertheless, as a result of the Fauchon raid, combined with the overwrought governmental response, the Gauche Prolétarienne, which consisted of no more than a few dozen militants, had suddenly become a household name. French public opinion shifted dramatically in the Maoists' favor. In a classic reversal, the forces of law and order were perceived as the oppressors and the Gauche Prolétarienne's Robin Hood revolutionaries were viewed as the oppressed. GP activists such as Frédérique Delange were, after all, the daughters and sons of the French middle classes. By this point the fear of anarchy the May events unleashed had passed. Bourgeois France was justly up in arms over the fact that Interior Minister Raymond Marcellin and company had willfully incarcerated their children and then exulted about it during hastily conceived press conferences. Journalist Françoise Giraud commented in L'Express, "Who is placing our democracy in peril? Disorganized children who dream of a just world, among whom a few cross the line to deeds they have been taught about in class or in catechism. Or those who give to the social order such odious aspects that they end by mobilizing against it persons who are no more than children." 31. More arrests followed. In March 1970 Marcellin had brought charges against the GP leadership for endangering public safety. Without warning, entire print runs of La Cause du Peuple were arbitrarily confiscated by the police. On March 22 La Cause du Peuple editor Jean-Pierre Le Dantec was apprehended in a police raid and dispatched to La Santé prison. Once again, the GP was making headlines and gaining droves of sympathizers. At the time, François Mitterrand publicly denounced the series of legally dubious arrests and seizures, without prejudging the content of the articles that have appeared in La Cause du Peuple. "I approve neither of the judicial procedure that has been used against the authors, nor of the preventive arrests of Le Dantec and Michel Le Briss, nor of the conception of common law that has been applied to them." 32. Marcellin and Prime Minister Pompidou foolishly pressed ahead. On April 30 a sweeping and ill-conceived anti-riot law that the government had proposed was passed by the National Assembly. It criminalized organizations whose rank and file were involved in public disturbances, thereby inculpating non-participants. That day Le Dantec's successor as editor of La Cause du Peuple, Michel Le Briss, was arrested. 33 Despite having committed no identifiable crimes, the Gauche Prolétarienne had become the target of a massive and systematic wave of government repression. The harsh prison sentences meted out to the Gauche Prolétarienne leadership were the coup de grâce. Le Dantec was sentenced to 1 year in prison, Le Briss received an 8-month sentence. Finally, in what was tantamount to an open declaration of war, on May 27 Marcellin announced that the Gauche Prolétarienne had been banned outright. But his attempt to employ state power to forcibly repress a handful of student militants would backfire egregiously. The Gauche Prolétarienne leadership convened an emergency meeting. They quickly resolved to approach Sartre to see if he would become La Cause du Peuple's titular editor. After all, Sartre had perennially supported the persecuted and downtrodden. Since the May Revolt, he had consistently backed student causes. Best of all, by installing Sartre as editor, they would be calling the government's bluff. It was one thing to arrest a handful of unheralded Normalian 20-somethings. It would be something else entirely to arrest a world-famous writer and Nobel laureate. Sartre accepted the invitation without hesitation, daring Marcellin to arrest him. He immediately took to the airwaves of Radio Luxembourg to make his case. He pointed out that, as the La Cause du Peuple's new director, he bore as much responsibility as his predecessors, L.E. Dantec and L.E. Briss. His intention was to make the Interior Minister and his accomplices appear as hypocrites and cowards, and thereby to discredit the government. Bold when it came to arresting students, they wilted when it came to acting against a literary celebrity of Sartre's stature. Sartre was ambivalent about how much of the gauche proletariat's ideological program he should endorse. He initially distributed a press release claiming that by assuming the post of editor, I affirm my solidarity with all of the gauche proletariat and actions that will express the violence that really exists today among the masses in order to underline its revolutionary character. 34 A few days later, however, the philosopher decided to hedge his bets. Instead of offering his blanket support for the Maoists' actions, he more cautiously affirmed his solidarity with their political articles. Following the arrest of the gauche proletariat and leaders, Sartre immediately upped the ante, convening a rally on their behalf at the Mutualite. Along with Simone de Beauvoir and Michel Léry's, he formed the Association of the Friends of La Cause du Peuple. More ominously, a shadowy GP military wing began to emerge, the self-styled Nouvelle Résistance Populaire. The name played on the Maoist belief that French society was under the thumb of an occupation government. The Maoists believed that they embodied a new resistance movement. Then, following L.E. Dantec's conviction and sentencing in June, Sartre and de Beauvoir staged a brilliant publicity coup, the high-profile public distribution of the banned broadsheet among the grands boulevards of Paris. Marcellin, paralyzed with indecision, failed to lift a finger. In the fall, following the arrest of Alain Geismar, another GP stalwart, Sartre assumed the titular reins of yet another Maoist organ, Tout, as in the May 1968 slogan Cek nous violons, Tout. At this point his public visibility began to rival his profile during the Algerian war protests of 10 years earlier. A turning point in the Maoists' public notoriety occurred in the fall of 1970, just prior to Geismar's trial and sentencing. On September 24 the Rolling Stones were slated to perform at a mammoth outdoor venue, the Palais des Sports at the Porte de Versailles. That afternoon a mutual friend facilitated a meeting between Mick Jagger and the gauche proletariat and leader Serge July, future publisher of the French daily Libération, at the Stones' Paris residence, the upscale Hotel Crillon, off the Place de la Concorde. That evening, in the middle of the concert, the Stones abruptly halted their performance and invited July to address the audience directly. He stepped to the microphone and delivered a moving plea on behalf of the political prisoners throughout France, Maoist and non-Maoist alike, who had been unfairly incarcerated by Marcellin. July received a standing ovation. By the end of the evening, the gauche proletariat could add the name of another convert to their cause, the Rolling Stones lead vocalist. 35. The youthful concertgoers proceeded to turn the affair into a celebration of Gauchism. As Mick Jagger belted out the group's trademark anthem, Sympathy for the Devil, which Le Monde described as a black mass, 100 militants managed to break through the police cordon shouting slogans such as "The music of youth belongs to the young," and "Free concerts." According to France's newspaper of record, Show Business had found the gauchists it deserved. 36. Despite Sartre and company's wholesale skepticism about the repressive nature of bourgeois justice, the gauchists did enjoy one notable judiciary success. At Le Dantec's trial, the judge pointedly refused to ban La Cause du Peuple outright. Thereafter, the Interior Ministry made continual ham-handed efforts to seize the paper as it was produced and distributed. Thus began an entirely new chapter of Sartre's storied career as an engaged intellectual. His biographer aptly summarizes these developments: for 2 full years Sartre shared the militant life of his new Maoist comrades and fully lived a new radicalization of his political activities, wrote articles, demonstrated, testified, occupied factories 37 to be sure. The Maoists exploited Sartre as a shield to keep the forces of repression at bay. For his part, the philosopher fed off their youthful political enthusiasm to revivify, in the autumn of his life, his persona as an intellectual activist. 38. With Sartre's involvement, the GP's public visibility skyrocketed. As one commentator has noted, with Sartre at La Cause du Peuple's helm, there was no longer a day when the Maoists ceased to be the focal point of newspapers, radio, or even television. 39. Within a brief span of time, nearly the entire Parisian intelligentsia became intoxicated with and fascinated by Maoism. Among writers, artists, and intellectuals, Maoism had become radical chic, the political fashion du jour. Political motivations. In 1967, a year after Mao had launched the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir undertook a fact-finding trip to China to examine the momentous political transformations firsthand. They came away disappointed. De Beauvoir explains, preventing the emergence of a new privileged class, according the masses genuine power, making a complete person out of each individual. I could only support a program phrased in these terms. Still, I could not accord China the same blind confidence that the Soviet Union raised in so many hearts. 40. Far from being opportunistic, Sartre's gauche proletarian engagement was motivated by revolutionary conviction. From the outset he made it clear that he had not come to the Maoists' defense on purely civil libertarian grounds. By the same token, he never embraced the Maoist worldview in its entirety. Sartre found the gauche proletarian's ideological dogmatism off-putting, reminiscent of precisely those aspects of communism that he had previously found difficult to bear. After the Maoists lied to him about a protest at the Sacré-Cœur Basilica that had gone awry, thus placing the aged philosopher in harm's way, he abruptly resigned only to return to the Maoist fold soon after. He even went on record criticizing La Cause du Peuple's propagandistic slant, going so far as to claim that the bourgeois press, despite its lies, contained more truth than the gauche proletarian's daily. 41. What was it, then, that attracted Sartre to Gauchism in its Maoist incarnation? Above all, Sartre admired the Maoists' revolutionary ardor. In an era when the European working class remained complacent and lethargic, the GP activists were able to preserve a measure of insurrectionary élan that had otherwise vanished. It was certainly nowhere to be found among the French communists, whose amalgam of bureaucratic rigidity and parliamentary conformism had generated widespread disillusionment among former allies such as students and intellectuals. In Sartre's later political writings, his analysis of seriality stressed the need for an external catalyst to bestir the somnambulant and atomized masses. In Critique of Dialectical Reason, Sartre portrayed the dilemma of the serialized, or inertia-prone, group via the example of a discrete agglomeration of persons waiting for a bus. Take a grouping of people in the place Saint-Germain. They are waiting for a bus at a bus stop in front of the church. These people, who may differ greatly in age, sex, class, and social milieu, realize, within the ordinariness of everyday life, the relation of isolation, which is characteristic of residents of the big city. We are concerned here with a plurality of isolations. These people do not care about or speak to each other and, in general, they do not look at each other. The intensity of isolation, as a relation of exteriority between the members of a temporary and contingent gathering, expresses the degree of massification of the social ensemble. 42. For Sartre, seriality became a metaphor for the lack of social cohesion among oppositional forces and elements in contemporary French society. Conversely, amid the barren political landscape of Gaullist France, Sartre viewed the gauche proletarian as an unparalleled repository of radical contestation. The gauche proletarian militants understood themselves as populists rather than vanguardists, another quality that Sartre appreciated. Thereby, they sought to fuse Rousseau and Mao. Like the venerable Jean-Jacques, the Maoists believed that people were intrinsically good. Their mission was to assist the working class in finding its own voice. Consequently, Cause du Peuple's editorial strategy was autogestioniste. The majority of articles were written by and for the workers themselves, along with an occasional ideological editorial push from the gauche proletariat and leadership. It was in this spirit that Sartre, in a 1972 interview, avowed that one of the chief reasons he was attracted to the Maoists pertained to their conception of direct democracy. 43. Increasingly, Sartre came to understand that the history of revolutionary struggle was a history of the betrayal of the masses by its leaders. He believed that by blending in with the masses, traditional intellectuals could surmount the self-contradictions of a vocation that made knowledge which was ideally universal serviceable for the ends of a ruling elite. On several occasions Sartre paused to clarify in some detail the intellectual basis of his engagement for the Maoist cause. He remained convinced that socialism could not be attained by incremental change, a position that he reaffirmed emphatically in his 1973 article Elections, a Trap for Fools, which he associated with revisionism. Sartre admired the Maoists' unbending commitment to revolutionary struggle. 44 The forces of order never hesitated to use repression to safeguard their interests, as the Pompidou government's rather heavy-handed efforts to shut down La Cause du Peuple illustrated well. As Sartre remarked on the occasion of Alain Guismar's arrest and trial in 1970, La Cause du Peuple's task is to show that the violence inflicted on the people in the name of alleged economic imperatives, the subtle but total violence that workers endure in factories here. All of that is in reality a form of slavery. There are no legal means or possibilities for reform to counter this violence. There is only one solution: popular violence. 45. In Sartre's eyes, revolutionary violence was a case of defense legitime, or justifiable homicide. Yet, like many 20th-century Marxists, Sartre's impassioned commitment to social justice led him to downplay revolutionism's ills. The manifold injustices of colonialism, along with his frustrations with the Soviet model, conditioned Sartre's prodigious sympathies for third-worldism, Cuba, the Congo, Vietnam, and so forth. In his optic, the wretched of the earth, Fanon, appeared as the rightful heirs of Marxism-Leninism, the revolutionary tradition that, in Sartre's view, the Soviet Union had openly betrayed. The gauche proletariat's ultra, pro-Chinese orientation thereby dovetailed with Sartre's own radical political leanings during the 1960s. To their credit, the GP militants, through their provocations and symbolic actions, struggled at every turn to keep the spirit of May alive. Another one of Maoism's outstanding features, in Sartre's view, was its distinctly moral character. As he declared in the preface to a 1972 collection of Maoist texts, for the Maoists, everywhere that revolutionary violence is born among the masses it is immediately and profoundly moral. This is because the workers, who up until that point have been objects of capitalist authoritarianism, become the subjects of their own history, if only for a moment. 46 Similarly, during May 1968 Sartre had justified student militancy as a species of counter-violence, not just occasional counter-violence against the police who provoked them but against an entire society that oppresses them. 47 Thereby, Sartre reprised a rather questionable and, it must be said, morally obtuse position he had first developed in his various texts in support of third-worldism during the 1950s and 1960s. Sartre argued that whereas bourgeois violence was repressive, violence on the part of the oppressed constituted a salutary act of self-affirmation. 48 Drawing on the theoretical framework he had developed in Critique of Dialectical Reason, Sartre held that underclass violence offered a surefire counterweight to seriality, or proletarian atomization. It was during such moments of sublime revolutionary upsurge that the working class attained a level of fraternity approximating class consciousness. In this way, argued Sartre, the proletariat ceased being an object of oppression and, for the first time, became the subject of its own history. Robespierre's Ghost. Sartre's equation of violence with morality, his conviction that violence is regenerative and, As such, a precondition for a reborn humanity highlights some fundamental problems with his existential phenomenology and with the French revolutionary tradition more generally. Heretofore, Sartre's most unambiguous, as well as troubling, attempt to link violence and morality was his inflammatory preface to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. Sartre wrote the preface at the pinnacle of the Algerian conflict, and while Fanon himself, at the height of his capacities, was tragically dying of leukemia. Sartre employed the full range of his considerable rhetorical gifts to vindicate FLN violence as a pivotal act of anti-colonial self-affirmation. In terms reminiscent of Hegel's dialectic of master and slave in Phenomenology of Spirit, Sartre proposed that for the colonized, the sole path toward self-realization lay in a sanguinary uprising against their oppressors. Having served as the object or target of colonial violence, the native, in Sartre's view, has no choice but to repay his oppressor in kind. Only by annihilating the colonizer, Sartre contended, might the colonized accomplish two worthy ends: free herself from the stultifying psychology of oppression conducive only to a passive adaptation to colonial circumstances, or collaboration and facilitate her passage to fully human status. For Sartre, violence on the part of the oppressed was justifiable insofar as it exemplified counter-violence, violence whose aim is to cast off oppression or domination. Since violence dates from the dawn of history, it would be hypocritical, contended Sartre, for the repressed to forswear such means, distasteful though they may be. It is, he claimed, virtually the only means at their disposal. For these reasons, in Sartre's view, and as problematic as it may seem in retrospect, violence and rebirth are integrally related. In The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon had praised violence as a cleansing force. Violence emancipated the native, Fanon contended, from his inferiority complex and thereby freed him from a mentality of paralysis that was conducive only to despair and inaction. 49 Echoing Fanon, Sartre declared in his controversial preface, to shoot down a European is to kill two birds with one stone, to destroy an oppressor and the man he oppresses at the same time, there remain a dead man, and a free man 50. At approximately the same time, Sartre had celebrated the Cuban Revolution as an example of happiness that had been attained by violence. According to Simone de Beauvoir, during his 1960 trip to Cuba, Sartre realized the truth of Fanon's claim that it is only in violence that the oppressed can realize their human status. 51 That the counter-violence Sartre had endorsed might metamorphose into a new form of tyranny or oppression was a prospect that the philosopher inexplicably refused to contemplate. Strangely, Sartre's endorsement of Fanon's arguments abstracted entirely from the political specificity of the Algerian revolt. His infatuation with violence ruled out the prospect that perhaps a negotiated settlement to the conflict might be more conducive to a peaceable and democratic Algerian future. Instead, it was as though Sartre, in a manner consistent with the existential ethics of his early philosophy, had made an a priori moral decision or commitment. His claims have the quality of a Kantian, transcendental deduction. It was as though he was trying to legitimate a new categorical imperative appropriate to an age of anti-colonial collective struggle, as the German philosopher Ernst Bloch once put it, Bolshevism as a categorical imperative with revolver in hand. 52 In Sartre's view, negotiations and compromise were distasteful atavisms of bourgeois parliamentarism. Sartre preferred to follow the heady logic of Third World revolutionism through to the very end. The seeds for Sartre's political radicalism had been sown in critique of dialectical reason. There Sartre attributed the problems of class society and social injustice to the phenomenon of scarcity, rareté. However, in addition to such historical considerations, there arise, in Sartre's view, adverse circumstances that are endemic to group dynamics, namely the group's ontological tendency to degenerate into seriality, its inclination to squander its revolutionary elan and to congeal into something reified and inert, a thing. Just how wedded Sartre remained to the logic of revolutionism is evident from an examination of the historical examples he employs in critique to illustrate his claims concerning the group's inertial depletion or seriality. He begins with the dawn of the modern revolutionary era, the storming of the Bastille. This violent revolutionary upsurge vis-à-vis a common enemy, in Sartre's view, unites the heretofore centrifugally dispersed group, turning it instead into a fused group, a group in fusion. For Sartre, the storming of the Bastille exemplified what the writer André Malraux had described in Man's Hope as the apocalypse, the dissolution of the series into a fused group. As Sartre, quoting an eyewitness account from El Ami du Roi, explains, by evening Paris was a new city. Regular cannon shots reminded the people to be on their guard. And added to the noise of the cannon there were bells sounding a continuous alarm. The 60 churches where the residents had gathered were overflowing with people. Everyone there was an orator. 53. Sartre's glowing depiction of the fused group is of a piece with his enduring revolutionary romanticism. In contrast to the serialized group, the fused group is engaged, energetic, and heroic. The problem, however, is that in Sartre's social ontology, it becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the fused group to maintain its revolutionary zeal beyond this initial moment of insurrectionary fervor. Existentially and phenomenologically, the group is fated to relapse into seriality, the lax atomism of the dissociated group. For the revolutionary project to be maintained, the group must somehow be re-energized. At this point in critique, Sartre comes dangerously close to embracing terror as an ideological counterweight to the problems of scarcity and the serialized group. At one juncture Sartre defines terror positively as common freedom violating necessity. 54. Here, necessity assumes the role of a stand-in for scarcity and the practico-inert, the irremediable anthropic pull of the in itself, or things. In Sartre's view, terror represents justified violence against the practico-inert. 55. The new statute of totalization is terror, claims Sartre. Terror is jurisdiction. Through the mediation of all, everyone agrees with everyone else that the permanent foundation of every freedom should be the violent negation of necessity, that is to say, that, in everyone, freedom as a common structure is the permanent violence of the individual freedom of alienation. 56. Upon reading these sentences, one would be hard-pressed to disagree with Raymond Aron's verdict that Sartre risks amalgamating a philosophy of human liberation with a philosophy of violence. 57. To offset the temptations and risks of group depletion, Sartre celebrates the benefits of the revolutionary pledge, or oath le serment. The oath forcibly binds individual members to the group and its goals on pain of death. As Sartre explains, the oath is a set of real means, accepted for everyone by all, of establishing in the group a reign of absolute violence over the members. To swear is to say, as a common individual, you must kill me if I secede. 58. Here Sartre's belated emulation of the French resistance, his own activities on behalf of the resistance were half-hearted and uneventful, surfaces. One can almost imagine the philosopher staring admiringly at Jacques-Louis David's celebrated Ode to Republican Virtue, the Oath of the Horatii, conveniently located in the Louvre. It seems that for Sartre almost any act that contributed to the goal of combating scarcity and surmounting oppression qualified as moral. Hence his disturbing conclusion that terror produces fraternity. Fraternity, writes Sartre, is violence, affirming itself as a bond of immanence through positive reciprocities. 59. At the dawn of political Jacobinism, Robespierre famously decreed that under revolutionary circumstances, terror was a manifestation of virtue. The ability to combine the two was, Robespierre believed, the essence of revolutionary government. Terror, declared Robespierre, is nothing other than justice, prompt, severe, inflexible, it is therefore an emanation of virtue. 60. The Jacobin leader's lieutenant, Louis Antoine Saint-Just, celebrated an analogous linkage between virtue and crime. 61. Only were this association maintained could revolutions produce the dramatic and expansive historical tableaus they were destined to engender. Only then could they imprint a permanent and vivid effect on the minds of future generations. Sartre identified profoundly with this Jacobin lineage and tried to adapt his later political philosophy to suit it. In many respects, he merely transposed the outsized voluntarism of his early philosophy, the celebration of the pour soi, or consciousness, in being and nothingness to the collectivist standpoint of the revolutionary class or group in Critique. 62 During a 1973 interview, at the height of his activities in support of the gauche proletariat, he offered the following unflinching endorsement of the Jacobins' sanguinary political legacy. In a revolutionary country, when the bourgeoisie has been driven from power, those who foment uprisings or conspiracies deserve the punishment of death. Not that I would feel the least anger toward them. Reactionaries naturally act in their own interest. But a revolutionary regime must eliminate a certain number of individuals who threaten it, and I see no means but death. One can always get out of prison. The revolutionaries of 1793 probably did not kill enough and therefore unintentionally served the return to order and then the restoration. 63. If Sartre's later philosophical radicalism ran aground with the problem of the serialized group, the epistemological seeds of this failing may be traced to the existential phenomenology of being and nothingness. In essence, Sartre's philosophical framework was incapable of conceptualizing solidarity or human intersubjectivity. In Sartre's view, the other, instead of being a fraternal spirit, immediately sets limits upon one's freedom. In Sartre's optic, intersubjectivity, instead of being a process of mutual recognition, is inherently adversarial. Thus Sartre cynically viewed intersubjectivity, à la Kojève or à la Kojève's Hegel, as an unremitting struggle unto death. 64 Similarly, for Sartre, the other is an antagonistically disposed consciousness, the potential negation of my existence that confronts me with the permanent possibility of being non-human. 65 To quote the oft-cited conclusion of No Exit, L'enfer, c'est les autres, hell is other people. Here the problem is that Sartre's social ontology is devoid of a positive sense or conception of human interconnectedness. Little wonder, then, that in Critique Sartre's view of the human group founders on the problem of seriality, or group implosion. His combative understanding of intersubjectivity in fact left him with little choice. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Sartre appreciated the fact that, through their actions, the Maoists, who admired the great helmsman's maxim political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, sought to keep the flame of revolutionism alive. 66 As he observes, the Maoist militants, with their anti-authoritarian praxis, appear to be the only group capable of adapting new forms of class struggle in a period of organized capitalism. 67 Sartre also mused that from an autobiographical standpoint, the Maoists' attitudes reminded him of the ethical voluntarism of his early philosophy. He regretted that he had compromised his youthful moralism for the sake of political realism during his pro-Moscow, fellow-traveling phase. This period lasted roughly from the early 1950s until the 1968 Warsaw Pact Soviet invasion of Prague. In The Ghost of Stalin, Sartre offered a qualified criticism of the 1956 Soviet invasion of Hungary, one that left room for a future political alliance. By casting his lot with the GP activists, he felt he had recaptured aspects of the philosophy of freedom of his pre-communist period. 68. The Maoists appeared to offer Sartre a solution to a dilemma he had been wrestling with for years: what role should the intellectual play in an era of political transition? In his eyes, the Leninist vanguard political model had been wholly discredited. 20th century history was littered with instances of leadership's betrayal of the working class's revolutionary political aspirations, most recently, with the French Communist Party's signing of the Grenelle Accords, which brought the May events crashing to a halt, followed by the Soviets' brutal suppression of the Prague Spring later in the year. 69. The gauche proletariat had imbibed the populist ethos of the Cultural Revolution, the idea that the Red Guards had risen spontaneously to purge a conservative Chinese Communist Party leadership that had become unresponsive to the needs of the masses. In Sartre's view, the claim that intellectuals understood the march of history better than the masses had been discredited time and again. In solidarity with his gauche proletarian allies, Sartre came to believe that truth comes from the people. As he explains, it is no longer a question of giving ideas to the masses, but of following their movement, going to search them out at their source and expressing them more clearly, if they consent to it. In Liberation, the independent daily that Sartre had co-founded, for example, I can present an idea which will be both the group's and mine. But I wouldn't dream of writing a book which will determine everything from beginning to end. 70. Sartre elaborated on these ideas in a 1970 interview, in which he explained that the May events had transformed his appreciation of the intellectual's role. One of the political conclusions he reached was that the May revolt had rendered anachronistic the traditional notion of the intellectual, from Voltaire to Émile Zola to Julien Benda, as the guardian of universal values. The May uprising had demonstrated that the students and workers were fully capable of articulating their own political claims and demands. Moreover, during May the intellectual mandarinate had functioned not as an avant-garde but as a derrière-garde. As Sartre observes, when May 1968 happened, I understood that what the young were putting into question was not just capitalism, imperialism, the system, etc., but those of us who pretended to be against all that as well. We can say that from 1940 to 1968 I was a left-wing intellectual unintellectual de gauche, and from 1968 on I became a leftist intellectual unintellectual gauchiste. The difference is one of action. A leftist intellectual is one who realizes that being an intellectual exempts him from nothing. He forsakes his privileges, or tries to, in actions. 71. In A Plea for Intellectuals, 1966, his so-called Tokyo lectures, Sartre had stressed the contradictory nature of the intellectual's vocation. On the one hand, the intellectual, in good Dreyfusard fashion, seeks to ally herself with the universal values of the good, the just, and the true. Yet, by the same token, the distortions of class society systematically prevent her from actualizing such values. Circa 1970, Sartre's Maoist involvements caused him to repraise the intellectual's vocation once again. He concluded that left-wing intellectuals would never resolve the contradiction between their universalistic aspirations and their vocational particularism, which necessitated their loyalty to the status quo. Thus, in the post-May years, he viewed intellectuals as the quintessential embodiment of the Hegelian unhappy consciousness. Otherwise put, bad faith, another quintessential Sartrean epithet, was their essential lot. As a group, intellectuals would never overcome or surmount the ontological contradiction that suffused the essence of their being. Hence, as a caste, intellectuals were impossible, just as in being and nothingness Sartre had declared that man was impossible, a useless passion. There, Sartre had defined human reality elliptically as the being which is what it is not and is not what it is. He concluded, with a nihilistic flourish, by observing that it amounts to the same thing whether one gets drunk or is a leader of nations. 72. Sartre's turn to Marxism was a way for him to escape the tendential cynicism of his early existential standpoint. In Sartre's view, intellectuals were impossible insofar as the unbridgeable chasm between their universal pretensions and their class indebtedness meant that they continually dwelled in bad faith. Sartre was prone to acute bouts of bourgeois self-hatred. By his own admission, he had been born into a petit bourgeois social milieu. At the height of his political radicalism, he realized that he could not change his skin. Such feelings resurfaced during his pro-Chinese phase, as Sartre summarily concluded that the traditional vocation of the intellectual as the bearer of universal truth had been rendered obsolete. In Sartre's view, becoming a leftist intellectual, an intellectual gauchiste as opposed to an intellectual de gauche, meant bidding adieu to the traditional intellectual and her inadequacies. Ironically, it was at the height of his pro-Chinese dalliances that Sartre published his most disengaged and scholastic work, The Family Idiot, an exhaustive, 3-volume biographical study of Flaubert. In studying Flaubert, Sartre posed the question, to what extent can we know a man? Sartre employed the progressive-regressive method he had utilized earlier in Critique of Dialectical Reason in order to evaluate the social and psychological determinants of Flaubert's character. As Sartre explained, I would like my readers to be able to feel, understand, and know Flaubert's character both as totally individual and totally representative of his times. 73. Nominally, Sartre claimed that he had chosen Flaubert as his subject insofar as the writer's aestheticist conception of the literary vocation was the diametrical opposite of Sartre's own notion of engagement. Yet, was it merely a coincidence that France's greatest 20th-century writer devoted nearly 20 years of study? Sartre had begun his preliminary sketches for the Flaubert book in the mid-1950s, to France's greatest 19th-century writer? Clearly, a profound measure of self-identification was at work in Sartre's choice of Flaubert as his subject. In attempting to decipher the key elements of Flaubert's developmental trajectory, Sartre was simultaneously trying to gain insight into his own life course. It is right to rebel. Maoism as political fashion expressed itself in a number of ways. In an effort to capitalize on the general fascination with Gauchism, the prestigious firm of Gallimard, which had been Sartre's publisher since the 1930s, commissioned the philosopher to edit a new series, La France Sauvage. Sartre complied with alacrity. The series began with a volume of political conversations among Sartre, Pierre Victor, and liberation journalist Philippe Gavy, on a raison d'être revolteur, It is right to rebel. Point 74 Sartre began by recapitulating his own political itinerary, from his studied apoliticism of the 1930s, to his fleeting resistance activities during the German occupation, to his status as a communist fellow traveler during the early 1950s, to his gradual disillusionment with orthodox Marxism during the 1960s. Sartre admitted that he had always found the communists' ideological rigidity distasteful. It sat poorly with his own philosophy of freedom. Their style, lifeless and dour, which reeked of repression, said it all. Yet, as Sartre observed in retrospect, thereby revealing his own political naivete, he had always justified his status as a fellow traveler insofar as he viewed the PCF as the sole legitimate representative of the French working classes. Point 75 How wrong this assumption turned out to be. Casting one's lot with the communists offered certain political advantages. The world was neatly compartmentalized into the forces of good and evil, the working class and its representatives on one side versus the bourgeoisie on the other. However, in the aftermath of the May events, as Gauchism took hold of the French political imaginary, the idea of what it meant to be on the left seemingly went into free fall. The revolt's Dionysian aspects, revolution as political struggle and as festival, suggested that the meaning of socialism had been radically transformed. It could no longer be equated with socializing the means of production, a recipe that, to judge by historical experience, yielded only new forms of repression. The tenor and portent of revolt had changed dramatically as a new array of radical cultural demands emerged. Feminists, gay rights activists, prisoners, and immigrants all sought out the limelight of publicity in order to press their demands for recognition. In 1970, one branch of the gauche proletariat split off to form Vive la Révolution, abandoning the Maoist ouvriériste orientation to pursue the demands of libidinal politics full-time. Though aged, Sartre refused to shy away from these new forms of revolt. He was a leading spirit behind the formation of Liberation, an alternative press bureau. The name alluded to the Gauchist conviction that there were cogent political parallels between the occupation years, 1940 to 44, and de Gaulle's quasi-benign 11-year presidential dictatorship. Its founders sought to model the daily after a resistance organ of the same name that originated in 1941. During its early years, Lib, as it was known to aficionados, was nothing if not unorthodox. One commentator has described it: the paper printed its columns and headings upside down, perfumed itself with incense when the Pope came to France, left copyright notices off photos, fabricated election results, Mao, 0.3%, and allowed itself to be overrun by the notorious notes from the compositor 76 the leftists pronounced to be sure, quasi-illusory identification with the resistance suffused virtually all their activities. Hence the name of the GP's so-called military wing, led by Olivier Wolin, the Nouvelle Resistance Populaire. 77 Sartre and his fellow gauchists felt that one could not trust the mainstream press to report the truth about the proliferation of new social struggles that had emerged in the post-May period. 78 They believed that it was essential that such information reach the masses. To jumpstart the project financially, Sartre generously donated the entire advance he had received from Gallimard for on a raison d'être revolter, some 30,000 francs. Under the leadership of ex-GP militant Serge July, Liberation grew to become France's major left-wing mass circulation daily. From Mao to Moses. One of the strangest subplots of Sartre's gauche proletarian involvement concerns his relationship with Pierre Victor. Victor was the nom de guerre of Beni Levi, Egyptian-born Jew, political firebrand, and Normalian who, in May 1968's aftermath, became the gauche proletarian's de facto leader. Among his confrères, Victor was perceived as saint just reincarnate, youthful, articulate, vigorous, and possessed of a ruthless political will. According to the testimony of his fellow gauchists, time and again Victor was willing to push the GP in directions that others feared to tread. Here, one of the ironies is that because Victor lacked French citizenship, he participated in few of the political actions he had conceived and masterminded. Arrest would have meant certain deportation. In general, Sartre famously preferred the company of women to men. In this respect, his relationship with Victor was exceptional. Sartre was seduced by Victor's militancy as well as his ample political charisma. 79 Reflecting on their friendship in a 1977 interview, Sartre commented on Victor's political intelligence, which, he observed, was infinitely superior to that of the communists he had known. Moreover, Victor displayed a rare willingness to place his own political positions at risk, a lack of dogmatism that the philosopher found refreshing. Unlike Sartre's other male friends, in conversation Victor also seemed ready and willing to stray from explicitly political themes, a trait that Sartre referred to as Victor's feminine side. 80 In many respects, Sartre viewed Victor as the son he never had. One of the pivotal events that precipitated Gauchism's collapse was the PLO's attack viewed around the world in real time at the 1972 Olympic Games, resulting in the deaths of 11 Israeli athletes. The episode placed Sartre in a difficult position. On the one hand, he had been a long-time champion of Israel. Among a younger generation of French Jews, his 1946 book on the Jewish question, Reflections sur la question juive, translated into English as Anti-Semite and Jew, had a transformative effect as a bold summons to Jewish self-awareness. 81 By the same token, on previous occasions, most notably at the time of the Algerian War, Sartre had sought to provide a philosophical justification of terrorism when practiced by the oppressed. Consequently, Sartre presented a qualified defense of the PLO attacks. Those who, by affirming that Israel is a sovereign state, believe that the Palestinians have the right to national sovereignty and that the Palestinian question is fundamental must recognize that the politics of the Israeli political establishment is literally insane and deliberately refuses all possibility of solution to the problem. It is therefore politically justifiable to say that a state of war exists between Israel and the Palestinians. In this war, the only option that is available to the Palestinians is terrorism. It is a terrible weapon, but the impoverished and oppressed have no other means at their disposal, and French men and women who approved of the FLN's terrorism when it was used against the French cannot help but approve of, in turn, the Palestinians' terrorist actions. This abandoned, betrayed, and exiled people can only show its courage and the force of its hatred by organizing lethal attacks. 82. Sartre had based his response in part on the, as it turned out, erroneous, supposition that the Israeli athletes had perished in a hail of gunfire during the German security forces' ill-conceived rescue attempt. He thus assumed that they had been killed by German bullets. However, later evidence made it clear that several of the athletes had been murdered in cold blood during the attack by PLO militants. Yet, apart from the particular circumstances surrounding the Israeli athletes' deaths, Sartre had once again overlooked the crucial moral and legal distinction between combatants and non-combatants. Thus, even if one granted for the sake of argument the existence of a state of war between Palestinians and Israelis, an assumption that, once made, de facto precluded the prospect of a negotiated settlement, such an avowal would, neither morally nor according to the strictures of international law, underwrite attacks against innocent civilians. On this occasion Sartre outflanked his gauche proletarian comrades to the left. The GP, proceeding more moderately, pursued a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, it ratcheted up its criticisms of Israel's unjust occupation of the Palestinian lands. On the other hand, its so-called armed wing, the Nouvelle Resistance Populaire, released a statement pointedly distancing the GP from the Munich massacre. The GP statement specifically contended that an ethic of armed struggle prohibited attacks against innocent civilians. The fundamental principle of guerrilla warfare is that one only attacks direct enemies of the people. Hence one must distinguish between Israelis in general and the army, the police, or the Israeli Occupation Administration. 83 Conversely, Sartre, who had explored the ethics of violence in his theoretical writings, felt that it would be inconsistent to sanction FLN violence in the case of Algeria while denying the same means to the Palestinians. When the Maoist movement unexpectedly disintegrated circa 1973, Sartre installed Victor as his personal secretary. In doing so, his motivations were both intellectual and practical. On the one hand, Sartre valued Victor as a politically astute interlocutor. By the same token, since Victor's student visa had elapsed, his position with Sartre saved him from having to return to his native Egypt. In 1976, as Victor's immigration status grew precarious, Sartre wrote directly to President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing requesting that he intervene to resolve the problem. Sartre, who had recently gone blind, pleaded that without Victor's assistance he would be unable to finish his work. Giscard obliged, claiming that although he viewed Victor's prior left-wing political dalliances with disdain, the importance of Sartre's being able to complete his work trumped all other considerations. Victor's growing influence over Sartre began to provoke jealousies among the other members of Sartre's family, above all the staff of Les Temps Modernes and Simone de Beauvoir. In her affecting portrait of Sartre's final years, La Cérémonie d'adieux, de Beauvoir went so far as to accuse Victor of le détournement du vieillard, that is, using his undue influence over Sartre to exploit the aging philosopher for his own political ends. The ends in question pertained to Victor's burgeoning interest in Orthodox Judaism. Conversely, Sartre's adopted daughter, Arlette Elcom Sartre, felt compelled to publish an open letter attesting to the genuineness of Sartre's belated interest in themes pertaining to Jewish messianism in the pages of Liberation, the French daily that Sartre co-founded. 84. Following the gauche proletarian's implosion, Victor immersed himself in the study of the Talmud. Thereby, Victor, who soon abandoned his nom de guerre for his original name, Benny Levy, completed a strange intellectual odyssey from Mao to Moses. 85 3 out of 4 leaders of the May movement, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, Alon Geismar, and Alon Krivine, had been Jews. 86 For several ex-Gauchists, reconnecting with their long-repressed Jewish origins became a means of providing meaning and orientation once the wave of left-wing revolutionary fervor had subsided. Given the persecutions their families had endured at the hands of the Vichy regime, the former leftists felt they were entitled to recognition, not just as citizens but also as Jews. In this way, several prominent ex-Gauchists metamorphosed from Jewish radicals to radical Jews. Among left-wing intellectuals, one of the key texts of the Jewish spiritual renaissance was Sartre's Anti-Semite and Jew, the philosopher's plea, made in the long shadow cast by the Holocaust, for Jewish self-assertion. Sartre contended that when confronted with anti-Semitism, Jews must refrain from internalizing their would-be persecutors' venomous taunts and insults. Instead, they must all the more emphatically assert and project their identity as Jews. In The Imaginary Jew, the philosopher Alain Finkielkraut recalls how Sartre's 1946 essay provided him with a paradigm through which he could think through problem of Jewish authenticity, a problem concerning which French Republican intellectual traditions were otherwise silent. As Finkielkraut recalls, since I was an admirer of Sartre, with what gluttonous pleasure did I avail myself of the vocabulary he bestowed upon my existence. With unimpeachable rigor he told me that I was an authentic Jew, that I assumed my condition and that courage, even heroism, were required. The enchantment of Sartre's prose filled the gap between what I imagined myself to be and the existence I actually led. 87. Once Victor abandoned left-wing politics, his philosophical allegiances also changed. His interest in Sartre's thought waned. Henceforth he became a disciple of the arch-anti-Sartrean Emmanuel Levinas. Whereas the key concept of Levinas's thought is the other, l'autrui, to whom I am, to employ Levinas's idiom, infinitely indebted, in Sartre's philosophy the other constitutes a permanent threat to the autonomy of the for itself, pour soi. Victor attests. I had two great philosophical moments in my life. The first was with Sartre and then Levinas when I abandoned the left in 1973-75. After a long series of unfruitful attempts to articulate the questions raised by my political experience, including a rereading with Sartre of all his works after all that, thanks to encountering the works of Levinas, I began to suspect that there was something decisive, something essential, about my existential constitution as a Jew. 88. Levinas made a deep impression on Victor insofar as in politics one does not speak very often about the other, the masses, perhaps, but that's all. 89. In retrospect, Victor felt that he and his fellow revolutionaries had erred by succumbing to an ethos of political messianism, a misguided effort to realize the kingdom of heaven in the here and now. Conversely, the Almighty's dignity lies precisely in its alterity, or transcendence, vis-a-vis the prosaic concerns of creaturely life. Hence, for Victor, Levinas's doctrine served as an important corrective to Gauchism's political excesses. Moreover, in a certain sense, Levinas's notion of the other qua infinite transcendence is a theological refiguring of the French notion of fraternité. 90. Hope now. The controversy over Victor's influence on Sartre was rekindled at the time of the philosopher's death in 1980. A few weeks later, Victor/Levy published Hope Now, a series of interviews in which Sartre, who had been a lifelong atheist, uncharacteristically professed his affinities with Judaism, clearly a result of Victor's influence. In Hope Now, Sartre took stock of the fact that his final wager on an ethics of engagement, his involvement with the gauche proletariat, had foundered. In the end, the demonstrations, strikes, and factory occupations that were a constant feature of post-May political culture had produced few permanent changes. The political elites who had ruled France since the liberation persisted undisturbed. In his final interview, Sartre detected in the Jewish people certain utopian, ethical virtues he had once attributed to the working class. As Sartre comments, the Jew lives, he has a destiny. The finality towards which every Jew moves is to reunite humanity. It is the end that only the Jewish people know. It is the beginning of the existence of men for each other. 91. Under Victor's tutelage, Sartre seemed on the verge of re-evaluating several of the key ideas of his thought, for example, the primacy of politics and becoming, à la Levinas, an ethicist. By the mid-1970s Sartre had become blind. His entire relationship to the outside world was mediated by Victor/Levy. The two planned to write an ethics together based on Sartre's renewed interest in the concept of fraternity. But Sartre, who, as we have seen, abused his body with amphetamines during intensive stretches of work, died in April 1980 before the project could be realized. A crowd of 50,000 mourners followed his funeral cortege to the Montparnasse cemetery. In the end, Sartre concluded that fraternity could no longer be produced by politics. From Robespierre to Lenin to Mao, the political dreams of the left had all been stillborn. Its new guarantor was ethics. This was a remarkable reversion to a Camusian standpoint, one that, by the same token, also showed traces of Victor/Levy's Levinasianism. Since May 1968, Sartre had cast his lot with Gauchism. But following the gauche proletariat's dissolution in 1973, he was bereft of an ongoing political project. Thereafter, the GP leadership began to take stock of its errors. Following the May events, the GP activists had gone far toward demystifying the sins of political vanguardism, Leninism and its doubles. But they had yet to systematically probe the excesses and misdeeds of revolutionism in general. Belatedly, the GP militants realized that political murder in the name of a left-wing cause was no better than political murder in the name of a right-wing cause. This was one of the points that the Munich Olympic massacre had driven home. Suddenly, the fashionable Maoist slogan "political power grows out of the barrel of a gun" assumed an entirely new and sinister meaning. The GP's internal debates revisited the terms of the tempestuous encounter between Sartre and Camus during the early 1950s. Whereas Sartre had wagered on the promises of communism and sought to subordinate individual morality to this end, Camus refused to embrace a perspective that sacrificed fundamental ethical precepts to an uncertain utopian political future. However, by the mid-1970s, there were virtually no Sartreans left. Nearly everyone had become a Camusian, championing the priority of ethics over politics. 92 In France, the hour of the anti-totalitarian moment had sounded, appropriately heralded by Alexander Solzhenitsyn's April 1975 appearance on the popular literary talk show Apostrophes. Solzhenitsyn's breakthrough book The Gulag Archipelago had recently been translated into French. Among French intellectuals, the Soviet dissident was widely feted as the Dante of our time. 93. Sartre, too, climbed aboard the anti-totalitarian bandwagon, appearing with Raymond Aron at a news conference at the Élysée Palace in an attempt to call attention to the desperate plight of the Vietnamese boat people, who were fleeing persecution at the hands of the recently victorious communist government. In January 1980, just a few months before his death, Sartre took to the airwaves of Europe I Radio to champion the cause of the Soviet dissident Andrei Sakharov, who was living in internal exile. On the same broadcast, Sartre launched an appeal for a boycott of the Summer Olympic Games, which were scheduled to take place that year in Moscow. In the eyes of many observers, the Sartre-Aron initiative symbolized a turning point in the development of French political culture. Ideological concerns had lost their primacy. The left-right division that had structured French politics since the Revolution had seemingly forfeited its paramountcy. Instead, a new humanitarian sensibility predominated, symbolized by Bernard Kouchner's Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, and kindred groups. 94. In many respects, toward the end of his life, Sartre had reprised the vocation of the universal intellectual. Abandoning the posture of the political militant, or l'ami du peuple, the title of Jean-Paul Marat's newspaper published during the French Revolution, the tenor of Sartre's final political interventions more resembled those of Voltaire or Zola. Once the excesses and delusions of revolutionism had been exposed, French society repraised the universal intellectual's merits and worth. Henceforth, the universal intellectual's moral leadership would embody an indispensable component of the anti-totalitarian struggle. Toward the end of the 1970s, France reinvented the figure of the democratic intellectual. Sartre, although blind and enfeebled, gamely participated in this moment of reinvention. The wide-ranging conversations between Sartre and Lévi-in-Hope now are important insofar as the interlocutors pause to assess the political significance of Gauchism in its GP incarnation. One of the leitmotifs concerned the GP's fascination with revolutionary violence as well as with the quasi-systematic role this fascination had played in Sartre's own work since the days of the Algerian War. As we have noted, in Critique of Dialectical Reason, Sartre, keeping faith with political Jacobinism, had held that revolutionary violence possessed certain regenerative and salvific capacities. By the late 1970s, however, this view had been morally and historically discredited. Perhaps the final nail in the coffin of third-worldism, as well as revolutionism in general, had been the grisly reports concerning the killing fields in Cambodia. From 1975 to 1979, Pol Pot and his henchmen murdered some 1.7 million of their countrymen. Moreover, the Cambodian communist elite Q Samphan, Ieng Sari, as well as Pol Pot himself had learned the Marxist catechism at the finest Parisian universities during their stint as foreign exchange students in the early 1950s. As Pol Pot's most faithful lieutenant, Democratic Kampuchea's head of state Q Samphan, explained to a French journalist, Prime Minister Pol Pot and I were profoundly influenced by the spirit of French thought, by the Age of Enlightenment of Rousseau and Montesquieu. 95 Like the philosophes, the Khmer Rouge, too, were faced with the problem of how to conceptualize the transition from the ancien regime to a modern nation-state. One of Iang Sari's closest aides, Soin Sikoun, recounted Robespierre's intoxicating influence on the Khmer Rouge elite as follows: "Robespierre's personality impressed me. His radicalism influenced me a lot. He was incorruptible and intransigent. If you do something, you must do it right through to the end. You can't make compromises. That was my personal philosophy, my personal ideology. You must always be on the side of the absolute no middle way, no compromise. You must never do things by halves." 96. The Khmer Rouge had been backed by the Chinese Communists and followed the Cultural Revolution's model of brutally consigning city dwellers to the countryside for purposes of political re-education. Under the influence of Mao Zedong thought, they had systematically recruited followers who were destitute and uneducated, poor and blank, as the great helmsman put it. As Mao noted, a sheet of blank paper carries no burden. The most beautiful characters can be written on it, the most beautiful pictures painted. 97. Pol Pot's biographer adumbrates the manifold ideological parallels between the two revolutionary movements as follows: "The primacy of men over machines, the exaltation of human will, in China, and revolutionary consciousness, in Cambodia, the preeminence of ideology over learning, being read rather than expert, the strategy of using the countryside to surround the city and the need to eliminate the differences between them, the concern to bridge the gulf between mental and manual labor, and the view that revisionism, in the shape of bourgeois thought, grew spontaneously within the communist movement itself." 98. With the Khmer Rouge experiment in peasant communism, the sanguinary legacy of Maoism had come home to roost, and the results were manifestly horrifying. In discussing these topics, Levy pursued Sartre with the insatiable zeal of an experienced litigator. At a certain point, the enfeebled philosopher could seemingly absorb no further blows and meekly capitulated. In many respects, for Levy the dialogue with Sartre was a protracted exercise in self-criticism, a manner of confronting his own troubled political past and, to be sure, of assuaging his own guilty conscience. As Sartre began speculating about the ethical basis of our common humanity, Levy rudely reminded him of the redemptory role the philosopher had formerly attributed to revolutionary violence. Sartre, repentant, stated simply, "I am no longer of that opinion." 99. Alluding to the predicament of colonialism, he explained that whereas acts of violence might disrupt a state of enslavement, they were devoid of regenerative properties or capacities. Moreover, he continued, his approbation of violence had been situational, in the main it pertained to the obdurate stalemate of the Algerian conflict. In light of the intractable dilemmas of colonialism, Sartre could perceive no other solution. Levy continued to press. If fraternity is created via the bond of a common enemy, as Sartre had argued in Critique of Dialectical Reason, what happens after the enemy has been slain? Do the revolutionists inevitably turn upon each other? Must they unfailingly seek a new enemy? Levy, who dominated the discussions, concluded by suggesting that the insurrectionary violence that he and Sartre had endorsed was in fact merely a species of mob violence, and that the Jew, who had frequently been the victim of such violence, therefore possessed a unique status qua witness. Hence, if one wants to undo the evils of revolutionism, Levy contended, Jewish testimony is indispensable. Sartre could do little more than timorously agree, "I think you are not wrong." 100. Levy's disgust with revolutionism was profoundly influenced by the international left's visceral anti-Zionism in the aftermath of the recent Arab-Israeli wars, the 1967 Six-Day War and the 1973 Yom Kippur War. The controversial UN resolution equating Zionism with racism, it was later repealed, dates from 1975. Given Levy's new self-understanding as an Orthodox Jew, solidarity with the increasingly anti-Zionist international left had become next to impossible. Although the Hope Now transcript is undoubtedly authentic, there can be no doubt that, throughout the discussions, Levy led and the frail and blind Sartre followed. Their concluding exchange pertained to the vagaries of hope in an era of sharply diminished political expectations. In Sartre's view, the left-wing political parties, both the communists and the socialists, were not to be trusted, insofar as they had sacrificed their principles for the sake of electoral success. By this point, Gauchism, too, had collapsed. For 30 years Sartre had wagered politically on the feasibility of socialism as an alternative to capitalism. But now these hopes had been permanently dashed. Since the promises of a secular philosophy of history, as defined by Hegel and Marx, had foundered, Sartre professed his admiration for the Jews as a people that for millennia had lived metaphysically rather than historically. Sartre explains, "What is new in Judaism is the kind of relationship this God entered into with men. It was an immediate relationship that the Jews had with what they used to call the name, that is to say, God. God speaks to the Jew hears his word, and the reality to emerge from all this was a first metaphysical link of the Jew with the infinite. That, I believe, is the primary definition of the ancient Jew, the man whose entire life is somehow determined, ruled, by his relationship with God. And the whole history of the Jews consists precisely of the primary relationship. 101. That two of the most significant persons in his life, Levi and Arlette Elcom Sartre, his adoptive daughter, were Jews could not help but significantly influence his thinking on such matters. In the end, it was Sartre's children who had become for him the repositories of hope. Chapter 6. Telkel in Cultural Political Hell. Oh, I tried the left bank. At university I used to go with people who walked around with issues of Telkel under their arms. I know all that rubbish. You can't even read it? Philip Roth, The Counter Life. During the 1960s, Telkel, led by consummate literary entrepreneur Philippe Sollers, rode to notoriety the crest of nearly every passing intellectual trend, the Nouveau Roman, structuralism and post-structuralism. Unsurprisingly, the journal's political loyalties were equally mercurial. After cultivating a studious apoliticism, it lurched from the most rigid Stalinist orthodoxy to an equally fervent embrace of cultural revolutionary China, an instance of revolutionary romanticism that culminated in a celebrated 1974 trip to Beijing. As Communist Party loyalists, the Telkelians missed out on May 1968. In a now legendary episode, Sollers, whose father, incidentally, was a leading Bordeaux industrialist, actively denounced the student movement for its insufficiently proletarian character. Unlike Sartre and Foucault, the Telkelians shunned the Maoist student groups that, during the post-May years, were in the process of refashioning the French political landscape by translating the ethos of cultural revolution into an indigenous French idiom, the language of civil society. Instead, as literary intellectuals, they were readily seduced by Mao's persona as both an armchair philosopher, a latter-day philosopher king, as it were, and a poet. Hence, the Telkel group swore allegiance directly to Beijing. Dazabayas large Chinese wall posters came to grace the Telkel offices on the fashionable Rue Jacob. An integral part of the Telkel narrative concerns Julia Kristova's rise to prominence from a penniless Bulgarian scholarship student to the toast of the left bank. Unlike Sollers, whose work has found few transatlantic echoes, the story of French theory's American reception could not be written without recounting Kristova's pivotal role. Like other French intellectuals, she wagered that in an era of third-worldism, Chinese communism might succeed where other approaches had failed. In the end, of course, the Telkelians, like other French leftists, were properly chastised and disillusioned. They took the extreme step of burning the bridge to their own cultural revolutionary past by dissolving Telkel and inaugurating a new, purely literary organ in its stead, Ellen Finney. As an act of penance for their prior political missteps and following the footsteps of many ex-Gauchists, they, too, would, during the late 1970s, vociferously champion the cause of Eastern European dissidents. To be sure, it is an altogether strange tale that to be fully appreciated must be told in full. Solely art. In March 1960, a new literary review, defiantly brandishing an adage by Nietzsche on its masthead, appeared on the Parisian scene, I want the world and I want it as it is telkal, and I want it again, eternally, I cry insatiably, again, not just for myself alone, but for the entire play and the entire spectacle, not for the spectacle alone, but fundamentally for me, since I require the spectacle for it requires me and because I make it necessary. The review was the brainchild of a 23-year-old Bordelais, Philippe Sollers, Annie Joyaux, who, as the cliché goes, was destined for a brilliant literary career. At the age of 20, Sollers' first literary sortie, Le Défi, had captured the Fenian Prize. A year later his novel On Solitude Curieuse was greeted with lavish notices by both the Catholic novelist François Mauriac and the surrealist wunderkind turned Stalinist Louis Aragon, a very strange combination, to be sure, and it is doubtful whether these two literary lions, hailing from opposite ends of the political spectrum, ever agreed on anything besides Sollers' immense talent. For his part, Sollers, his sights fixed from an early age on the glories of literary acclaim, was careful to leave nothing to chance. Aware of the fact that in the hyper-politicized milieu of Parisian intellectual politics talent and success were only conditionally related, he methodically cultivated the contacts that would place him on the cultural fast track. His reward was the editorship, at a remarkably young age, of Telkal, an extraordinary expression of confidence on the part of the progressive Catholic publishing house Seuil. Still, the Parisian publishers were constantly on the lookout for the next literary sensation, the new Gide, the next Sartre, and, given Sollers' impressive track record, Seuil's wager on him seemed well placed. The Nietzsche maxim adorning the masthead was intended as a provocation, for the enterprise of Telkal was edipally directed against the reigning French maître à penser, Sartre. Although he would receive the Nobel Prize for Literature following the 1964 publication of Les Mots, as he approached the age of 60, Sartre's star had unquestionably begun to fade, and the wars of succession to determine his heir apparent had already commenced. There were of course the embarrassing political missteps of the early 1950s, his period of lockstep pro-Moscow fealty. Moreover, the philosophical existentialism he had championed during the 1940s and 1950s had fallen precipitously out of fashion, soon to be supplanted by purportedly more rigorous structuralist approaches. Still, with his influential 1948 tract What is Literature, in which, following the travails of war and occupation, Sartre sang the praises of la littérature engagée, if literature is not everything, it is worth nothing. This is what I mean by commitment. Too, the philosopher had established a benchmark for literary endeavor that had become impossible to ignore. And thus it was against Sartre, qua apostle of literary activism, that Sollers and company took aim in Telkal's inaugural issue. Whereas Marxist intellectuals like Sartre were obsessed with the imperatives of changing the world, by invoking Nietzsche's idea of amor fati, Sollers sought a return to the decadent aestheticism of an earlier generation, the generation of Proust, Valéry, and Gide. As the journal's editorial staff proclaimed in the first issue, with a sideways glance at Sartre and company, ideologues have ruled long enough over expression. It's about time a parting of the ways took place. Let us be permitted to focus upon expression itself, its inevitability, and its particular laws. 3. That Sollers' summons to a return to literature Telkal could be deemed in the least controversial can be understood only in terms of the Vichy syndrome afflicting French political culture. As of the early 1960s, France in many respects had yet to recover psychologically from the strange defeat of 1940, in light of which the achievements of republicanism, the only democratic tradition the country had known, had been irreparably tarnished. Hopes for political regeneration following the war had been dashed amid the geopolitical imperatives of the Cold War and an inglorious return to parliamentary business as usual. And just when the Hexagon seemed to be recovering its political footing during the early 1950s, the legacy of colonialism, another one of the Third Republic's ambiguous bequests, bit back with a vengeance. In 1954 the French army suffered a humiliating defeat at an obscure outpost in northern Indochina, Dien Bien Phu. The same year a major colonial uprising occurred in Algeria, precipitating a civil war in metropolitan France and the end of the Fourth Republic. One of the leading post hoc explanations for the nation's rash and bewildering 1940 collapse in the face of the advancing German armies was cultural decadence. True to the heritage of art for art's sake, France had become a nation of otherworldly aesthetes, incapable of rising to the challenge of 20th century realpolitik. Such allegations are no doubt grossly exaggerated. Be that as it may, they enjoyed an eerie persistence, fed by France's manifold post-war foreign policy debacles. Here one might add the 1956 Suez Crisis to the list. For Sartre's generation, which came of age during the political setbacks of the 1930s, Auden's low, dishonest decade, Abyssinia, the Spanish Civil War, Munich, and the Hitler-Stalin Pact, a return to Belle Epoque aestheticism seemed an unconscionable regression. Conversely, for Sollers and his contemporaries, who matured during the rosy glow of 1950s affluence, the political strictures of the temps modernes leftists seemed stifling and oppressive, a step removed from the tyrannies of socialist realism. Thus, with some justification, Telkel's inaugural declaration was perceived as an anti-Sartre manifesto. The manifesto form was, of course, one of the distinguishing features of the European avant-garde. Yet, whereas the avant-garde Dadaism, Futurism, Surrealism adopted it for the purpose of transforming life, in the Manifesto of Surrealism, André Breton famously declared, "Il faut pratiquer la poésie, one must practice poetry." Sollers employed it toward the explicit end of separating life and literature. As he asserted in the journal's opening number, "Whenever thought is subordinated to moral and political imperatives, it has ceased to be what we expect from it, the foundation of our presence, its clear and difficult artistic expression, each time that thought is devalued in this way. Preaching, whereas it suffices to love, literature, ever despised yet victorious, is defended with a bad conscience." Today to speak of literary quality or a passion for literature could be just what is needed. Point 4. Editions du Seuil editor François Wall, who in 1974 would accompany the Telkelians on an ill-advised expedition to the People's Republic of China, provided an apt historical analogy when he compared the group's project to the dawn of the L'Art pour l'Art movement 100 years earlier. "We are entering the Second Empire, and there is going to be a new Parnassus. This new Parnassus must express itself. This new Parnassus will be Telkel." 5. Wall's characterization suggests parallels between the authoritarian rule of Louis Bonaparte, who, with his 1851 coup d'état, had cruelly put an end to the 48ers' republican hopes, and that of France's reigning autocrat, Charles de Gaulle. Whereas Sartre had justified writing in terms of engagement, Sollers, the upstart and contrarian, appeared to glorify an aesthetics of disengagement. Sollers' aestheticism was even reflected in his carefully contrived nom de plume, which derived from combining the Latin words solus and ars, solely art. His presumed model was France's most prestigious 20th-century literary organ, the Nouvelle Revue Française, NRF. During its 30-year heyday, 1910-40, the NRF had been home to the likes of Proust, Gide, and Malraux, as well as the young Sartre. However, after the fall of France, and at the behest of the German invaders, the fascist scribe Pierre Dru La Rochelle assumed the directorship, and the NRF came to be viewed as an archetype of spineless collaboration. As such, it was an ambiguous precedent. One of Telkel's early benefactors, the literary critic Roland Barthes, aptly described its mission in the following terms: "The straight and narrow path for a review like yours would then be to see the world as it creates itself through a literary consciousness, to consider reality periodically as the raw material of a secret work, to locate yourselves at that very fragile and rather obscure moment when the relation of a real event is about to be apprehended by literary meaning." 6. Just how controversial Sollers' intransigent defense of literary formalism seemed at the time is well illustrated by the reactions of two contemporaries. Early on, fellow editor Jean-René Huguenin began to distance himself from the review. He feared that by ceding so much ground to questions of language, Sollers risked superficiality, for when viewed self-referentially, literature foreclosed the possibility of communicating higher aims or concerns. In Hugnan's view, Soller's narrow-minded aestheticism lacked the sense of the tragic, the taste for risk, wild extravagances, despair. 7. The major risk courted by a journal so conceived was that it threatened to become belletristic. The writer and philosopher Jean-Pierre Fay, who enjoyed a brief, if fitful, tenure on the editorial board, gave voice to the burdensome political imperatives of the times when, referring to the group's inaugural declaration, he observed, at a time when expression freed from political and moral directives chose to take care of itself alone, the French army was busying itself by occupying Algeria, killing 1 million people and torturing thousands of others. 8. Viewed from this perspective, the Telkal enterprise was untimely in a decidedly negative sense. If the NRF represented Soller's literary touchstone, his social role model seems to have been Stendhal's Julian Sorel, the social climber who ruthlessly claws his way to the top only to lose his soul in the process. If one carefully traces Telkal's sinuous intellectual course, it seems fair to say that Soller's perennially operated with one ear to the ground and a finger to the wind. Throughout the journal's tempestuous 22-year history, it ceased publication in 1982, only to be reincarnated, under the more prestigious imprint of NRF publisher Gallimard. As Ellen Finney, there seems to be one constant, Soller's desperate craving for the intellectual limelight. From the Nouveau Roman to structuralism, Telkal had staked its reputation on a revival of literary modernism, invoking illustrious predecessors such as Flaubert, Mallarmé, Proust, Kafka, and Joyce as compagnons de lutte. But unless the journal could include contemporary representatives of the modernist canon, it courted the risk of antiquarianism, an unacceptable posture for a journal that sought to inherit the mantle of the 20th century avant-garde. Sollers and Company solved this problem by cultivating the loyalties of Alain Robbe-Grillet, the doyen of the Nouveau Roman. During the 1950s, works such as The Voyeurs and The Erasers, perhaps best described as novels of consciousness on behalf of objects or things, had garnered much critical acclaim. Robbe-Grillet's innovative approach, in which 19th-century conventions such as plot and character counted for little, meshed seamlessly with Telkal's formalist preoccupations, as well as its distaste for realism. His penchant for formal innovation suited Telkal's stress, à la Mallarmé, on the non-communicative, autonomous character of literary language. Barthes, who became the foremost critical champion of the Nouveau Roman, codified these precepts in a landmark essay, To Write, an intransitive verb. 9. He argued, as he had earlier in another major statement, Writing Degree 0, that the representational or utilitarian function of language was inferior to its poetic side, the autonomous dimension of expression that the Telkalians had celebrated in their inaugural declaration. Opposing the doctrine of literature engagée, the writer, claimed Barthes, could no longer be defined in terms of his role or value but only by a certain awareness of language. 10. Nor was it difficult to discern that Robbe-Grillet's literary techniques, the celebrated mise en abîme, or conscious suspension of meaning, his embrace of a depersonalized approach to writing that rejected psychology, were diametrically opposed to Sartre's demonstrative and at times plodding romans à these. In Telkal's generational struggle against temps moderne's orthodoxy, Robbe-Grillet and his fellow Nouveau Roman sires were ideal allies. As one critic aptly notes, by disengaging from politics by means of language, Telkal rejected history itself, a history created not by them but by their elders, the generation of Sartre and Aragon, and in which they had been thrust. 11. In 1961 Foucault published Madness and Civilization. In retrospect, Sollers viewed its appearance as one of the decade's most important publishing events. 12. Toward the end of the book, Foucault praised the great refusal of four poets: Mauditz, Hölderlin, Nerval, Nietzsche, and Artaud. The lives of all four had ended in madness. Their writing gave voice to what Foucault lauded as the sovereign enterprise of unreason. Forever irreducible to those alienations that can be cured by the coercive methods of modern psychiatry. 13. To this pantheon of execrated poets, Foucault would soon add the names of the Marquis de Sade and his late admirer Georges Baudelot, 1897–1962. Under Foucault's influence, the Telkalians began abruptly to distance themselves from the ethereal joys of art for art's sake, the pleasures of the text, Barthes, and to focus instead on questions of lived experience. They ceased to view textuality as an end in itself and began to address the role the literary imaginary might play in overturning the deadening and familiar routines of everyday life. It would prove very difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile this new focus on the dynamics of transgression which mandated acts of cultural rebellion reminiscent of surrealism with the literary purism of the journal's initial phase. Whereas transgression wishes to have a transformative effect, aestheticism is more than happy to leave the world as it is telcal. This situation provided a compelling reason to sever connections to the Nouveau Roman sires, whose achievements had propelled Sollers and others to intellectual celebrity. In the early 1960s, a revolutionary theoretical paradigm, structuralism, began to conquer the Parisian intellectual scene. In its wake, other philosophical approaches, Sartre's existential Marxism, most notably, seemed tame and outmoded. Structuralism's origins go back to Ferdinand de Saussure's course in general linguistics, first published in 1916. Saussure argued that language was determined by pairs of binary oppositions and that signs or words were fundamentally arbitrary. They existed, contended Saussure, primarily in relation to other words rather than in a necessary relation to the things they denominated. By distinguishing between langue and parole, between the structural invariants of language as opposed to their variable and contingent embodiment in individual speech acts, Saussure's structural linguistics appeared to provide the basis for a genuinely scientific study of language. By the same token, his approach occluded the equally important diachronic or historical dimension of language. Ultimately, the neglect of diachrony or history in structuralist parlance, the realm of events, would prove to be structuralism's Achilles heel, for if structuralism's beloved invariants were, as the paradigm claimed, all determinant, then it became impossible to account for the advent of anything new. According to the structuralist catechism, a speech act, a poem, and a revolution were, in essence, exemplifications of preordained structural constants. The specificity of events remained well nigh inaccessible. In the post-war period, Saussure's paradigm captured the imagination of a new generation of scholars in the human sciences. In the elementary structures of kinship, Claude Lévi-Strauss relied on it to show that kinship systems, too, were governed by unchanging binary oppositions. He went on to make similar claims about the organization of primitive myths. Renegade Freudian Jacques Lacan, also following Saussure's lead, famously declared that the unconscious is structured like a language. His trademark distinction between the imaginary and symbolic dimensions of selfhood was equally indebted to Saussure's influential formulations. In Reading Capital, Louis Althusser relied on structuralist concepts to re-establish Marxism's claims to scientificity in order to keep the rival paradigm of Marxist humanism at bay. However, during the 1960s, structuralism's most celebrated practitioner was telcal ally and occasional contributor Michel Foucault. In The Order of Things and the Archaeology of Knowledge, Foucault sought to delineate the geological constants, or epistemes, underlying the transient, phenomenal manifestations of human thought. In such works he claimed to be searching for the structural homologies or isomorphisms that subtended the manifest practices of the human sciences. In this way Foucault, in a classically structuralist manner, sought out the positive unconscious of knowledge, a level that eludes the consciousness of the scientist and yet is part of scientific discourse, for unbeknownst to themselves, naturalists, economists, and grammarians employed the same rules to the objects proper to their own study, to form concepts and build their theories. 14 Within a few years of telcal's inception, structuralism had penetrated virtually every discipline in the humanities and social sciences. Sollers realized that structuralist methods were the wave of the future and abruptly severed ties to the Nouveau Roman authors. By the fall of 1964, the names of Rob Grillet and his literary confreres permanently disappeared from telcal's pages. As Sollers observed, the ideology of all of these new novel productions is, in reality, highly conventional, psychological, positivist, or technocratic. Above all, it serves to conceal the genuine theoretical revolutions that occurred between the 1920s and the 1940s. 15. By casting their lot with the structuralist juggernaut, Sollers and company succeeded in remaining au courant at a time when the Nouveau Roman star had begun to wane and the theory vogue held uncontested sway over left-bank intellectuals. 16. Via this cunning act of strategic repositioning, Sollers was able to achieve several ends at once. He managed to extricate the journal from the literary ghetto, a maneuver that in light of the decade's impending political tremors, seems to have been especially clairvoyant. In keeping with the changed tenor of the zeitgeist, Sollers and company now excoriated literature as an expression of bourgeois ideology. It remained confined within the reductionist limits of the concept of belles lettres, that offspring of middle-class liberalism. 17. In pursuing this course, he dutifully followed structuralism's lead. Lacan had characterized the formation of subjectivity via the symbolic stage as a departure from the imaginary, or primary narcissism. The imaginary is preceded by the mirror stage, which occurs when the infant is between 6 and 8 months old. At this point the child emerges from a blurred and inchoate sense of self, which Lacan refers to as the body in pieces, to accede to a more unified ego. 18. For Lacan, by socialization through language, the primal self is reconstituted via a network of pre-existing symbols that shape its destiny in ways that are well-nigh permanent and unalterable. As one commentator has remarked, caught up in the symbolic, where he is simply represented, obliged to translate himself through the intermediary of a discourse, the subject will become lost, lured away from himself, and will shape himself in accordance with the other's look. Identification with various ideals and rationalizing discourse upon oneself are so many forms in which the subject becomes fixed and betrays himself. 19. Similarly, Althusser had described bourgeois thought, which deviated from the scientific correctness of Marxist theory, as a discursive mystification akin to the Lacanian imaginary realm, a type of symptom formation, Freud, that represented an ideological distortion of deeper, structural, unconscious truths. Via recourse to the same structuralist methods and procedures, Sollers believed that literature could now be analyzed as the vehicle whereby the bourgeois self was ideologically synthesized and fashioned. Henceforth, Sollers would view the institution of literature as a type of disciplinary mechanism akin to the panoptic practices Foucault analyzed during the 1970s. Sollers claimed that literature served as a means of instituting a permanent conditioning that goes much further than the book market alone. The novel is the way the society speaks to itself, the way the individual must live himself in order to be accepted there. 20. Moreover, by riding the structuralist wave, the Telkalians were able to secure the collaboration of a talented, up-and-coming generation of theorists, Barthes, Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Gerard Genette, and Tsvetan Todorov. 21. Thereby, Sollers and company succeeded in reaching out to an important new constituency, knowledge-hungry Latin Quarter students, whose purchasing power would soon drive sales to record levels. 22. Telkal's structuralism-inspired theory vogue raised the journal's profile to unprecedented heights. Following Derrida's lead, the buzzword of the moment became writing, or écriture. Just as Levi Strauss had claimed to unlock the code that revealed the trans-historical verities of human culture, the Telkalians believed that textuality or writing was the key to understanding the historical present. After all, what was society, reasoned Sollers and company, if not an instance of objectified writing or externalized textuality? Critics argued that the Telkalians had succumbed to a peculiar, albeit characteristically French, genre of linguistic idealism, a belief in the primacy of the text vis-a-vis the real. According to Saussure's conception of language, words were related primarily to other words rather than things. Moreover, the signifier's relation to the signified the concept or idea it designated was entirely arbitrary. Hence, reality as such remained forever unreachable. Thus, in the novel and the experience of limits, Sollers claimed that the real is manifested nowhere else but in a language. A society's language and myths are what it decides to take as reality. 23. Similarly, in Écrits, 1966, Lacan, amalgamating Saussure and Freud, would declare, it is the world of words that creates the world of things. 24 And in to write, an intransitive verb, Barth celebrated the new epistemological orthodoxy by avowing, it is language which teaches the definition of man, not the contrary. 25 Solers and company failed to realize that the new religion of textuality probably revealed more about the literary habitudes and predispositions of left bank intellectuals than it did about the nature of reality per se. Telkel's makeover as an organ of high structuralism was by no means greeted with universal acclaim. At a 1963 conference titled New Literature, where the break with the Nouveau Roman was consummated, a journalist from Le Monde interrupted Solers' peroration, The Logic of Fiction, to inquire pointedly if Solers had any professional philosophical training. 26 Increasingly, the journal was perceived as gratuitously inaccessible and illegible, unreadable, which its champions interpreted as a mark of distinction. Detractors openly accused Solers and others of practicing theoretical terrorism, raising theory, or Telkel's version thereof, to the level of entrenched dogma and then proceeding to excommunicate or condemn rivals who embraced different positions or approaches. At one point even a staunch ally like Foucault was compelled to voice his extreme skepticism. The whole relentless theorization of writing écriture which we saw in the 1960s was doubtless only a swan song. Through it, the writer was fighting for the preservation of his political privilege. 27 Foucault felt strongly that by elevating textuality to a position of unquestioned epistemological supremacy, one lost the capacity to conceptualize reality, or events. From this perspective, the workings of power, which were hardly reducible to the effects of textuality or discourse, remained indiscernible. In the eyes of critics, the Telkelians and their allies had succumbed to a narcissistic delusion. They had merely projected their prior methods of intellectual training, the quintessentially French doctrine of explication de texte, onto the world as a whole. The obsessive focus on questions of textuality and signification is undoubtedly one of the key reasons behind Telkel's failure to seriously engage in politics and its brusque dismissal of the May Revolt. As one sympathetic observer notes, for the Telkelians the revolution had more to do with developments in signifying practice than with what was happening in the streets. 28. Julia comes to Paris. Chapter 35 of François Dossy's definitive two-volume History of Structuralism is entitled 1966, Annam Mirabile. Julia comes to Paris. The Julia in question is of course Julia Kristeva. As Dossy's chapter title suggests, in French intellectual lore, Kristeva's arrival in Paris from her native Bulgaria has acquired an aura akin to the Second Coming. The beneficiary of de Gaulle's concept of a Europe stretching from the Atlantic to the Urals, in 1965 she received a French scholarship to complete a dissertation on the Nouveau Roman. She arrived in Paris on Christmas Eve with $5 to her name. Since, however, the stipend could not be activated for 2 months, she was forced to rely on her wits and the proverbial kindness of strangers to survive. As she commented to an interviewer, "I'll spare you the peripeties of the plot." 29. Kristeva had planned to write her thesis under the direction of sociologist of literature Lucien Goldman, but she soon realized that in Paris the intellectual constellation had radically shifted. The structuralist vogue meant that sociology, perennially derided by the Telkelians as sociologism, was out and textuality was in. Kristeva shifted her allegiances to Roland Barthes, who at times seemed to learn as much from her as she from him. Thereafter, she joined Claude Lévi-Strauss's celebrated anthropology laboratory and participated in Lacan's legendary seminar, which had recently moved from the École Normale to the Sorbonne. It seems that in the mid-1970s, Kristeva was also analyzed by Lacan. The die was cast. The timing of her arrival could not have been more propitious. At the precise moment that structuralism consolidated its theoretical hold over Parisian intellectuals, its limitations were keenly felt. An Apollonian predilection for system, precision, logic, and grids, a correlative neglect of playfulness, polyvalence, and the gratuitous gesture, the values of alternative French cultural traditions, for example, Dada and Surrealism, that the student generation was about to turn against master thinkers of all stripes. Kristeva arrived in Paris just in time to participate in the next major paradigm change of the intellectual grand game, the transition from structuralism to post-structuralism. Her Eastern European intellectual background outfitted her perfectly to become, at the tender age of 24, a major player. Fluent in Russian, schooled in the tradition of Russian formalism, she was also well versed in the theories of the Russian literary critic Mikhail Bakhtin. In path-breaking studies of Rabelais and Dostoevsky, Bakhtin had uncovered the hitherto neglected dialogic dimension of literary texts, the ways in which great literary texts spoke in a plethora of often contradictory voices. Bakhtin demonstrated how novels such as Gargantua and Pantagruel and Crime and Punishment were characterized by an irreducible discursive polyphony, thus belying considerations of authorial cohesion and narrative unity so dear to traditionally minded literary critics. One thinks, for example, of the Grand Inquisitor episode of the Brothers Karamazov, where Ivan and Alyosha memorably debate to a standoff how a fallen humanity might react to the Second Coming. Bakhtin also showed that they stood in a dialogic relationship to previous literary works and traditions. One thinks, for example, of Cervantes' immortal pastiche of the novels of chivalry in Don Quixote. Thereby, he was able to add a diachronic and historical dimension to literary studies, offsetting one of formalism's greatest deficiencies. In opposition to Western scientific discourse based on the repressive precepts of closure, totality, finitude, and structural invariance, Bakhtin showed how literary texts, conversely, were inherently polyvalent, decentered, and joyous. In a Soviet context, Bakhtin's work effected the dissident function of undermining the Communist Party's claims to univocal truth, in whose name it proceeded to implement an uncompromising dictatorship. In 1960s France, conversely, although the political stakes of Bakhtin's work were minimal, the epistemological stakes were considerable. His dialogic approach to literature was viewed as providing ideal conceptual leverage to overturn structuralism's austere, anti-Dionysian rigidities. Kristeva coined the term intertextuality to convey Bakhtin's idea that texts are constructed as a mosaic of quotations. Any text is the absorption and transformation of another text. 30. Thus, Kristeva sounded the post-structuralist clarion against the classifications and exclusions of traditional linguistics, which, she claimed, served only to buttress reigning social codes. At a later point, the post-structuralist assault on the occlusions and constraints of Western metaphysics with structuralism viewed as that paradigm's latest incarnation would fuse with Foucault's attempt to unmask the discursive and epistemological origins of power. In Revolution in Poetic Language, 1974, Kristeva mocked the rigidities of structuralist linguistics as the lifeless constructs of archivists, archaeologists, and necrophiliacs. These static thoughts, she continued, products of a leisurely cogitation removed from historical turmoil, persist in seeking the truth of language by formalizing utterances that hang in midair and listening to the narrative of a sleeping body, a body in repose, withdrawn from its socio-historical imbrications, removed from direct experience. 31. By pulverizing structuralism's obsession with integral wholeness and formal constraint, intertextuality, the dialogic interplay between texts would expose linguistics to the intoxications of infinite play.